There are apartments that remember, not just the tenants, but every breath, every sound, every fear left behind. When Mara moved into apartment 18B, she thought it was just another cheap place to start over. But the walls had already learned her name. At first, it was just a shadow that lagged behind her. A trick of the lamp, a tired eye, until the night it waved. And when your own shadow starts moving on its own, you stop asking if you're tired. You start wondering, what else lives in the dark with you?
I began to believe that time in 18B answered to a household calendar I had not been given. Days continued to pass in the world beyond my window. Emails arrived. Street vendors called into the same promises they had the day before, but here, behind the thin door that I learned to lock and check twice, moments deterred. I kept a notebook because a ledger felt like a small tether, columns of what happened, when I thought it happened, what light I thought I saw. It was supposed to be method, the only antidote I had to the haze the apartment produced. Instead it became an archive of fraying. The pattern revealed itself first in small, seducing ways. A mug would be where I left it, only slightly angled. A photograph on the bookshelf would sit 3 degrees to the left. A key would go missing for an hour, and then appear under a cushion in a place I knew I had looked. Each occurrence I logged as discrete, justifiable, memory's fallibility, nerves from too many restless nights, the plumbing's protest. The ledger made me feel rational. But rationality feels thin under fluorescent halls and windows that breathe in the city's noise, as if inhaling grief. One Tuesday late October, rain a constant smear on the glass, I sat at the kitchen table with the recorder on the counter. Headphones pressed to my ears like a person bracing for bad news. I had become the sort of person who recorded the hum of my own apartment, the refrigerator's distant cough, the elevator's arriving canon note, the radiator's slow cast iron sighs. There were times when the recordings agreed with my notebook. Other times they did not. I would see on my page a note, 2:14 a.m. Soft knock, then I would play the audio and the knock would come at 2:24. Or not at all. There were differences small enough to seem accidental and large enough to feel like an accusation. I played the latest file and tuned my ear to a sequence I had written down earlier that same night. On the recording there was a long, breathy silence, then a knock 3 soft times, then a sound like fabric dragging along wood. On my page the time was 3 minutes earlier, and I had written, knock thin like a nail, as if to anchor myself to the difference. I rewound, fast-forwarded, slowed the playback. The noises refolded themselves around the creases of the recording, refusing to map to the neat lines of ink. It was easy to blame technology, then the exhaustion, then the house settling. The same defensive narratives I had told myself in the first weeks when a shadow lagged. But what unsettled me more than the mismatch was how precise the differences had become. The apartment seemed to be choosing when things happened, allowing some events to be owned by my watch and others to be claimed by whatever measure lived in its walls. Lee texted me while I was still alone with the headphones, the screen cutting a clean white rectangle in the dark. "You awake?" The message read. I typed back at once, because wanting to know she was there had become a reflex yes. "Can we talk?" And then hit send before the nuance of my voice could twist it into something else. The reply took longer than usual. When she arrived later that night, the hallway light had a tired yellow to it. I opened the door and saw her in the narrow entry, arms folded, wearing an old navy jacket, and the expression she used when she was tired of politeness. Her presence always made the apartment feel smaller. She carried the city the way a person might carry a backpack. Essentials only, shoulders rounded but steady. "You look like you haven't slept," she said, stepping inside and letting the hallway close behind her. Her shoes made a small sound, precise, domestic. I noticed that before I noticed how she looked at the living room, at the slight tilt of the framed picture I had straightened twice that day. "I'm fine," I said, which had become shorthand for "I am not fine, but I will mark myself as fine for your sake." She walked in as if she had rehearsed the path, hands in her pockets, eyes cataloging the room, as if the apartment were an artifact to be appraised. "How long are you going to keep doing this?" she asked eventually. "How long are you going to let it be everything?" "Doing what?" I asked, because I wasn't sure whether she meant the recording, the note-taking, the general not quite grief that hung over me like a shawl. "This," she said. "The ledger. The flashlight in the stairwell. You are cataloging your life into boxes the way you packed your last apartment, like if you document every inch of it you'll be able to carry it. You can't carry a building, Mara." There was a tenderness in her voice that made my throat close. "I'm trying to figure out whether it's even real," I said. "If it's just me." "You could do that without letting it be the center of you," she said. It wasn't really an accusation. It was an inventory. She crossed to the bookshelf and adjusted a stack of records with 2 fingers. "Or you could be honest. Are you afraid of what you find if you stop?" She looked at me then, like she wanted me to lie. "I couldn't. I'm afraid of both," I said, her face folded like paper. "Then stop saying I'm the thing that needs saving. Let me be here without being your boy. If you won't let yourself grieve, at least let someone help you bear it." We spoke like that for a while, words that circled a cavern. Outside, the building breathed, pipes, a distant television, a neighbor singing badly to a jazz song. When she left, the door clicked and the apartment seemed to exhale. She had come, offered herself, and left with a complaint folded into her jacket. The ledger had not been closed. After she left, I checked the bookshelf again and found, in the faint triangle of light left by the door, a photograph on the floor. It wasn't one I owned. Its frame was silver, slightly tarnished, and the image inside was of a family on a pier, bright faces frozen in mid-laugh. The back had a mailing label with a name I recognized from Rosa's ledger, a tenant who had moved out in a hurry the year before. My stomach folded around that sudden familiarity, and I realized I had never seen that photograph in my apartment before tonight. I had been in and out of the place for months alone. I would have remembered it. I pressed my palm to the glass until it fogged, and then wiped it with the heel of my hand, as if cleanliness could reinstate chronology. The next morning I was late. My alarm hadn't gone off a blank where there should have been a beep, and the keys I always kept looped on the hook by the door were not there. I tore through pockets, checked drawers, appended the kitchen junk drawer, muttering the way people do when the ritual of being on time collapses, at 8:33 a.m. I found them tucked under the mail on the small table in the hallway. Not where I could have logically left them, because I hadn't been in the hallway with the mail that morning, and there was a smear of something on the brass ring, dark and dusted like soot. I missed the subway that day and arrived late at work, the city moving in its reliable crush, while my fingers still smelled of dust. Emails were curt. A colleague looked at me with that specific pity that says, "I do not know what to do for you because it won't be fixed by a coffee." I told myself the missing keys were a one-off, but in the ledger I wrote, "Keys gone 8:08:03. Keys found under mail. Note possible shadow interference." Writing it felt like stamping a passport with a date. As the days lengthened into a pattern of near misses, I began to see evidence that the apartment wasn't only rearranging objects, but borrowing actions. Once, while making a list of complaints to present to Rosa, I found an entire conversation transcribed in my own handwriting that I had no memory of writing. The pages had a different ink stamp at the top, the time stamp from an earlier entry. There was a list of maintenance codes and a note, "Ask about Unit 18C's last tenant," a line I would later find matched the name in the photograph. I tore the page out, thinking I must have done it in a fugue, but I couldn't get the after image of the handwriting out of my head. It looked like mine, it read like mine. But I had no memory of making it. I started to suspect that the apartment didn't steal things at random. It took the small functional pieces of my day and held them aside. Keys, a phone charge, a memory of a conversation with Lee. The effect wasn't theatrical, no poltergeist throwing books across the room, but domestic and precise. The kind of theft a person might not notice until the missing piece becomes essential. Once that happened, the loss was more than inconvenient. It was an existential misplacement. I told Elliot about the missing keys and the photograph and the ledger that kept swallowing its author's margins. He was practical. He advised reinforcement, a second lock, organizing my notes into timestamps I couldn't argue with. He arrived one night with a toolbox and an insistence that felt like a hand on my shoulder. "You're pulling at a seam that's been sewn shut a long time," he said as we sat on the floor and checked the hooks on the doorframe. His flashlight made his face chisel like a brief constancy in the wobbling light. "Buildings remember what they're allowed to remember," he added. "They don't always do it with malice. Sometimes it's just neglect made function." We pried up a segment of the baseboard in the living room tool by tool, because Elliot suspected the building hid cavities where drafts and memories took shelter. The wood yielded with a dry sound. Behind it we found clumped receipts, a child's sticker for a museum, 2 postage stamps still clinging to each other, and an envelope that fell open to reveal a card dated 10 years ago. Inside was a brief note we left in such a hurry. "Forgive us for the cups on the table." The handwriting was trembling. It wasn't mine. Elliot said nothing for a moment. He wrapped the card in his palm like something fragile. "They were in a rush," he said finally. "Someone thought if they left nothing, it would all be easier. Sometimes a place keeps what people couldn't. It's not trying to be cruel, it's holding." I had been thinking of the apartment as an antagonist. Elliot's phrasing "holding" made me shiver in a different way. Holding implied agency, but not intentional harm. It implied custody and stubbornness, and an inability to relinquish. It reframed the lingerer as a collector rather than an executioner. But collectors can be violent, I thought. The act of holding can suffocate. The ledger followed me into everything. I recorded the time Lee had called and the tone of her voice. I wrote the times that the elevator sang against the shaft. I wrote when a shadow lagged in the hallway long enough to watch me unlock the door. I recorded my sleep 3 hours here, a nap after lunch there, and later found that the sleep logs sometimes eclipsed whole hours my calendar insisted I had been awake for. The discrepancies accumulated like sediment. Most days, I could convince myself that stress and grief accounted for them. On the nights when the apartment arranged shoes to face a door or placed a spoon in a position it had not been, I could not. Nurse Anita came one afternoon after Lee called her from across the city. Lee said she was worried that my notes had become a shrine. Anita wore a cardigan the color of hospital walls and smelled faintly of antiseptic and coffee. She sat on my couch as if it were an exam table, took my blood pressure, which was fine. Otherwise, I would have expected it to be the opposite of fine, and asked about my diet and sleep. "You're not eating as you used to," she said. "You're not going outside every day. The mind starts to make patterns when it doesn't have enough input. The body and the building can conspire. The building conspires," I said, almost laughing. "It's a living thing. Maybe it just keeps what it can," Anita said. "And maybe you are making meaning where there is none. Both things can be true." She left me with a plan: small meals, a sleep schedule, a call if I missed a day. In the ledger I added a line: "Anita visit. Recommendation: stabilize." Beneath it I wrote, "Apartment might be stealing my days." The handwriting looked frantic compared to the calm procedural notes Shed inspired. By the time November trimmed the trees bare, my world had split along a seam. There was the city, outside, with its reliable list of obligations. And there was Kevin AB, where things lay in wait and sometimes rewrote my participation in them. My friends tightened with gentle distance, inviting me to dinners, then suggesting I sleep over, offering rides that I declined because I wanted to keep the logs accurate, and Lee, who had been patient in a way that hurt, began to stay away more often. When we saw each other, it felt like a negotiation. She offered herself in increments, I accepted in layers. One night I found a folded note under my pillow. It had not been there when I went to bed. The handwriting was mine. The sentence read, "Remember to call Rosa tomorrow." I had no recollection of writing it. The date at the corner read the following Wednesday. My stomach emptied. I sat up and checked the clock, 2:00 a.m. And then the phone, no outgoing calls, no drafts. In the ledger I wrote, "Unknown note left under pillow, handwriting match mine, timestamp 2:08 am. I underlined it 3 times. Someone who loves patterns can become a pattern themselves. I realized I was starting to anticipate the apartment's moves, when it would nudge a photograph, when it would stage a tableau that looked like regret. Anticipation felt like a second job. I began to schedule around the shadows, leaving notes for myself not to confront, or to leave small offerings, spare coins, a pressed leaf like tokens in a shrine. The rituals did not staunch the general bleed of time. They only made my evenings longer. My empathy narrowed to a single point, the ledger. On the last night of the month I stayed up late with the recorder again, as if repetition could trap an answer. I had been making a list of the day's anomalies when my hands began to shake. There was a subtlety to the trembling that betrayed less to my muscles than to my nerves. The apartment had moved from rearranging objects to replacing events. I played the recording that night and listened to a sound I knew intimately, my own voice, speaking in the kitchen, asking a neighbor if they wanted to borrow sugar. The voice on the tape said it at a time when I knew I had been asleep. It sounded like me, only worse, flattened in the middle as if someone's hand had been pressing against it. I sat with the headphones on until my ears hurt. The voice looped, and I waited for some intervening noise to legitimize it: an elevator, a truck, but the tape was a small room of sound with only the voice in it. I took the recorder to Elliot the next morning. He listened, eyes closed, the corners of his mouth slack. "It could be a neighbor," he said. "Rooms have echoes. But this is too precise." He handed the recorder back and rubbed his knuckles. "You need to rest, or you need to move." "Move where?" I said. There was a howl of laughter in me that had nothing to do with humor. I thought of the boxes in my closet, the way I had learned to carry life, as if it were a set of labeled things, and I realized I could not imagine another place that would accept the type of grief I had not finished. The ledger swallowed my shame and kept on. That was what bothered me most, the apartment's indifference to my pleas. It had become its own version of a city archive, slowly accrediting the small tragedies of people who forgot to say goodbye. On the way to bed that night, I stopped in the hallway outside my door and watched the floor lights. Someone had left a single shoe in the landing, turned to face the stairwell. I could have put it in a closet, could have pretended it had been a mistake. Instead, I left it where it was and made a note in the ledger: shoe in hallway, faces stairwell, time recorded 11:03 p.m. The act felt ridiculous and holy. I slid my key into the lock and felt, for the first time in weeks, the thinness of the line I had drawn between myself and the apartment. It was not that the building had crossed a threshold. It was that I had allowed my life to be catalogued by it. That small surrender had a gravity. I closed the door and walked into the dim of my living room, where the lamp cast a familiar pool. The shadows were their own, longer now, like a person refusing to stand when called. I listened, half expecting to hear my name said back to me by those gathered quiets. Instead, there was only the radiator and the far-off noise of a city that did not yet know how to be gentle. When I turned on the recorder for one more check, there was an extra entry already logged, one I had not made. The file name was time-stamped to a time in the future. The audio within was soft and brief, a sound like a sigh, and then very clearly, my voice from nowhere saying, "Don't forget the photograph." I stopped breathing. The air in the room went thin and metallic, the way it tastes before a storm. I rewound the file and played it again, hand pressed flat to my chest to feel if my heart had wandered off schedule. The room held its breath with me, and beyond the paper-thin walls, the building seemed to wait. The ledger at my elbow felt suddenly insufficient. I had been cataloging what I could name. Now something was naming for me. I could write it down all I wanted, but the next entry might not be mine. I left the recorder on the table, the red light a tiny pulse in the dim, and went to the window. Rain had started again, the city scattering light into a smear. Down in the street someone laughed. Upstairs, a stair creaked like a hinge. In the thin pool of my lamp, a shadow lifted at the doorway, fingers if that is what a shadow has curling like a hand uncertain of the world. It was only a fraction of the form I had seen before, a hesitation of silhouette, but it felt deliberate. It waited as if to see whether I would call it back. I pressed my palms to the glass until the cold woke the blood in my fingers. The ledger sat on the kitchen table, with its neat columns, and for the first time I understood the truth of what I had been doing. Cataloging was not only about proving that something was there. It was an attempt to name what would otherwise be taken as proof of madness. Something moved behind me in the living room, the small sound of something being set down on a wooden surface. I turned. On the coffee table a photograph lay face up. It was the same silver frame from the hallway, though I had not seen it in my home before midnight, and it showed the same bright family on the pier. The image was new to me and yet titled in a strange way by a ribbon of handwriting across the back, "We never finished leaving." I picked it up with reverence and a kind of fury. "What are you keeping?" I asked no one, and the apartment answered, as it always had, not with a voice, but with the patience of accumulation. From the hallway came the muted thud of someone closing a door. The light in the stairwell blinked out for a second, then on, and in that breath the shadow at my doorway dipped its head almost imperceptibly, like a person acknowledging their place in a crowd. I set the photograph on the ledger and wrote beneath the last entry, "Unexpected photograph appears on coffee table." Inscription on back, "We never finished leaving." Then I added one more line, tighter than the rest, smaller as if to force it into the margin and keep it from floating off. "Check the recorder again in the morning." I left the single red light of the recorder blinking while the building exhaled its usual tired noise. Outside, a car drove by and its tires sent a river of noise up the glass. Somewhere in the complex a neighbor laughed, a small human sound, ordinary and unsparing. I lay in bed and listened to the walls hold their human smallness. The ledger was open on the kitchen table, a bright island of ink in a dim sea. If the apartment had been taking my present, I thought, then knowledge might be the only thing left to barter with. I would name it and so keep it from being able to rename me. I would continue the ledger, keep the recorder on the table, sleep when Nurse Anita told me to, take Lee's offers without turning them away like a child ashamed of being comforted. And yet as I drifted towards sleep, the image of the photograph's inscription looped in my mind. The words sat like a hinge. "We never finished leaving." The idea made the room expand and hollow at once. What does it mean to leave if the building keeps refusals in its bones? What does it mean to be present if presence can be lifted like a hair and placed elsewhere? Outside the window the city's light scraped the sky and the rain smudged it into a watercolor. The shadow at the doorway leaned ever so slightly, as if to wave. I did not wave back. Instead I reached across the little island of my life and shut the recorder's lid. The click was small, but in it was the beginning of a choice, one that would involve staying, documenting, and, perhaps, learning to live in the company of things that refused to be gone. I turned off the bedside lamp and let the apartment breathe around me. The ledger's pages rustled in a draft I could not place. In the quiet that followed, my own voice from the recorder repeated a phrase I could not recognize: "Don't forget the photograph." I closed my eyes, counting the seconds between the building sounds, trying to decide whether the spaces between them belonged to me or to the place that kept them. The answer did not come. Instead, the hallway light guttered, and miles away in the city, a clock struck with an indifferent hand. I listened to it mark time, and wondered if I still had any left that was solely mine. The sound of someone unlocking a door drifted down the corridor, slow, deliberate. It was not my key. The latch fell with a hollow that echoed in the well of the night. The building had made a noise it had not made before, and for a moment the two of us listened, as if waiting for permission to go on. Then the noise stopped. The shadow in the doorway straightened. The ledger lay open with its neat columns and my small, frantic handwriting. I slept with that uncertainty on my tongue like a coin I could not spend. When dawn leaked like a tired secret through the curtains, the recorder was still dark, the battery spent on a task I had not seen happen. My hands were cold and my head full of images that did not belong to the morning. On the coffee table, the photograph remained face up. The inscription on the back was smeared as if touched with fingers that no longer had ink under their nails. I turned it over once, twice, feeling the paper as if it were a skin I had to read. The handwriting was still there, the same trembling script. I wrote one final line in the ledger before going to work: "Sleep fitful, photograph persists, keys unchanged." I slid the notebook into my bag and left the apartment with a feeling like a hole being stitched. The city caught me in its usual rhythm, indifferent. But as I walked away from 18B, I could feel its attention on my back, a slow, warming impression, like heat left behind on a chair. I thought of the photograph there on my coffee table, and the way it seemed to ask for something unfinished. When I reached the corner and glanced over my shoulder, the building looked unremarkable: bricks, windows, the thin light of other people's lives. I kept walking, but a question hovered like fog: if the apartment kept what we could not finish, what would it do with the parts of me I had not yet named? I tried to imagine returning to find the ledger intact and my handwriting unassimilated. I tried to imagine returning to find it altered into a script I did not recognize. Either way, I realized I would have to go back. The fraying had become a seam that ran through everything. The ledger was no longer simply a method. It was a map, and maps demand exploration, even when the territory is unwilling. When I crossed the street, a siren wailed in the distance, and a shadow in a doorway across the way lifted like a hand without fingers. For a second I felt the city press in like an accusation, and then, under it, a narrower fear. That I would return and find a page in the ledger where my name was no longer written by me. I kept walking. The apartment waited. There are moments when the building feels like a creature that keeps its bones in cupboards. I have come to know where those cupboards are, behind the mailroom door with the long rusted hinge. Under the stairs where the plaster is thin and warm with years of breath, and in an office on the second floor that smells of copier toner and instant coffee. Rosa keeps that last cupboard locked in a way that has, until now, felt like prudent discretion. When I push my hand against the door on a grey Tuesday, and she sighs and allows me in, it is like pressing a finger into a bruise and finding old memory still wet. Her office is the size of a closet and lit by a single fluorescent panel that makes everything a little too honest. Files lean like tired soldiers on each shelf. A faded tenant bulletin is tacked crooked across a corkboard, its print promising respect and care as if a poster could be a policy. Rosa wears a blouse the color of practiced patience, and when she sees me she does the same small, guarded smile she reserves for inconvenienced residents. "I didn't think you'd come," she says, and there is an apology folded into the words. "You had complaints," I tell her. The sentence is shorter than I want it to be, sharper. It is years of small, unlinked wrongnesses put under a single name. She does not deny it immediately. Instead, she perches on the edge of a filing cabinet and taps a ring against a clipboard. Upstairs, the building exhales, a radiator rattles like an old sigh. The elevator groans in protest at a forgotten wait. "It's not as dramatic as you think," she says finally. "I don't want to lose my job, Mara. I pick my fights. Complaints go to legal. Legal wants paper. If it's paperwork that will get us re-inspected and the landlord will, well, it becomes a thing." Language like a thing is deliberate. It makes responsibility into an object that will not be angry if you ignore it for long enough. She pushes open a closet, retrieves a narrow cardboard box, and slides it across her desk. The box is not sealed. Inside the top layer of papers is a dust that makes my throat close when I inhale. They are maintenance logs, yellowed forms with stamped dates, and the tiny shorthand of a clerk's life. There are work orders that trail off mid-sentence, ink that smudges in a way that reads like someone lowered their hand and never came back. "This is everything you asked for," Rosa says. "Almost everything. There are enough papers in that box to paper a small room." I carry them home like contraband, a mailbag of other people's omissions. They spread across my living room table at night in a way that makes the room feel immediately more inhabited, as if the papers themselves were tenants. I make tea and begin to sort. The lamp throws my shadow thin and honest across the pages. It is a domestic, useless ritual. Cataloging things is what I do when the world feels like a series of missing parts. I tape index cards to the edge of the table, leaks, calls, incidents, and stack the forms accordingly. My handwriting looks different under the lamplight, precise and smaller than when I'm speaking to people. The first pile is predictable: complaints about heat, notices from tenants about noisy neighbors, Juno's scribbled notes about a squeaking door. But under those practical requests, there is something folded in a geometric way. A white memo on paper thicker than the others, stamped confidential in a type of smudged red that has lost its warning. I do not want to read it yet. The room feels full of fingers and eyes. The radiator clicks like a mouth clearing itself. But there is no mercy in the stack. The paper insists. I slide the memo free. The header is simple: building address, date, a terse subject line that says tenant incident. Below, lines of precise language march down the page, on or about the evening of. And then a section blacked out, a redaction that eats a span of text so cleanly that the hole in the narrative gapes open like a missing tooth. My eyes travel to the end of the page where a signature block is typed. "Sincerely, Mr. Calder," and beneath, in a small italicized font, an email address. It is almost laughably banal, like the signature at the bottom of a corporate apology. I memorize the curve of the C like a bruise. There are other notations, handwritten margins in a different ink, a shorter note: move out expedited, no follow-up, file closed. The clerk's shorthand is brusque in the way of people who have been taught to call emotional work by opposite words. I read the page again, and the blacked-out section becomes an accusation. Who redacted this? Who closed the file? There is an economy in silence, and someone has become rich on it. The building's hum has shifted while I read. It is as if the plaster itself is listening. Outside my window, a delivery van backs up, and a pneumatic hiss of its brakes punctuates the apartment's low, steady noise. For a while, everything is the sound of small machines doing what they always do: boilers, traffic, the refrigerator's soft complaint. But under those noises there is a new frequency, the knowledge that somebody performed an erasure and then called that erasure routine. I call Clara. Her voice is bright over the line, and she asks quick, practical questions: names, dates, whether the papers have stamps. She says she'll come by if I want company, and that already feels like an offer of solidarity in a world where solidarity is rare. We talk for an hour about municipal negligence and archival practices. Clara's language is systematic and sharp in a way that's soothing. She suggests comparing the memo's date to tenancy records, open and shut files, names that disappear from the ledger. It is work, and for a day that is enough. The haunting can be put into the service of analysis. but work always arrives at my doorstep with the remainder of grief clinging to it. As I cross lines between documents like a pedestrian tracing city blocks, pieces of faces and last moments begin to cohere. A work order notes unresponsive tenant. A maintenance call notes apartment showed signs of sudden abandonment. A forwarding address line is blank. A child's name appears in a report about school notifications. The sum of these details is not small. It forms a silhouette that could be named. That night the apartment is palpably heavier. The shadow under the lamp seems to watch the papers as if it recognizes its own family. I fold my hands around my tea and let the heat walk up my palms. When I put the stack down, I find a folded letter tucked between two of the memos like a hinge. It is on stationery the color of old milk, and inside is an address, one that Clara recognizes when I give it to her in a hurried, scrawled note that says, "We couldn't stay." They wouldn't answer. Took what we could. The handwriting shakes in a way that keeps a pulse. Something in me, which had wanted to be a good investigator and not a woman undone by sympathy, breaks. The lingerer stops being a set of eerie gestures and becomes a catalogue of omissions. Whoever sealed that memo with Mr. Calder's signature did not only avoid paperwork. They sealed a moment of human bewilderment into silence. He asked me to close a few files, Rosa admits when I speak to her again, because as soon as the memory of the closed file lived in my lamp's light, I needed to make it live in Rosa's mouth too. When the landlord gets a notice about fines, they want a clean ledger. They don't want inspectors to think the building has problems. Her hands move as she speaks. She folds them as if she is folding herself into a smaller shape. "Why did you tell anyone?" I ask. My voice is not a shout. The apartment makes a dispassionate amplifier of small sounds. The question hangs between us, and the fluorescent light makes a brittle halo around our heads. Because when you depend on your job to keep a roof for your kids, you learn where to draw the line, she says. You let some things go, and you tell yourself it will be okay, and it piles and piles, and then she makes a motion with her hands like someone sweeping crumbs under a rug. I thought I was protecting people. Maybe I was protecting myself. Maybe it's the same thing. There is the whine of a siren somewhere in the city that sounds far away and ecclesiastical. I consider that Rosa is a woman who has learned to close the sound of distress, because opening it would cause a cascade she cannot manage alone. I consider also that such closures have consequences that travel beyond a job or a paycheck. They feed hollows. Through the night I arrange the documents in a way that begins to feel like prayer. Incident, room found empty. Personal items left. No forwarding address. Maintenance note, heavy condensation, mold suspected. Resident call, repeated noise complaints, answered by on-call staff. Each form is an alibi for someone else, a reason to cross a threshold and not look closely enough. I find a tenant name repeated across a handful of reports, Eleanor Martin. The name is banal in a way that makes it all the more terrible to see it at the center of so few pages. Eleanor appears in a work order about a clogged sink, in an entry that records an odor notification, and finally in that redacted memo. In the maintenance record someone wrote in a small, resigned hand, "Tenant appeared disheveled," stated they took the papers. They meaning whom? A landlord. Social services, her family, or the city, which is sometimes an invisible hand with all the warmth of an automated response. I look for other traces, utility disconnection notices, a library card last used years ago, a small photograph that might have been tucked into a corner for safekeeping. There is a school notice, soggy from time, stamped with the date that aligns with the memo. The picture that comes together in my head is not cinematic, with great lightning and prophetic signs. It is domestic in a way that is far crueler, a kettle cooling on a stove, a towel folded on a counter, a chair pulled back from a table in a way that says someone left because they had to leave and had no time to arrange their grief properly. We don't know what happened, Rosa says in the break between my reading and the next hour of my calculations. She seems to mean it and not to mean it. I didn't call an investigator. Mr. Calder said leave it be. There were threats, repositions, possible insurance complications. I worried about people losing homes. It was easier to log things as closed. When she says easier, it is not trite. She means the word as an instrument of survival, easier as a way to eat, easier as a way to sleep. But the thing eating is not only Rosa's sleep, it is also the building's memory. Files closed are memories sterilized, and when memory is sterilized in a place where people live, it does not turn to nothing. It turns inward. It accretes. After I leave the office, I walk the hallway slowly because the act of walking in this building feels like an attempt at restitution. The walls are lined with the faint impressions of other people's lives, patches of paint in the places where frames once hung, the ghost of a bookshelf that left a rectangle of paler plaster. The hallway light strips the color from the world and makes the carpet look like an old bruise. Shadows pool in the corners, patient and waiting. When I return home, the apartment feels changed. The lingerer has always been a weather, subtle but pervasive, but after the boxes of paper it feels like a footstep, a thing with direction and purpose and a long memory. There is a shadow at the threshold that does not belong to me. It rests in the doorway as if someone had taken an armchair and sat there to keep watch. I stand and close my door slowly, and the silence that follows is thick with the sense that the building is holding its breath. I think of the line in a maintenance report that said, simply file closed. I write it in my notebook and underline it as if underlining could make the words true in a new way. Underlining it makes me feel less like a private witness and more like someone tasked, however small, with proving a fact. The next day I bring a copy of the memo to Clara. Her eyes narrow when she sees the redaction as if she is a librarian and the book had a secret page torn from it. She lays the paper down and studies the texture of the black bar, the way it sits on the page with composure. It reads like a legal gesture, she says. Like someone wanted to ensure there was nothing to follow. Do you think they could have been hiding a death? I ask. My voice is small. The question is an unmade bed in my mouth. It would explain a lot, she says after a moment. But what it explains is not necessarily supernatural. Bureaucratic erasure leaves room for other things to grow: neglect, grief, the sort of residual attention that doesn't return. She uses the words as if divining a map. If you want to publish this, we need corroboration, names, dates, whether the city inspector ever noticed. Her enthusiasm is entirely professional. It comforts me because it is not sentimental. It has the coldness of research, which sometimes is the only warmth I can trust. We begin to cross-reference. Names from the maintenance reports appear in the ledger Rosa gave me. Forwarding addresses trail into blankness. Phone numbers hang like hope until their lines go dead. The city inspector's records show no unusual activity, or rather, show only the sanitized presence of compliance. If an incident occurred, it was smoothed out, renoted as maintenance completed instead of resident missing. The more we dig, the less the haunting feels solitary. It is communal in the most bureaucratic sense. It is a thing that grew in the shadows left by forms marked file closed and no further action required. The lingerer is not only a thing that waves from a doorway. It is the accumulation of procedural omissions. It is the city's small moral failures pressed into shape. That night I dream in paper, a room full of files whispering each other's names until the air is thick with accusation. In the dream I am a clerk, and each time I mark a box closed, a shadow detaches and adds itself to a waiting crowd. I wake up with my palms damp, and in the early light the apartment looks different, more honest, and more vulnerable. There are practical considerations, legalities, possible libel, the ethics of exposing a landlord. Yet there is a more urgent charge that hums beneath those forms. What does it mean to live in a building that has been practiced in forgetting? If the lingerer is made of refusals to witness, who is left as witness? I find the question reverberating through my bones. My notebook is a small thing to set against municipal neglect, but it is something. I think of my parents' funeral of a whitened room and hands that did not say the things I wanted them to. Memory is where the body keeps the living's unpaid debts. Perhaps our duty is to pay them back, no matter how small the denomination. At the end of the chapter of files, there is an addendum, a terse email chain between Rosa and Mr. Calder's assistant. The language is corporate and minimal. We can close this without inspection. Mr. C. Tenant left. No further action required. The signature is punctuation, an economy of carelessness. I do not laugh. I feel a slow hardening, not of resignation but of intent. Each closed file is a folded life that deserves opened air. I have counted them now. I have proof that absences were made to look accidental. The lingerer, which once slept like an animal, now looks like a ledger's shadow. It is a thing we can name and maybe a thing we can answer. I stack the papers back into the cardboard and tape the lid with fingers that are not trembling, and I write a note to Clara. Bring a camera. Bring a recorder. Bring distance and a willingness to make noise. Somewhere in the building a shadow lifts and waves. I feel, this time, less like a woman being beckoned into a trap and more like a person being called to testify. The papers are heavy in my arms and the radiator impossibly stops its long, soft moan for just a breath. I think of all the people whose names sit in the margins of these memos and how the city keeps their things like a miser hoards coins. I think of how the lingerer has always been a way the building refused to forget. But learning that forgetfulness was sometimes deliberate makes my anger steadier. At the end of the night, I place one memo on my windowsill and sit with it while the city presses itself flat against the glass. In the redacted line I imagine the missing words, and in their absence I hear a list of names: Eleanor Martin, Mrs. Riverer, the child with the soggy school notice, the man who moved out anonymously in March a decade ago. They have been made into silence by people with reasons. I put my palm on the paper as if offering it communion. The apartment keeps its shadows, and I keep my papers. The lingerer is less of a thing now and more an indictment. I don't have a solution. I have a responsibility. That responsibility feels like an H, and it is a useful ache. It drives me toward the next step, to make their quiet not so quiet, to let the building's secrets air like laundry in a wind. I do not yet know how to hold the weight of that truth without being consumed by it. But I have the memos and Rosa's reluctant confession, and a scarred signature that looks like a promise broken. It will not be enough to whisper about it in the stairwell. The building wants recognition and, more than recognition, restitution. The documents are not proof in the way a photograph is. They are proof in the way a ledger is proof, incremental and implacable. On my table, under the lamp, I write a plan. Call Clara tomorrow. File FOIA requests if necessary. Keep copies in multiple places. Tell Lee what I know and ask her, if she can, to be with me when I make the next move. The notes feel like small scaffolding against something that otherwise threatens to topple me. I close the apartment door and turn the deadbolt. The shadow in the hallway does not follow me in the way it used to. It lingers at the doorway and then, as if satisfied for the evening, folds back into the corridor. It is not a surrender. It is, perhaps, a patient agreement that something is happening at last, that the building will be named, and that the act of naming will change it. I write in my notebook, longhand, the phrase that will not stop ringing in my head, file closed. I underline it hard. Then I write beneath it, smaller, not closed. Outside, the city continues its indifferent work. The radiator clicks awake somewhere across the hall. Below us, a truck beeps, its sound a bright mechanical insistence. Inside my apartment, the papers breathe like suppressed memories. There is a sound like a soft hand on the door, one of the buildings, many shadows registering a small movement, and I take it as a warning and a witness both. I am not done with the lingerer. If the building has been practicing forgetting, I will practice remembering, and in the disquiet of that practice there will be no clean erasure. Outside, a shadow lifts, and for the first time it does not wave in accusation. It waits like someone in the audience before a show for the telling. The telling will have consequences. Mr. Calder's signature sits like a punctuation mark at the end of a sentence that is not finished. I fold the final page into my pocket and step into the night, certain of only one thing: the building keeps its own ledger, and now I will keep one too. The shadow's wave was small, an almost imperceptible lift of a maid hand, yet I remember it as if I still feel the movement under my skin. It happened in the corridor between 80B and 100C, the light from the exit sign pooling a thin, bruised color over the scuffed carpet. For a week it catalogued lagging silhouettes and the way lamp light could betray you. But this was different. The shadow didn't merely lag, it pointed. It stood in the threshold of 18EC and, with a motion that was both patient and deliberate, indicated the space beyond the door. I stood there for a long time, hands in my pockets, the notebook at my hip heavier than any practical object should be. I told myself there were dozens of reasons to be cautious. Unlocked doors in this building could be invitations or hazards. A neighbor might be returning from work and find me riffling through private things. There were bound keys, angry dogs, the banal violence of someone who mistook me for a thief. The rational list is its own kind of ritual, and I said each item aloud like a litany because my bones had lifted themselves into that peculiar, brittle hope that is shared by people who are searching for proof. The wave repeated, slow enough that it felt rehearsed. The shadow's edges blurred against the hallway's light. It did not beckon so much as point, with the precision of a hand that has learned gestures as a language. The door to 80C was cracked open by perhaps 3 inches, a sliver of domestic light warmer, lemon-tinged, different from the corridor's buzz spilling into the common space. Air moved from the gap. It carried the faint, citrus tang of polish and a scent I could not immediately name, a sweet dustiness that happens when sunlight settles on paper and cloth. I stepped forward. My footfalls were small, muffled by the worn runner. The building accepted my intrusion as if it had been waiting for me. The door was hardly latched. It yielded without resistance with the same quiet I had used to open envelopes at a funeral. For a moment I could not tell whether the silence beyond the threshold was that of an empty room or of one holding its breath. Inside, the living room looked as if someone had set a stage and then left the actors mid-action. A small table sat near the window with 2 plates on it, the ghosts of food traced next to the rings of cutlery. Someone had placed a jacket over one chair, men's, perhaps a little too large, its sleeves smoothed as if to retain a shape of the person who'd worn it. Near the door, a child's sneaker, small and scuffed, waited in a corner like a quiet accusation. On the coffee table lay a photograph face down and a neat pile of letters tied with a ribbon that had gone soft with age. The room breathed like an animal that was not used to being observed. Light from the apartment window had been filtered through a blind, striping the space with thin bars of sun and shadow. The quality of it made even the dust motes look like deliberate motes, things kept in a place for the purpose of being seen. The shadow stood in the doorway, not exactly attached to the wall and not entirely free. It glanced at me as if to make sure I had taken in the tableau, then tilted its head toward the pile of envelopes. I realized, with a lurch that made my teeth ache, that I had come here because something in me wanted not only to know, but to be seen knowing. It is a smaller, more particular hunger than the need for evidence. It is the hunger for a witness. We feed ghosts with witnesses. I have been feeding the lingerer with myself. Hello, I said, because sound is a way to anchor a room. My voice sounded thin. It scraped the air and fell back into the hush. There was no answer, no rustle to claim the space as occupied by flesh. The shadow's suggestion was patient. It did not usher me forward so much as invite me to notice. My hands moved on their own accord. I slipped off my shoes at the threshold, not out of courtesy, but because, in the hush of the apartment, my feet wanted to become more intimate with the floorboards. Floors in this building remember what they have supported. They hold the shape of the years. I have slept on floors and found the impression of someone else's life in the groan of a board. The wood here was cool and smelled faintly of lemon and old paper. I went to the coffee table and lifted the photograph. The woman in it smiled at the camera in a way that made me ashamed for a second of the way I had made smiles into relics, the way I now catalogued them. She had an open face, a softness around the eyes as if the camera had caught her after laughter. On the back of the photograph someone had written in neat, slanted handwriting, Evelyn Hart, 2006. The name landed in me like a pebble. Rosa's ledger. The nervy, excited part of my brain gave a small, disbelieving cheer. The rest of me tightened. Beneath the photo, tied with a string that had the frailty of something meant to survive decades of handling, was a small stack of envelopes. Their edges were crisp. I pulled them carefully. The top envelope bore an address in faded ink delivered to an ATC postmarked years ago. The second was thicker, the third thinner. The fourth in the pile, made my breath hitch. Its stamp was smeared and its postmark recent, blurred but legible in the month. I swallowed. What I began, but the apartment didn't give me words. The shadow in the doorway made a motion like a hand smoothing the air, and when I followed its direction I saw something else, a school report. A child's crayon drawing folded into the corner of an envelope, a small bronze token, perhaps a charm from a subway, a note in a quick, slanted hand that read, "Please don't let them erase this." I sat down on the faded couch because the world had condensed into that small pile of paper and it needed me to attend. I took the first letter and slid my finger under the flap. The smell hit me first, the same sweet dust, like someone had kept the paper in a drawer with lavender sachets decades ago. The handwriting inside was different from the neat name on the photograph. It was a cramped script lined on the page, but with margins eaten up by the hurried pressure of a pen. The letter began, "I am writing because no one believes us when we say the building takes everything. We left in such a hurry and the mail kept coming." There were forms, redacted forms, and a man with a thin smile who said he would handle it. He didn't. We kept our things, but the things kept us. My chest tightened. The voice on the page was raw and present in a way that made the room feel like a confession booth. Paper, I had begun to understand, is one of the ways the lingerer eats, not by consuming, but by collecting. Each envelope was a small repository for a life that the building had refused to allow to finish. I photographed each letter with shaking hands. The camera on my phone insisted on focusing on the texture of the paper, on the little tears along the edges, on the indents left by earlier pens. I made a transcript into my notes app, typing with an accuracy that felt like sacrament. The letters spoke of rent left unpaid in the chaos of an emergency move, of forwarding addresses written and then being returned undelivered, of a child who had been sick and a neighbor who had taken them to the hospital. There were mentions, again and again, of a name that matched the ledger Rosa had given me, Evelyn Hart. The shadow watched with the patience of a thing that knows time is its ally. It did not grow menacing when I read aloud. Instead, it made the smallest of nods as if approving the attention. There was a tenderness to it, a weird care. It wanted my name. It wanted me to speak theirs aloud. I found myself giving them a voice. Evelyn Hart. The letters on the page trembled in the light of the lamp. One envelope, the recent one, had a fold in its corner that suggested it had been opened and then replaced. Its handwriting was newer, ink less faded. I held it too long, and the world tightened and spun a little. If someone had been sending mail to an empty apartment this month, who had been receiving it? The postmark was not entirely clear, but there was enough of a date for me to know it was from some time in the late summer. My mental map of the building bent like light through water. I pocketed the most recent letter. It felt forbidden, like taking a relic from a shrine. The shadow did not protest. Instead, it stepped back just enough to leave the doorway visible, as if the act of leaving was a part of the ritual. I tried to photograph the entire room as evidence: 2 plates, a jacket, a child's sneaker, a coffee mug with a ring of dried tea that had left a faint brown watermark on the saucer. Each object read like an epitaph. In the space between the silence and my breathing, a memory pushed in. The last time I had left without giving something its due, a phrase unsaid to my mother in the hospital, a goodbye not properly held. The letter's cramped lines had the cadence of someone trying to stitch words together before the thread ran out. I read another line aloud, the sound of my voice softened by the air. We kept our things, but the things kept us. The sentence sat in my throat like a small stone. There was a practical part of me that wanted to close the door, to carry these letters to Rosa and ask for answers, to make an appointment and lay them on her clipboard like evidence. But there was also a quieter, more dangerous hunger, the need to know the particulars of Evelyn Hart's life. I wanted the names of small tragedies, the times the landlord had ignored a call, the neighbor who had helped them. The exact pattern of forgetting that had allowed a life to slough into residue. I wanted a story to hold in my hands. The apartment seemed to understand this hunger. As if in answer, the shadow shifted and lifted a hand in a gesture that could only be translated as, "Look under the table." My impulse told me to leave everything where it lay, to avoid contaminating someone else's room with my human trespass. But curiosity is a small animal, and it had paced my restlessness for weeks, scratching at the door. I crouched and reached beneath the table. There, tucked under a placemat, was a small bundle wrapped in wax paper, a stack of receipts, a child's crumpled drawing, a grocery list. At the very bottom, carefully folded, was a thin sheet of paper with a long series of numbers and a single note. "If anything happens to me, tell them to stop sending letters here." It read like a plea and an instruction in one breath. I held it and knew I had found something both intimate and bureaucratic. The petition of grief is often a mix of ordinary paper and extraordinary want. When I stood, the shadow moved with a silkiness that made the hair along my forearms rise. It closed the space between itself and the wall until it was only a darker shade on plaster again. The door, which I had left cracked when I entered, was ajar. When I pulled it gently shut to leave, it resisted for half a heartbeat, as if someone else were on the other side holding it open. Then it clicked, normal and banal, and I was back in the hallway with the weight of the letters against my chest. Outside, the corridor smelled like old varnish and the faint metallic tang of the fire stairs. There was a sound, a radiator somewhere in the building settling, a soft clearing of a throat down the hall. The ordinary noises made the letters I held feel heavier, as though the building were physically compressing its history in my hands. The shadow did not follow me down the hall. When I glanced back, the sliver of warmth from 18C's window had faded and the door looked as if no one had opened it in years. I did not return the letters to the apartment. Instead, I walked to my own doorway and sat on my kitchen stool and opened the most recent envelope on my lap. The handwriting inside was shorter than the older letters, fewer sentences, more urgent edges. It read, "They said we'd be forgotten. We are not. Someone brings our mail back. Keep the windows open on Wednesdays. Listen for the radiator at midnight. E.H." The signature was a scrawl that squeezed itself into the final line, like someone had to finish quickly before being interrupted. I read it 3 times. The note closed the neat, dangerous gap between archived sorrow and living neglect. Someone brings our mail back. The sentence could mean a volunteer neighbor, a postal worker who remembered which rooms had names, or something else entirely. A ritual performed for the living and the not quite living. Keep the windows open on Wednesdays, instruction or superstition. Listen for the radiator at midnight, a code or a habit. My first practical thought was to find out who had been delivering that mail. My second thought was to call Clara and show her the envelope. My third thought, the one that peeled and revealed an H in the cartilage of my ribs, was that the building wanted me to know it had not finished collecting people. The lingerer in this form had put its hand on an old wound and reopened it. In doing so, it had allowed me to feel the actual edges of a life that had been truncated by administrative indifference. I photographed the letters and the photograph and typed the names into my notebook. Evelyn Hart now had a place in my ledger. The next practical thing to do was to bring the evidence to Rosa, because paperwork is stubborn, and because Rosa had been the one to open the door to records for me before. She had been careful and guarded when I had spoken to her about abstractions. Perhaps I could force her to be precise when presented with names and dates. As I stood to go downstairs, I felt, beneath the familiar pinched anxiety, a different sensation, a kind of reverence. It is a strange, halting thing to be the first person to name the undenied absence of another. The lingerer had not begged for pity. It had arranged remnants like offerings and then waited for someone to notice. In taking the letters, I felt less like a thief and more like an archivist, one who had been given the charge of speaking names aloud. In the stairwell, the lights hummed at an almost intolerable pitch, and the paint flaked in thin curls. 2 flights down, I saw Elliot mending the riser near his door, an old wrench in his hands. He looked up when he saw me, and without a need for words, his face took on the expression I had come to recognize in neighbors who kept too many small confidences. The look that asks whether you have found what you went down there to find. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," I said, though I wasn't sure. I waved the envelope uselessly, as if paperwork could be a talisman. "I found something. Names. Photographs." Elliot's hands stilled. "Don't tell me you went into someone's place." His voice was perfunctory but not angry. "There is a soft code among tenants. We respect the privacy of the missing." Has lived long enough in the building to know that prying sometimes becomes an act of violence, even when it aims to undo another violence. I admitted. I didn't take much, just letters, evidence. He studied the envelope and made a small sound that might have been approval or worry. "You should show Rosa," he said finally. "If someone has been delivering old mail and someone else has been picking it up, it's responsibility, one way or another. Responsibility." The word had a slipperiness to it, much like the building itself. I turned the envelope in my hands and felt both daring and dread. In it I had the proof I'd been hungry for, the direct tie between the lingerer and the ledger of management's indifference. The building had always been a palimpsest of human errors and kindnesses, and now the layers were unfurling into my lap. Before I could formulate my plan to go to Rosa, to call Clara, to learn everything I could about Evelyn Hart, the hallway light flicked, and, over the hum of the heater, I heard a sound that made my skin go cold, a child's laughter, distant and thin like a tape played too quickly. I looked down to the envelope. On the inside of the recently opened page, Evelyn, maybe someone else, had scrawled, in a hand I did recognize, "Don't let them settle us." I folded the letter back into its envelope and slid it into the pocket of my coat. The building had given me a name and a charge. The shadow had, in its patient way, pointed me toward a hole in the building's story that was not merely structural but moral. I knew then that evidence alone would not be enough. Naming would force choices, and choices would have consequences for the people who still lived between those walls. At my door I paused and looked back down the hall. The door to ATC was closed. Its brass plate caught the light and sent a thin, cold gleam like a blade across the runner. For a moment the whole place seemed to hold its breath. I slid my key into the lock and felt the metal press against my palm like a promise. The letters in my pocket were not just proof now. They were an invitation into a deeper sort of witness. I fumbled my door open and stepped across the threshold into my apartment, where my lamp threw a pool of light that made the room safe and ordinary. I set the letters down on my kitchen table and sat, for the first time in several months, in the company of the thing I feared most, knowing. When I looked up, my shadow on the wall did not move to mock me. It stood with the particular slackness of a shape that has learned to wait. Outside in the building, some other shadow thicker, older still lingered in a room I had only just left. The envelope in my pocket was a key. The photograph was evidence that someone had been lived and gone, and that their absence had not been properly accounted for. I opened the notebook and wrote, 18C Evelyn Hart letters, one recent envelope, windows open Wednesdays, radiator at midnight, someone brings the mail back. Then I added, beneath the shorthand I could not bear to lose, we are not alone in this. When I closed my notebook, I did not feel triumphant. I felt a shift like a hinge releasing under weight. The lingerer had given me a doorway. I had to decide what to do with it. Outside, the building breathed its small noises, pipes clanking, a muffled radio. A door slammed somewhere far along the corridor. Inside, shadows kept their corners. But the room I had walked through would not remain, as it had been my act of noticing had changed it. And I had the letters as proof that something in the building had been trying to keep its stories alive. I made tea because habit offers refuge. While the kettle hissed, I thought about Rosa and Mr. Calder and the redacted report that had seemed like a hole in a ledger. I thought about Lee, the fragile scaffolding of our relationship, and how many names I had left unnamed in the quiet years after my mother died. I thought about the child whose sneakers lay in the corner as if mid-step. When I poured the water and felt it steady my hands, I resolved to bring the letters to Rosa first thing in the morning. My chest felt stretched with an urgency I could not fully name. This was not only about a ghost or an apartment. It was about the city's appetite for forgetting and the ways in which organizations and people made decisions that allowed bodies and memories to become residue. I put the recent envelope on the counter under the lamp and, before I could stop myself, I read the final line one more time. Don't let them settle us. A threat, a plea, an instruction. I set my mug down and listened to the radiator answer with a long, rusted sigh. Somewhere beyond my windows, the city moved on. In my hands, I had enough to ask questions that would not be answered easily. The adjacent door, shut now and ordinary again, had done what a doorway is always capable of. It had shown me an opening and left me outside of it, with the choice to step through. I poured the tea down the sink. Outside, a shadow in the hallway shifted as if to wave, and I found that I no longer flinched. I had crossed a line and come back carrying a small, dangerous truth. The apartment had given me a name. The building would have to answer. I put on my coat and left the letters on the table, stacked carefully under the lamp's pool. In the margins of my mind, the words windows open on Wednesdays wrote themselves like a future appointment. I walked to my door and paused with my hand on the knob, listening for the radiator at midnight, as if a code might come in a hum. When I closed the door behind me, the hall was as it always was, ordinary, indifferent, humming with the city's muffled breath. But I had a name now, and names alter the geometry of things. They make corners sharper and doors harder to ignore. As I stepped into the corridor, the shadow at 18's door, if there was one, did not wave. It had done its work. It had pointed and waited. Now the work belonged to me. I walked down toward Rosa's office with the letters pressing against my side like a promise and a burden. A small packet of paper that had the potential to complicate lives and uncover carelessness. The building had given me a charge. I was going to follow it, even if it meant opening doors that people had kept sealed for a reason. Behind me, the apartment kept the place it had been, a chair with a jacket on the back, a cup with a dried ring, a child's sneaker waiting for a foot that might never come home. The adjacent door had done what doors do in a building that remembers. It had left a trace. It had shown me that some absences do not end, and that the shadow of a life can be as stubborn as any living person who insists on being seen. When I reached the stairs, I thought I heard laughter again, soft, like someone running on the other side of a hallway, but this time it was not only a sound. It was a set of directions. It was the building telling me, in its patient, obdurate way, that the next step was to speak the name aloud in a place that kept records, to force a ledger to acknowledge a life. I took the stairs 2 at a time. I had letters in my coat pocket and a shadow at my back. The corridor behind me sighed into its usual, forgetful hum. But I had the name Evelyn Hart on my tongue, and the sense that the building had finally put its hand on a wound and pleaded with me to be the thing that would not let it heal shut without being tended. When I reached the lobby, I paused on the threshold as if stepping into the daylight might dissolve the night. It did not. The letters in my pocket were solid, a weight that belonged to a real, messy life. The adjacent door would remain closed. The lingerer would wait. I had stepped through, and the building had opened its mouth. Now I had to decide how loudly to speak. The shadow waited like a guest who had taken the liberty of choosing where to stand. It was in the doorway when I opened mine, just beyond the threshold, where the hallway light pooled, and my living room's lamplight stopped like a tide. For a moment I thought I might be seeing a trick of bulbs, the shape of my body elongated by the angle of the lamp, the dark a familiar echo. But this one was wrong the way an old photograph is wrong after you've learned the faces it held. Its edges breathed. They were not knife-sharp against the wall, but softened as though the shadow had a pull of its own, like smoke pressed flat in a book. I stood with keys still warm in my hand, my notebook jammed against my hip as an anchor or a weapon I never could decide which. My first thought, predictable and stubborn, was to record the date, the time, the exact positions of the lamp and the open door. There is power in the act of cataloging, a persistent belief that naming can arrest chaos. The act of watching, of writing, used to be a talisman. Now it felt like an attempt to hold clutter in neat rows before it took on threat. I closed the door behind me and set the keys on the counter with the ceremony of someone trying to create a boundary. The shadow lifted one hand. It was not a mimic of me. I would have felt safer if it were. It was a gesture I did not remember making in any room of my life, half wave, half beckon, an invitation to come closer and to be watched. My knees remembered the stairwell and the thin, efficient fear that had become my companion since I moved into 8 and I sat down at the kitchen table because it felt like something you did in horror stories: sit, observe, and let the matter prove itself. "You want me to leave a note?" I asked aloud, ridiculous, because asking clarifying questions has always been how I try to control situations that are otherwise beyond my reach. The room made no sound but its usual small noises, the refrigerator's even hum, the radiator's tentative tick. The shadow's lifted fingers curled as if in acknowledgement. There was no voice. It never spoke. But there was an intelligence to the motion that was almost cruel in its courtesy. It retreated 2 steps into the living room and settled in the darkest corner, the angle of the lamplight slicing it into something like a person sitting with hands folded. For reasons I would later attribute to a mixture of stubbornness and navette, I shut the notebook and let myself stand and follow. The apartment changed on that one breath. It wasn't a trick of light, so much as a battery of associations the shadow had turned on like a switch. The refrigerator's hum hardened into the soft mechanical whir of hospital equipment. The radiator's click became a monitor's beep. My lamp's warm comb bleached into an indiscriminate white that had no home, like the ceiling light in a clinic. A smell rose, antiseptic, a faint sweetness of hospital coffee that did not belong to my small kitchen. My living room folded around the smell and the sound until I could not tell where the apartment ended and the memory began. I did not think it would be like this. I had expected silhouettes across rooms, gestures, the arranging of objects, the tableau of absence. The ledger of our building had offered me those kinds of things for weeks: shoes pointing toward doors, a child's sneaker in a neighbor's hallway, a jacket folded as if someone might walk back into it. Those were plaintive notes, scratched in the margins. This was a full sentence. The shadow had pulled a paragraph from some catalogue volume and set it on the floor like a present. and it was addressed to me. In the halogen light, I could see my mother's hand. I could smell the distilled bleach of hospital linoleum and the hospital coffee's stale sweetness. Her wrist was smaller than I remembered and brittle with veins. Her skin had a translucence that made me think of paper thin, and yet it held all the places it missed. The gown pooled at her knees like cloth that had been waiting for the body to return, and the bed's rail clinked when she turned her head. The breath that left her had a laborious economy to it, like a machine measuring out the last of something. I want to say I braced. I didn't. I folded like a map under my own fingers. I reached across the living room over the coffee table that had a mended ring from some earlier tenant and took that small, warm hand. It was exactly what I feared and what I wanted: small, warm, ineffably ordinary. My mother smiled the way she had when I was childishly dedicated to making her proud thin, and surprised that something in me might have been done right. I had been saving that memory like a coin. The shadow had made it spendable. "I'm so sorry," I said. Saying it didn't feel like a relief. It felt like confession. I had rehearsed more elaborate apologies in the dead hours. "I am sorry I did not visit more. I am sorry I left. I am sorry." The last thing I said was a clipped goodbye. But the hospital sounds made the syllables of the rehearsed apologies come out smaller and clumsier than they had in my head. My throat made a noise I didn't recognize as a sound I had ever made before. Her fingers tightened around mine. She opened her mouth, but the sound she made was a waver, a small half-breath. She had always been better at listening than answering. The pattern had always been that I spoke and she catalogued, her silence an index where I could place my failures. She looked at me the way someone looks at a not yet finished project, evaluative, with room left for adjustments. I wanted to tell her so many things. Instead, I choked on a simpler thing: I should have come back. The shadow rearranged itself, as if that admission required a visual punctuation. It folded its own hands and held them to its chest in exact synchrony with the tightness I felt constricting my lungs. The building answered in its own grammar. A floorboard exhaled a small complaint. A pipe sighed. The apartment did not let my statement rest. It made room for it to be heard, amplified. Memories are not films. They are more like photographs with edges rucked and curled. What the shadow did, what the lingerer did it in all its shapes, was not to project a perfect motion picture recollection, but to select and saturate details that had the power to hurt. It pulled focus on my mother's knuckles, on the sound a nurse's shoes made on linoleum, on the way my own voice split against a mattress rail. I had been afraid of forgetting. The ghost of that fear had been the engine of my notebook. The truth was more complicated. I had never allowed myself to know the full map of that night, because if I did, I risked the small, surgical certainty that it made a choice. "Why didn't you come?" my mother asked, and it was a question that arrived like a small legal instrument. It was not angry. Anger is loud. This was a precise and small device meant to see if I would move under its inspection. I thought I started, and the shadow tilted its head as if to note the sentence's incompleteness. I had thought many things, a welter of practical rationalizations. Work, the logistics of travel, my own self-preservation masquerading as responsibility. But the deeper truth was an awkward, petty carving, the fear that visiting would make the whole thing more real, that the more I attended, the less I could carry the idea of her in a pocket and pretend she was safely preserved. "I was tired," I said. It felt like a child's attempt at laying pragmatics over feeling. In that moment the shadow did something that felt almost tender. It pressed its empty palm against my chest, not touching, but aligning with my sternum, and the apartment's acoustics made the sound of my heart a drum. The shadow did not need to be heavy. The geometry of light and wood, and the soft leather of the chair multiplied the sense of weight. It made me feel my smallness with the same precision a surgeon uses to indicate a stitch. The memory did not let me go. It wound the film tighter, and the images came not in linear order, but like a string of beads slipped on a wrist, the nurse's shoes. The scent of boiled eggs in a hospital coffee lounge, the way my mother's eyelids fluttered. At one point she laughed an almost mischievous sound at the absurdity of some trivial hospital bureaucracy, and I realized I had preserved that laugh because it suggested, to my younger self, that everything might still be salvageable. The shadow accentuated it as if to say, "See, here is the seed of your stubborn hope." At a certain tilt, the living room reconstituted an entire scene I had avoided for years, the moment when the doctor said there was little more to be done. I had left the room then, because leaving felt like preserving dignity or at least saving myself from the scene's full weight. It told myself the practical lie that I was not needed, that my mother was steady because she had been all along. How easily one can tell these lies to oneself. How easily one can bundle them and carry them as proof of competence. The shadow showed me the opposite, that in leaving I had turned a finality into a convenience. It did not shout my sin. It made me stand in the quiet of the memory, with the sound of machines and my own footsteps echoing. It made me hear the soft, latent apology that had been swallowed by the corridor and my own unwillingness to turn back. I should have said "I'm sorry for everything," I whispered into the mattress of the remembered room. The words were not for any living ear. They were a strip of linen I was offering to bind some small wound. My mother's fingers found mine and squeezed in what I could only interpret as forgiveness, if not absolution, then a gentle acquiescence. She closed her eyes then, as if inviting sleep, and when she opened them the light of recognition was softer. There is a cruelty in being forced to relive a thing you have been avoiding. There is a mercy too. The lingerer did not grant me absolution. It only demanded that I name what I had not named. The difference is the key. Ritualized naming is not the same as forgetting, and perhaps that is why the building held on. It preferred that truths be acknowledged, not always healed. There is a kind of dignity in that insistence, even if it is administered by a presence that has no hands. When the memory receded, it did so like a tide leaving objects on the sand. I found myself kneeling on the rug, my palms damp with some remembered warmth that was not present in the room. The lamp's cone returned to ordinary illumination. The smell of antiseptic thinned and became again the faint, citrus clean tang of my cleaner. The shadow sat in its corner, folded as if the exchange had been a small, private dialogue between acquaintances. It did not look triumphant. It had the quality of someone who had performed a necessary ritual and was now awaiting a reciprocal action. "Do you forgive me?" I asked the shadow. I sounded foolish even to my own ears. Forgiveness is a thing normally exchanged between living agents. The apartment answered with a silence so full it felt like a presence. I realized then that the lingerer's currency was attention, names, stories, the acknowledgement of arid facts. It did not ask for denial. It asked for the ledger to be completed. Make of it what you will, a court, a church, a municipal bureaucracy run by a conscience made of low light. I thought about burning the letters it found in the adjacent apartment 2 nights before, about the ritual wed tried that had failed, about the small, improvised memorial in the top-floor closet Elliot had shown me. I thought about Rosa's redacted files, all those bureaucratic silences stitched into paper, and I understood with a terrifying clarity that the residue was made of those moments no one had formally acknowledged. The lingerer stitched them together and, in doing so, became capable of mimicking the most intimate parts of us. My chest felt as if someone had left a tiny, accurate print there and had then folded away the rest. I was relieved in a way that made me ashamed. When it first noticed the lagging shadow, I had been angry at the apartment, at the city that kept selling me places that would not hold me properly. Now anger felt like a surface reaction. Underneath was a more complex current, grief braided with the municipal negligence that had enabled it. "What do you want from me?" I asked. It was both a practical question and a plea. The shadow's head tilted and its fingers pointed slowly and deliberately toward the hallway. It did not wave. It pointed. It was an old gesture, someone indicating you should look up a name on a list or down a corridor you'd preferred to avoid. The apartment's small noises swelled, filing the silence like a procession. Somewhere beyond the door I thought I heard an accent of movement, a soft but clear thud that could have been a step or could have been nothing more sinister than a pipe settling. I sat back on my heels and looked at the notebook on the kitchen table. I had used that book as a way to contain my fear, to map what might otherwise be unmoored. The shadow stared at the notebook, at its neat columns and anxious ink, as if approving or cataloguing. I realized the ledger it'd been keeping was not solely for me. It had become, unwittingly, a docket for the building's histories. Each name I wrote, each oddity I documented, fed the pattern the lingerer trusted. My pen felt suddenly inadequate. Documentation was one thing, ritual is another. The shadow did not ask for the extreme. It did not demand I give myself as some old bargain might have required. It gestured again, pointing toward the stairwell like an editorial note, and in that gesture I perceived both accusation and invitation. I moved to the door like someone stepping into cold water. The corridor beyond smelled of elevator oil and damp, with that thin city smell of traffic held far away and recycled. The building's light was a strip of pale fluorescence. Down the hall, light pooled under a door, and for a moment the hallway felt as legible as a score. The shadow sat back in its corner and watched. When I left my apartment, my hands messy with remembered touch, I felt as if the building had arranged itself into a question whose grammar I had not yet learned. The stairwell at the end of the corridor was closed, a seam patched over with paint months, if not years ago. But there was a door ajar further down, a sliver of dark between two frames. The shadow had not pointed at a single apartment. It had pointed toward a flow, a direction, a way of asking me to continue the conversation on the building's terms. As I reached the threshold of the stairwell at the point where the carpet's edge frayed and the corridor light flickered, the building did something small and terrible. A knock sounded at the opposite end of the hall. Not a frantic pounding, but 3 slow, deliberate raps, the cadence of someone who knows someone inside. It was both an ending and a beginning, the precise kind of hook I had learned to mistrust. I turned back once at the edge of the doorway and saw the shadow still folded like a person in the lamp's half-light. There was no malice in its shape, only an implacable patience. I thought of the ledger it'd begun, of the names it found in Rosa's files, of the staged rooms, of Clara's maps and Elliot's top-floor closet. The city outside continued its distant, indifferent hum. Inside, the building gathered its unsaid words like moths around a bulb. The knock echoed again. I stood with my palm on the cool rail. My breath, making the world visible in the small way it can when you are waiting for something to be decided for you. The lingerer had spoken in silence and made me answer in memory. Now it wanted something else, no longer only a confession, but a continuation. It had laid out a part of the ledger on my table and had waited to see if I would add my name to it as witness or as penitent. I could have gone back inside and bolted my door. I could have gotten my phone and called Lee and asked her to come hold the end of the thread while I explored the knot. I could have done any number of practical things to reassert an ordinary life. Instead, I walked toward the knock because the shadow had pointed and because, perhaps more honestly, I had no idea how to say no to a building that had already known too much about me. The hallway light caught me as I passed and made me feel very small, like someone photographed in a larger moment. I could feel the imprint of the memory like a bruise beneath my ribs, tender, precise. The knock sounded a third time, slow and patient as an animal waiting for a door to be opened. The stairwell was behind me, closed and painted over, but the apartment door down the hall stood a fraction ajar, a darkness behind it that seemed to be breathing. I took a breath and stepped toward it. not yet sure if I was answering the building or the memory or the part of me that had kept the notebook as armor for years. The lingerer sat in my living room as if to remind me that walls remember more than we do, that the city holds the small economies of forgetting and keeping. It had given me a merciless present, my mother's hand, my unsaid apology, the precise H of absence. It had not offered comfort. It had offered a demand. When I reached the nearest door, my knuckles hovered at eye level, ready to knock in the practiced rhythm of someone who had learned to announce themselves in public spaces. Beyond it, something moved in the dark, a motion that could have been a curtain or a person or a shadow shifting its weight. I braced myself and rapped once, twice, 3 strikes, the same slow cadence that had first called me from my apartment. The sound traveled down the corridor, made small echoes, and then something quiet answered from inside, a soft, measured step approaching the door. I had expected fear after the memory. What came instead was a sharp, clear line of decision. The lingerer had spoken. I had listened. The building now wanted me to go further. I placed my hand on the knob and felt the cool metal of choice under my palm. I opened the door. Outside, the corridor held its breath. Inside the apartment, the dark rearranged itself into a person-sized silhouette sitting on a chair that had been pulled forward slightly. The silhouette's edges were familiar in the wrong way. It matched, almost exactly, the dimensions of a living body, not mine, not quite anyone I had met. One hand lay on a stack of letters bound with a faded ribbon. The other hand raised, not to wave, but to point at the ribbon with that same deliberate, editorial gesture the lingerer had used in my living room. My throat made an animal sound. The apartment's hush was absolute. The shadow's presence was not accusation so much as an insistence. Look at this. Read it. Tell me the name and do not let it fade. I reached forward, because there are moments where doing the small, ordinary thing feels like a revolt. I picked up the letters and felt the paper's papery-skinned edges. The topmost envelope script, familiar because Clara had shown me the ledger, held a name I knew from Rosa's files. The ribbon fell away like a curtain. Behind the corridor's thin walls, the lingerer folded its hands and watched. The knock at the far end of the hall sounded again, as patient and sure as the building itself. It asked for response, and for the first time in a long while, I believed I had an answer I could not summon in ink alone. I turned to the shadow in the chair and said, without any of my usual qualifiers, tell me who you were. The shadow did not speak. It only pointed at a letter and watched me open it. The words inside were not just ink. They were the calendar of a life. They were the kind of thing bureaucracies redact and neighborhoods lose names, promises, a forwarding address that went blank. The lingerer had set the stage, and now it waited with the patience of something that had been taught to expect neglect. Where the conversation had ended in my living room with a memory unspooling, here the exchange began a ledger. The building did not demand my absolution. It demanded a witness. I read aloud, my voice a thread in a room that had been waiting a very long time to be heard. The shadows in 18B did not merely haunt, they recorded. They insisted we be honest about the ledger of our small cruelties and omissions. And as the words left my mouth, I understood the cost of their attention. To listen is to begin to be responsible for what one has let go. When the last line in the letter thinned into silence, the shadow in the chair let its fingers fall away. It did not vanish. It remained folded and patient, as if to say, we will continue. The corridor beyond us was still quiet, but the knock that had started this whole sequence 3 slow beats came again, and something in me made a small, inevitable vow. I shut the envelope and slipped it into my bag. The lingerer had spoken. I had been forced to listen. The next thing would be my answer. As I closed the apartment door, the lamp in my living room hallowed the corner where the shadow settled back into its habitual pose. It was not contentment. It was a watchful waiting. Outside, the city inhaled and exhaled, its indifferent noise folding against the building's skin. Inside, the ledger on my kitchen table waited for more names. I carried one letter and a bruise of memory with me. The building had asked for a witness, and I had offered myself. That night, I wrote until my pen skated across the page in a thin, vivid script. I catalogued the memory sentence by sentence, the things the shadow had made unbearable and necessary to know. I closed the notebook and left it on the table like an offering. The lingerer sat in the corner and watched me as if reading over my shoulder. When sleep finally pulled me under, it was not the blank, dissociative sleep I had been used to. It was close to exhaustion and also a kind of new, dangerous clarity. The building had spoken in a manner only a city could teach, bureaucratic, tenderless, precise. It had not wanted vengeance, it had wanted naming. I had answered, and the act of answering had fixed something in place. At 3 a.m, when I woke with the sense that something had rearranged the furniture of my mind. The lamp was still on, and the corner of the living room was still darker than the rest. The shadow remained folded like a person who had stayed to keep watch. My phone vibrated on the table, an unknown number perhaps. A neighbor, perhaps Clifton from downstairs with news of a meeting. Whatever it was, the city beyond my glass continued to ask for small responses. And somewhere down the hall, as if to punctuate the night's lesson, 3 measured knocks sounded once more. The apartment kept waving. When the stairwell took to organizing itself, it did so with the kind of care a meticulous liar brings to a story. The light above the landing stuttered once, twice, like a throat trying to clear, and where the bulbs failed, the dark arranged itself into things that had once been accidental hands on banisters, coats slung with a careless gravity, pauses so specific they could have been choreographed. I found them the way one finds an unlabeled photograph, by accident, and then by that slow, dangerous curiosity that won't let you look away. I went downstairs because the hallway had been too loud with absence. For days it kept the apartment's windows closed against the city's argument sirens on one end, a core of 1,000,000 muffled footsteps on the other, and the building's own noises had become a language I was only beginning to pass. The notebook in my pocket was an old habit. I had written notes like anchors, times the shadows lagged, the direction of drafts which radiator hummed loudest, the exact wording of a neighbor's shrug. This felt like evidence gathering. It felt like living on the right side of whatever rational boundary I still believed in. Tonight the hallway smelled of lemon cleaner and wet cardboard. 2 doors down, someone had left a cluster of pizza boxes like a small white architecture. I paused at the stairwell door because a pattern of sound, soft, interrupted, seemed wrong. The steps exhaled underfoot, and the ceiling light at the second landing flickered, as if acknowledging something passing. I climbed. I always climbed when I needed perspective. It is a domestic vice of mine, ascending to see what the apartment will not let me see from my chair. On the 3rd landing the light buzzed and half died. For a heartbeat the stairwell was shaped only by edges, the rectangle of each step, the metal railing smooth and unyielding beneath my palm. Then the dark moved. It was not a single blot but a procession, a little procession of misaligned tides. A silhouette slid along the stairs curve ahead of me, and as I watched, another pooled in the landing like spilled ink. They did not have faces. They had the awkward, particular geometry of people in the middle of being human, a hand caught in mid-reach. The lean of someone nudging a stroller. A head bent like someone listening hard. My breath was a private thing I could feel the shape of. My fingers left the railing and found the seam of my notebook in my pocket. "Hello," I said aloud, then, because one must be practical even when scandalized. "Who is there?" No answer, only the scrape of something like the whisper of a sweater. The first shadow turned in place, and its shoulder indicated the stair above, an almost salute toward the landing where several forms had gathered. They sat like an audience of absence. I should have felt relief to see them contained there instead of in my living room. Instead, relief folded into another sense, astonishment that perhaps hardened into accusation. The silhouette to my left mimed wiping its hands on an invisible towel, then, with startling particularity, shook the idea of its head in a way I would have recognized as annoyance if it had a face. I called Elliot's name like a small gambit, and like so many things I put into the world as if it were a bell. He arrived in a few minutes, practical and steady, the kind of person whose flashlight is a hymn to the ordinary. The beam cut a path through the silhouettes, and for a moment they receded as if embarrassed. "You called?" he asked without surprise, the corner of his mouth lifting in a way that was almost humor. He had the tool bag slung over his shoulder like armor. That night his posture was what steadied me. His voice was a line that rewrote the edge of the stairwell into something less uncanny. "They're here," I said. It was an admission and a plea. He didn't ask what they were. He took in the scene with the gentle economy of someone who had lived long enough in a building to accept its moods. Shadows, he guessed, or drafty tenants. He clicked the flashlight off and on, testing the bulbs, watching the silhouettes. The beam found the axis of a gesture. One of the shadows had its hand held out as if about to grasp something. Another had the curve of a child leaning toward an unnamed adult. The stairwell had become a theater of half-sentences. We stood in the landing, the two of us and an audience of bodies that were mostly negative space, and I felt like a voyeur. It occurred to me then that the word haunt is clumsy for what a building does when it keeps refusing to be emptied. "They are showing me things," I said. "Not just reproducing, but arranging." Elliot listened with the patience of someone used to listening to complaints about facilities. "Or we're listening wrong," he said. "Buildings do that, store motion, old wiring, old grief. You know how a floorboard will remember the steps of a person who used to pace it. We notice when it remembers someone else. We moved closer, because that is what one does when one cannot make something stop. You approach it." The shadows did not scatter like moths. Instead they shifted, sliding along the plaster in gestures that became narrative. A hand reached for a doorknob and froze. A figure bent as if lifting a suitcase that was never there. One silhouette bent itself into a shape exactly like the memory of my own departure with a single garbage bag, and a knot of anger knotted around my throat. The thing that struck me was the particularity. This was not generic human motion. It was the precise hitch of a shoulder that had once been Lee's when she would fold a sweater wrong and then correct it with exaggerated patience. It was the way a hand had hovered at a doorknob the night I left, my fingers leaving the paint cool. I walked until the landing opened the memory before me like a door, and suddenly I was standing in the hollow of a thing I had kept packed tight. The tableau arranged itself with an intimacy that felt like accusation. A shadow leaned back as if watching a hand drop from a fist. Another stood rigid as if someone had said a word mid-argument and left before it could finish. The air tasted metallic. My throat closed around the image of a suitcase being zipped. There was a sound in the stairwell that matched the rhythm of a heartbeat doubled, and then smothered. I had thought my notebook an anchor to separate what was mine from what was not. The stairwell rewrote the terms on which I could possess a memory. The silhouette that suggested the tilt of Lee's head, no face, only the negative of a gesture, paused and then, with a cruelty refined from patience, folded its hands together as if in prayer. I could have said later that the memory flared and then faded, that the ritual of watching something be enacted was enough to let it go. I would not be telling the truth. When the shadow that had mimed the door reached toward the invisible handle, the sound of a door closing unspooled in my ears. And in that second I was 9 years old and in a funeral parlor again, counting chairs as if they might form a ladder out of quiet. Memory is not a single tidy thing. It is a collision of sounds and textures and the small physiological facts of being alive. My palms sweated. I smelled cigarette smoke that had once lived on Lee's coat. The light above the landing hummed low and close. as if its bulb were holding back tears. Elliot's hand landed on my shoulder like the most human of anchors. "Hold on," he said. There was no condescension, only the brute fact of contact. He shone his light deliberately, and wherever the beam passed the silhouettes, they shuddered like fish in a net. The mimed conversation stuttered and resumed, then broke into pieces again. For a moment his flashlight made a map of the darkness, one of bright, functional lines. I leaned my forehead into the warmth of his palm. "I can feel it," I whispered. "They're showing me things I've tried to forget." He didn't ask me to prove it. He placed the flashlight on the stair tread, and it glowed like a small sun between us. "Buildings do not owe us selective mercy," he said finally. "If it's memory without consent. That doesn't make it kinder." He said the last as if it were a small, private law. He had been living in this building longer than me. He knew the shape of its negligence. The shadows rearranged themselves then, as if the presence of two witnesses invited them to become more candid. They multiplied in small ways, another shoulder here, a childlike outline there, until the stairwell felt crowded with movements that had happened in so many apartments they had become anonymous. Some reproduced arguments mid-phrase, one silhouette's fingers jabbed at nothing. Another's head tilted back with what could only be a laugh that never completed. They enacted departures with such microscopic fidelity that I felt the edges of my own pastness tear. Among them I found a sequence that was mine in a way that felt like theft, 2 figures by a door, the precise pause I had taken when I left. My coat slung across an arm like an improvised banner. The shadow took that pause and put it on display. I tasted salt and thought it was from crying, but there was also the metallic tang of a memory made too bright. "Why me?" I asked, absurdly, as if the building had a preference. That question landed thinly in the air. The stairwell's chorus did not answer in words. It answered by enlarging the show. A silhouette that had been holding an invisible child's hand lifted its arm and pointed down the stairs in a direction that suggested motion away, a departure that did not end. The thing about watching a memory is that at some point the memory watches you back. The silhouettes were not merely historical displays. They had selected me as audience, and in selecting me, they made me responsible for the story. I understood, in a way that felt like a bruise forming, that I was no longer the only keeper of my absences. The building wanted an audience for the places people left open. Elliot and I descended because staying felt like consenting to a private terror. The stairwell hummed behind us, a machine doing what it had always done, holding weight. As we passed the threshold to the hallway, the silhouettes thinned, pressing back into corners and doorframes like curtains pulled away, their gestures incomplete and waiting. The ordinary world returned like an apology, the buzz of a neon sign, the smell of fried onions from the floor below. My hands, which had been fists at my sides, sagged with a fatigue I hadn't expected. He walked me back up, step by step, with the methodical kindness of a man who knows where the railings are loose. "You need to tell someone," he said. It wasn't a demand so much as a plan offered to help hold a thing down. "Clara will want this on record. Rosa will hide something unless it's in the open." And Leahy paused, and for the first time that night I saw something flicker across his face like a private light. "Lee should hear this from you, not from a tableau." I thought of the stairwell's chorus and the way the silhouettes had trimmed the edges off my memories until they stood like stained cutouts. I thought of all the times I had told myself endurance was the same as care. "I can't let them keep doing that," I said. "I can't let the building perform my private moments for anyone whole come by." The sentence felt righteous and petty both. Elliot didn't meet my eyes. He was examining the worn paint on the wall, where someone had once scraped a coin or a key across the surface. "Maybe it's not about stopping them," he said slowly. "Maybe it's about changing what they show." We both knew that night that changing was a fragile, slow thing. It could be paperwork filed with Rosa. It could be a photo placed in a closet. It could be a public telling that forced the shape of a life to be noticed rather than performed in silence. Or it could be nothing, and the stairwell's chorus might keep its nightly rehearsals until the light went out for good. We re-entered my apartment with the residue of the stairwell clinging to our clothes. The living room lamp threw a pool of familiar light that did not quite banish the night's images, but it drew a different kind of map, one with edges I could trace. I took out the notebook and began to write, not a record this time, but a litany. I wrote the things I could remember of the tableau, the tilt of the shoulder, the pause. I wrote the parts of the argument that had been played for me as outline and feeling, the words that had never reached completion. I wrote the name of the person who had died in an apartment above, and the direction of the moving van that morning. My hand shook at first, then steadied with the simple, stubborn accuracy of a person wanting to own the details. There was a long silence after the writing, an afterspace where language seemed to hang like laundry in the dark. Elliot cleared his throat. "You should sleep," he said. "I'll stay until you do." I considered telling him to go. Instead, I let him make tea and put a mug on the coffee table as if there were a cushion of normality to be had. The tea steamed. The building hummed. From the stairwell came the faintest susurration of movement, as if an audience was choosing to go home for the night. For a while we sat in the small public of my living room, two bodies, two warm mugs. Paper and pen between us, and for that moment the stairwell's chorus felt distant as the city beyond the windows. But before sleep took me, the idea arrived in its own late, precise way. To witness is to be complicit unless one does something with the knowledge. The stairwell had shown me a scene of my own leaving, and in showing me it had performed a kind of theft. I thought of how buildings keep doing what people teach them to do: store, gather, forget. I thought of all the unpaid ledgers and maintenance reports Rosa had hidden, and of the absent landlord who existed only in terse emails. I did not know the method by which I would transform what I'd seen into something that could be changed. Rituals had failed before. Candles sputtered in drafts and ashes refused to be tidy. But the stairwell's chorus had offered me a map of the things a building remembers. Maps I knew required annotations. When I finally fell asleep, it was with the kind of exhausted vigilance that dreamless people hold, the knowledge that things can repeat themselves, and the fragile, radical idea that attention changes the geometry of grief. Down the hall the building exhaled. The stairwell perhaps rehearsed its acts until dawn. I hoped, with a pragmatic and improbable hope, that when the day came the shadows might offer something new. Not the accusation of a tableau, but a scene in which a door is closed and someone returns to stay. At the top of my notebook, under a new heading, I wrote a single instruction: document everything. If memory wants an audience, then give it one that will not let it lie. I asked Lee to come back the way people ask for rain in a draught untidy, desperate. A little ashamed that it took so long to admit the need. It seemed to matter less how I asked than that I had finally asked at all. I wrote her a note shoved under her door, a single page folded twice so she could ignore it if she wanted to. I did not expect the knock to sound like it did, timid and immediate, not the long, slow clearing of years I had rehearsed in my head. Her silhouette filled the doorway before she stepped entirely into the light, and the world compressed into the small sound of her shoes on the linoleum, and the smell of rain and coffee, and whatever markers of work she carried on her coat. She looked at me like an unfinished sentence. She said my name as if it were a caution. "You called me," she said. "So say something sharp and fast and true." I laughed then, not because it was funny, but because I had been holding so much that a laugh felt like a pressure valve. "I called you because everything is wrong," I said. It sounded flippant. It was not. I had rehearsed honesty and kept circling it like a wary animal in a garden. She took me in with those eyes that had once been a harbor and were now a measuring stick. "Is it the apartment?" she asked. Is it the building or is it you? I wanted to deflect. I wanted to make it the building, the thin walls, the radiator that clicked like a clock with no hands, the shadow that lagged like a bad recording. I wanted a polity of reason to stand behind, but the shadows had not come as an easy scapegoat. They came as accusers, yes, but only because I had left the things they reflected unspoken and still warm. I sat her down on the couch, because I had started sitting people down as if the furniture could be a neutral ground where secrets could be traded for air. The lamp hummed soft and domestic. The shadows lay long and patient against the wall. I brought the notebook to the coffee table and set it between us like an offering. The notebook had become a ledger: times, dates, sketches of silhouettes, lists of names. In the margins I'd drawn small arrows where a shadow had gestured, little crescents where the light seemed to swallow itself. It felt obscene to show it to her, but also urgent. If the building's memory was a thing that nested in margins and cracks, then the book was a way to make it visible. She ran a finger over my notes without asking and said, "You have been doing the work of a priest at a church that doesn't let grief in." Her voice was level and quiet. She had not come to berate me, and yet she had not come to comfort me either. She had come to demand truth. I told her everything. I told her about the first night the shadow lagged a breath late in the hallway, and how I laughed at myself in the bathroom, and then left the light on and wrote "Watch the shadow" in the margin. I told her how the lag turned into a step behind me in the kitchen, then into a silhouette seen from another room with fingers lifted like a wave. I told her about the photographs that tilted overnight and the umbrella that appeared in my hall when no one had left one there. I told her about the ledger from Rosa's office, abrupt move-outs, redacted memos, a name that kept recurring in the margins of dates. I told her about the room I had followed a shadow into the dinner plate, drying like someone might return at any moment. A jacket folded on the chair as if not yet cold. She listened like a person taking inventory of an unfamiliar house. Once in a while she would stop me and ask a sharp question. When did you first notice the missing keys? When did you last sleep through the night? That read like a doctor's checklist. The questions were practical and therefore damaging. They reminded me that while my life had bloomed into obsession, other parts had withered. I realized in the way she asked that my observations had been both shield and wound. The notebook was a mirror held up too close. At some point she reached for my hand. It was a small and sensible gesture, nothing like a vow or a wedding, more like patching a sleeve. "You have been living in the interim," she said, "between the thing that left you and the thing you are supposed to become." "Between moving and moving on," I said. The phrase felt like facts in a ledger, and the ledger had been my refuge if I could account for every oddity. Perhaps reality would remain stable. Perhaps I could keep myself together with paper and ink. She clicked the pen in her pocket and took the book from me. "Read me one?" she said. I had outlined scenes in the notebook like a psychiatrist might outline traumas, dates, durations, the exact wording of gestures. I read one aloud. The morning I found the living room arranged like a shrine. A jacket folded across a chair, a photograph face down on the coffee table, a cup placed on the sill as if someone had stood up mid-sip. When I described how the shadow had slid into the chair and bowed its head, I felt the words unspool something inside me I had not known was knotted. She did not flinch. She read the description again in her own voice, as if trying on a character. "Why do you keep them?" she asked. "Why do you give them names or chairs?" "Because otherwise they're not real enough to be acknowledged," I said. "Because if I don't name them, they can just be." I stopped. I did not know how to finish the sentence with the right quietness. If I did not name them, they could be shrugged off by the city. If I did not name them, they would not exist in the ledger and therefore would be easier for everyone to forget. The building loves forgetting. So you keep them for them, or you keep them for yourself. Her question landed like a coin on a table. I had been pretending the shadows were an external nuisance that could be studied and contained, and telling that story allowed me to avoid telling the internal one. How the small deaths I had amassed in myself were the things that stuck. How my mother's hospital room had gone quiet between visiting hours. How Lee's hand had left mine in a kitchen doorway, and how the absence had not been grieved properly because I was always, then, on the move. The building had not invented the silence, it had simply become good at keeping it. Sometimes I think they're accusations, I said. Sometimes I think they are reminders. Sometimes I think they are a kindness the city refusing to let me throw things away that belong to someone else. Lee rubbed at her temple and then, without warning, read a passage from my notebook aloud. She read the entry where I described the night the shadow forced me to relive my mother's last hospital visit. The smell of antiseptic. The lamp that had buzzed like a trapped insect. The words I had not said before the monitors smoothed out. Hearing my words in someone else's cadence altered them, made them less like private relics and more like evidence. "You were keeping a museum for your grief," she said. "But it's not a museum if it's just catalogued and closed." The apartment outside our conversation hummed in the way it always did, pipes that sounded like muted trains. The faint radio from somewhere above. The distant rhythmic bang of a neighbor's late-night habit. At the edge of my vision a darker patch waited in the doorway. It had copied my posture earlier in the week, first lag, then mimicry, and now it seemed to be listening. The shadow's presence was like a borrowed breath. If I did not breathe the same way, we were both in danger. Leah asked me about the look on the photograph I had found in the staged room. Who were they? She wanted to know. I had named some taken from Rosa's ledger, some from scraps of letters, but most were not mine to claim. I had become a steward of other people's last gestures. It pleased the lingerer to have someone to organize those gestures. It pleased me because it gave my days a shape. But it also hollowed me out. At one point Elliot knocked, and we both heard him in the hallway, an expectant, practical kind of knocking, the sort that carries a cupped flashlight, like an offering. He left a toolbox in the doorway and said, "You doing all right in here?" He smelled of oil and old coffee. His presence steadied something in me. "We're talking," Lee said. "We're doing a thing that is not a fight." He nodded and then, noticing the ledger, lifted his eyebrows as if to say, "We all have ones." He retreated with his lamp and a promise that he'd be back to check the patched baseboard. The building's maintenance flosses between tenants and their stories in ways that feel bureaucratic and holy at the same time. Night sank. Lee stayed even when she could have left. She sat cross-legged on the coffee table and read page after page from the notebook. There was a method to the reading. She picked entries that described small domestic betrayals, the photograph that shifted, the umbrella that migrated, the child's sneaker left in the wrong doorway, and by reading them aloud she turned private cataloging into public recognition. As she read, the apartment's mood changed. The lingerer watched, but it watched as a congregation watches a sermon, rather than an inquisition. The gestures it offered grew slower, less theatrical. It no longer staged full replays in my living room. Instead, it arranged smaller pieces in the hallway, like an audience placing their programs in a pew. At one point, she read the entry about my mother's hand in the hospital, the one I had been avoiding. I had written it clumsily the night I could not bring myself to hold the memory whole. The hand was warm. The monitor was the ocean. I had nothing left to say. Lee finished the sentence with a line I had not owned up to, in a voice that was simple and terrible. "You think if you don't tell it out loud, it won't be real." I closed my eyes. The apartment made a sound like an exhale. Without thinking, I told the story properly, in the way you speak when you are no longer trying to protect your own soft parts. I told the full memory of the hospital room, the fever refrigeration of the lights, the way the nurse had squeezed my shoulder and said, "It is okay to leave." I told how I had left instead, and then moved apartments as a way of not returning. Each sentence felt like an offering and a theft. I was taking the shame I had kept and placing it where it could be seen. Lee listened as if she were balancing the story in her hands. When I finished, she said, "You were trying to live around the edges of your grief. The building kept the edges intact because you wouldn't let them land." My throat ached. The lamp cast our shadows on the wall, two human shapes, one flickering with movement as Lee shifted and the other still, as if I had been carved and left to cool. Across the room, the lingerer lifted a hand and waved with that small, domestic gesture that had been the first undeniable proof of its agency. The motion should have been a threat. Instead, it felt like the last piece of being acknowledged. Not for me necessarily, but for the small private ordinaries in the staged room, the drying cup, the jacket, the child's sneaker. Lee put the notebook down and lay back on the couch. "Stay with me tonight," she said simply. This was a petition and also an instruction. We had been strangers in a house of our own making, and now she was asking to bridge the span by being physically present. In my experience, the presence of another person changes how memory works. Arguments, confessions, and reconciliations are different when somebody else holds the acoustic space for them. She fell asleep curled like a comma, her breathing regular and small. I watched her for a long time, cataloguing her hand as if it were an item among the ledgered things, and it struck me how odd it was that my need had been so practical that I had to invent projects to keep my hands busy. The lingerer drifted at the doorway, and when the building made a complaining metallic noise, the shadow answered with a slow tilt of the head, as if listening to a neighbor's faint radio. The night that followed had the clarity of a sleep untroubled by the thin edges of dreams. When I woke, not long before dawn, Lee was awake too and reading another passage from the book in a low voice. Her voice filled the room in a way that had nothing to do with theatrics. It was an instrument for remembering. She read an entry about Elliot's makeshift memorial, how he had placed a photograph on a top-floor shelf and let a slice of sunlight fall over it at noon, and I realized, not for the first time, that the building's residue was as much about small, intentional acts as it was about neglect. We spoke as the city outside started to wake quietly, with deliberate tenderness. Lee asked whether I wanted to keep the note in the open or to file it away and revisit the entries with deliberate grace rather than obsession. "You don't have to stop cataloging," she said, "but you can stop letting it be the only way you live with what happened." I told her I was afraid. If I stop naming them, they will just disappear without proper witnesses. The city forgets them so easily. "Not if you don't let it," she replied. "We can witness them together." She smiled then, not the feral smile of a resurrection, but a small, modest one. "And maybe we'll find that some of them were just things you needed to be able to lay on the table and look at, and then slowly put into a drawer." We made a plan that was not heroic. We would read the ledger aloud sometimes. We would catalog less obsessively and more deliberately. We would try, when possible, to return small things to their owners or to create small memorials where nothing could be returned. The idea felt less like exorcism and more like housekeeping by candlelight, practical, tending, not theatrical. When Lee turned to leave, she paused in the doorway. For a moment the lingerer filled the doorframe and bowed its head in a motion that might have been gratitude, or might have been mockery. My mind could not decide. Lee stepped into the hallway and looked back at me. "You were not entirely wrong to call me," she said. "But you don't get to keep hurting alone." She closed the door softly behind her. The apartment seemed to exhale again, like a held secret finally loosened. I sat down and, in that immediate quiet, wrote a short note in the margin of the ledger. "Lee here, stayed, read. Night watched, promised to try." I underlined the promise the way one underlines an appointment with a doctor. Outside, the city resumed its usual business, indifferent and immense. In the doorway, the shadow raised its hand and waved, a domestic gesture that had once been proof of otherness and now felt more like acknowledgement. It did not threaten. It did not perform the large, intimate replays that had made me dizzy in prior weeks. Instead, it lingered like a neighbor on a stoop, waiting for someone to speak. I do not believe this would be the end of the thing. The lingerer is older than my promises and more patient than any of us. But that night, with Lee having read my words and stayed until dawn, something inside me shifted. Where obsession had tightened to a knot, a slow unbraiding began. The building kept waving, but it no longer felt like a thing that only I had to face. I closed the notebook and left it on the coffee table with the lamp turned low. The shadows pooled in quiet places, patient as always. I went to the window, watched the grey city wake, and for the first time in a long time, I let the memory breathe without trying to paper over it. The apartment hummed, but the hum had the shape of a companionable presence rather than an accusation. I slept a small, honest sleep, one that did not pretend the house was empty, but also did not expect it to fix everything for me. When I woke again, there was light like paper across the floor. A small dampness lay on the sill where condensation had collected overnight. In the doorway, the shadow held its hand at half-mast, as if caught mid-wave. It had always been that way, half of every gesture given, half of every goodbye kept. I took a breath, and then, because it seemed the right next thing, I wrote one more line in the ledger: "We will learn to listen more than we catalogue." And then I opened the door, expecting the hallway to be the same as it had always been, and stepped out with Lee's voice in my ears, reading from the notebook like an incantation and like a promise. The first time I saw the redaction, it looked like a wound. It was late afternoon when Clara arrived at 18B carrying a satchel that smelled faintly of coffee and cellulose tape. She moved with a kind of precise patience that made the apartment seem untidier by comparison. The lamp on my kitchen table threw a cone of yellow light. Clara set down a stack of printed microfiche, some brittle photocopies, and a thin manila folder that had been taped and retaped until the edges frayed. "Where did you get all this?" I asked, and my voice sounded too loud. "From the municipal archives," she said. She had that small half-smile people use when they are about to hand you something they know will change the way you think. And from an old reporter's desk. And some long-suffering librarians who don't mind me taking home copies. She spread photos and documents across the table as if arranging a map. Names fell into place like pushpins. Dates walked along in neat rows. A ledger from the property office had been typed in an old machine font. Unit 18, a tenant moved 2003-198. Unit 810TC forwarded address unknown. Alongside these dry entries were letters, handwriting so small it was almost modest. An envelope, its glue softened by time, contained a note in a hurried hand. "Here," Clara said, tapping a line with the tip of her pen. "Look at this one." I leaned in. The paper had been run through some later process, a photocopy of a report, perhaps a memo. Lines of type marched down the page in grey ink until, in the middle, someone had laid down a thick, mechanical black bar. Where a sentence should have unfurled into an explanation, there was only an ocean of ink. The redaction ate a paragraph whole. Incident report sealed. I expected a trick of the light, a misprint I could dismiss. But the black was too perfect, almost arrogant in its obliteration. It had the cold purpose of a censor. I touched the paper and felt the difference of age, the brittleness where it had been handled. The black looked like a scar. "What does it say?" I asked. Clara shrugged, not unkindly. "That's the thing. The archives show where the line was, but not what it covered. There are other mentions of person of concern that disappeared from records, a forwarding address never filled in. There's a cluster of abrupt departures, as you noticed. But this redaction is older, and it recurs. It's like someone was instructed to make the past unreadable in a few specific spots." The apartment felt smaller around that truth. Somehow bureaucracy, with its polite forms and stuctured font, made the building feel less like an enchanted thing and more like an accretion of decisions. That idea lodged in me like a seed. You said you've been matching names, I said. Any overlap with the files Rosa gave me? Clara's fingers moved across a printout and she lifted a name, Lena Ortiz. Died in Unit 8 Heinz 1998. Family moved out in a rush. Notice here, report sealed per landlord request. It landed in the room like a dropped cup. I remember the way color drained from my palms after a shock in childhood. The quiet that follows an explosion. Lena Ortiz, the name was ordinary enough to be cruel. A woman who had a laundry basket and a neighbor who borrowed sugar. She became on the page, evidence of something done poorly and hidden. We went to Rosa the next morning. Her office smelled of lemon cleaner and old carpet. She kept the blinds shut in a deliberate way, as if dimness let her manage more things. The manager who had joked at the tenants' meetings and smiled in the lobby now sat across from us with a face that had learned how to fold its expression away. She set a folder on her desk and fiddled with the little gold ring on her finger. The motion was the only nervousness she allowed herself. "You shouldn't have these," she said flatly, though the folder lay on the table between us. "Clara, where did you get those prints?" "Public records," Clara said. "And the microfilm, they're not classified." You know how this building is run, Miss Sato," Rosa interrupted. The emphasis felt like a small, practiced defense. "People aren't supposed to poke if they don't have to. It makes trouble," Rosa told us finally in a voice so small I wanted to cover my ears. She admitted to redactions, not all the files, she said, but some. There were instructions, she said. From the office, from Mr. Calder. He didn't want things escalated, makes him liable. Budgets, lawsuits, it was easier to close a file than to open one. "You signed them?" I asked. My question came out sharper than I intended. "It's not about signing," she said. "It's about surviving. Repairs cost money. If a problem is looked at too closely, someone will ask for more money, and someone will have to explain to corporate why this old building is costing more." "Missa Calder, he tells me to keep it quiet. He tells me to make the paperwork go away. He calls it management." The fluorescent light buzzed like an insect caught in an endless, slow motion. I thought about all the times I had knocked and had the complaint filed as general nuisance, and then heard nothing. I thought about Calder's terse emails about rent increases and the way his voice on the phone felt like a closing door. I thought about what it means when the guardians of a place decide that cost is more important than candor. "So you hid things," Clara said. Rosa's mouth made a thin line. "I hid complaints. Yes, I redacted some memos. I closed files on reports that were messy. People come to me with grief and with anger and with the smell of cigarettes in their carpets, and I have to do payroll. You learn to choose which fires to put out. You learn which ones will burn the whole building down if you feed them." She looked at me then, and for the first time I saw that what she carried was not malice, but a tethered, practical fear. Her eyes said plainly, "I did this to keep the job. I did this because the alternative was worse." "What happened to Lena Ortiz?" I asked. "Did anyone come back for her?" Rosa folded her hands. "An ambulance one night. After that, a family said they'd taken her things. A moving van left with boxes. Later forwarding address blank. It all becomes paperwork. You fill out forms and you mark them closed. A sealed report doesn't mean it never happened. It means we don't have to look at it. So the black bar is an erasure, a buffer to make the landlord safe from liability. It doesn't fix anything." There it was, the lingerer, not a ghost of mythic hunger, but a creature fed by omission. The dark stripe across the page was not some supernatural sigil. It was a legal shorthand that had become a loom shuttle, weaving absence into the fabric of the building. We had been so ready to attribute malice or malformation to the shadows that we missed the quieter, more ordinary machinery behind them. Neglect, institutionalized, had body and weight. After Rosa's confession, the pattern snapped into sharper focus. Clara had found other lines like the blacked-out paragraph, "Notice, incident sealed by request. Tenant found deceased sealed. Emergency evacuation closed." Each redaction represented an absence that had been bureaucratically made tidy. The building had been given permission to forget certain things, so the ledger of costs would remain neat. We walked the hall that afternoon in a kind of slow, reverent truce. The light in the corridor was grey with the kind of cleanliness that hides dust. Where I'd once seen only flickering tableaux arranged by the shadows, I now saw the thin seam where someone had chosen not to read. A coat hung on a peg outside ATC where, in another life, Lena Ortiz might have seen it, absent-mindedly brushed it for lint. A child's shoe sat by a step like punctuation. These small arrangements of living things had been left in place for months or years. They meant someone had departed suddenly. Clara held my shoulder in the stairwell. "People do this," she said. "They make the past tidy because it's cheaper. They make grief disappear so it won't become an expense." "Do you think the lingerer came from that?" I asked. "From all the things people decided not to look at." She nodded slowly. "Memories become material when there's nowhere else for them to go. If a building isn't maintained, it keeps what people have left. If a bureaucracy covers up the messy parts, the mess organizes itself in quieter ways." In that moment I thought of the way my own grief had been patient and tidy too. I had folded it into suitcases, put it into labeled boxes marked temporary. I had listened to Lee's voice on the phone and responded with logistics instead of feeling. I had slowly, almost imperceptibly, taught myself not to disturb what needed disturbing. Perhaps that was how the building knew me. It smelled of unresolved things. There were practicalities to face. If the redactions were part of a pattern, there were forms to request, signatures to press for, people to rattle. Clara was enthusiastic in a way that saved me from my own stupor. She began to outline a plan, publicly available records under the Freedom of Information statutes, a request to unseal documents if possible. Interviews with people who had lived here. "If we can show it's not some supernatural fluke," she said at one point, her hands spread as if holding an invisible board, "then the landlord can't hide behind a ledger. Exposure will make them act." I wanted to believe that. But Rosa's eyes had been tired in a way that made me think of a clock that's been wound too tight. "You'll think exposure is a solution," she said to me later, in the stairwell after we'd left the office. "But Mitha, Calder will pay a fine and continue to be Mr. Calder. And then what? Tenants will go on getting sick. The building will keep holding what it holds. You name things and they make new ways to be hidden. You can't unmake the fact that someone was left alone in an apartment one night, and no one returned for their life." Her words were not a discouragement. They were a caution. The municipal garden of redaction had thorns. At home that night I tried to reconcile the myth I'd been telling myself with the ledger's stark handwriting. I sat in the lamp circle and read through copies Clara had left with me. There were names that had clustered around the same floors, patterns of departures that intersected in a lattice of small tragedies. The inked bars on the page had an aesthetic of denial, and yet, whenever I closed my eyes, the building's performances returned. The shadows still assembled in the hallway to make scenes for those who would watch. They had not been created out of redaction alone. They had been fed by neglect, and by human endurance of neglect. The next morning, a neighbor in 18, the man with the slow coughing laugh, found an old letter tucked under his doorframe. It was addressed to someone who had not lived here in decades. He brought it to the lobby like a small, unwrapped present, and asked Rosa if she remembered it. She paled, and for a moment I saw something like shame. The letter's ink had dried into a message that nobody had seen. "If you get this, I'm sorry." The ambulance left in the night. It was terse and human and full of the small apologies that always follow catastrophe. "We need to unseal the records," Clara said the next day, over a pot of coffee that had gone cold. Her voice had a resolve that began to warm the apartment. "We need to put names next to these black bars. We need to show them what happens when the ledger is allowed to tidy itself, and then—" I asked, "Will it stop?" She looked at me as if the question were not naive but real. "I don't know," she said, "but it will change the story. Right now, this is a haunting with no interlocutor. You can't reason with a ledger, you can reason with a person. If the lingerer was a creature made of emissions, then naming those emissions was an act of address. It wasn't a ritual in the electric sense, not candles and salt, but it was its own kind of ceremony. A calling back of names into the room where they'd been blacked out. I began a list. Lena Ortiz went at the top. Beside her name I wrote every scrap we could find, an address, a date, a note about a sealed report. In the margins I sketched the things Clara showed me: redacted landlord memos, maintenance reports closed hastily, an email from Mr. Calder marked "Do not escalate." I wrote until the lamp blinked and the city hummed like a distant engine. Lee texted at midnight, "Are you okay?" And I answered with a short sentence that didn't begin to tell the truth. That night the shadows arrived, but they were quieter than before. They still made their tableaux small arrangements of objects and attitudes, but where before they sought to unnerve me with intimate replays, they now seemed to stand as if waiting for something to be said. I thought of Rosa's hand on the folder, of the way she'd said survival as if it had both an explanation and an apology inside it. I thought of the black bar as a wound and of our plan to name, to stitch. The chapter in the building's story did not end with a dramatic exorcism. There was no sudden lifting, but there was movement. Rosa began to file a few more reports. Not many, only the ones that could not be ignored without outside notice. Clara published a short piece in a neighborhood newsletter that named a few of the pattern's contours without being sensational. It made me Calder answer a question at least once. The landlord sent an email promising improvements and a consultant visit. It was small theater dressed up as reform. I learned, in the weeks that followed, that some things change only in degrees. The lingerer didn't go away. It learned new manners. It moved from staging intimate replays in my living room to gathering in the stairwell where people might witness it together. The shadows seemed to accept an audience that spoke the names aloud. They listened, like an animal that had been startled by language. One night, months later, I opened the manila folder I'd taken from Rosa and found another photocopy I hadn't noticed before. It was a ledger entry with a thin black bar. But beside it, in a different ink and a different hand, someone had written, "Unsealed for investigation. Family notified." The change in tone was hardly triumphal, but it felt like a seam being repaired. The building would still hold its memories, what else could it do? But now some of those memories were being acknowledged. It was not a cure so much as an alteration of the terms under which the building and its residents lived together. In the quiet days after the redaction revealed itself to be a practice, I sat more often in the hallway and listened. People passed carrying grocery bags and umbrellas. A baby cried in 90 at exactly the same pitch every afternoon, and the building accommodated that too. The shadows still lingered. Sometimes one would wave from a doorway. Sometimes they arranged a child's toy by the baseboard. But when I said a name aloud, I felt something in the building answer, not with a voice, but with a relaxation of the tightness that had gnawed at my sleep. It was small and human and strange. There is a cruelty to bureaucratic forgetting that is different from that of loneliness. Loneliness is intimate, it gnaws. Bureaucratic forgetting is communal. It pretends the gnawing never happened. Naming the missing things had made them real again, and real things required redress, messy and expensive and imperfect. We could not unmake the black bars with a word, but we could ask for the papers underside to be seen. At the end of the month I sent a copy of the list to Lee. I didn't know if she read it. She came over that night anyway, and we sat at the kitchen table with Clara, who'd become less a presence and more a necessary companion. We read names aloud, not as an accusation but as a roll call: Lena Ortiz, Maria King, Thomas O'Leary. Saying them felt like unfolding laundry, an ordinary domestic act of the most radical sort. As the chapter closed, I realized the lingerer had taught me a truth I had been avoiding. That to live among other people's absences is to owe them the recognition of their disappearance. The apartment would not stop waving, but if it learned to wave in public, perhaps those waves would become less accusations and more invitations to remember. And yet there was a space left, a black bar on a page that still had no provenance, an email that had been deleted, a voice that refused to answer. We had pried the ledger open in places, but there remained the neat, indifferent machinery of erasure. I slept that night with one hand on the page where Lena's name was written and the other on the lamp's switch, and in the dark the hallway kept its slow, patient hum. Outside in the city, wind pushed trash along curbs. Inside the building, in a stairwell that smelled of wet paint, a shadow paused, and then reached toward the light as if testing whether it might finally be seen. It was not an ending. It was a beginning that felt like an obligation to keep naming, to keep asking, to keep holding a place open to the things some people would prefer to forget. And when I closed the manila folder and set it beside my notebook, the apartment seemed to ease a fraction. The shadows still lingered, and sometimes, if I left a cup on the sill, they'd move it an inch or two as if to remind me of the care I now owed. We had found a way to make small repairs, not to the building's bones so much as to its ledger of care. The lingerer was still there, but it had been taught, in its own slow, stubborn way, that names could be spoken back to it. Outside the window, a delivery truck reversed, its engine a low complaint. I put my pen down and wrote another name at the bottom of the page. Then I turned the lamp down and listened for the building's answering breath. There was sound in the hallway, soft, like a curtain shifting, and then a shadow at the door waved, a small, almost polite motion. I held my breath and watched it. It felt less like a threat than a beckoning. It wanted something from us, not silence, but to be remembered. And I, for the first time in a long while, intended to keep answering. I woke without a sense of mourning. The light in the living room was a waxed oval laid down for me by a lamp I didn't remember turning on. For a moment I lay where it'd fallen, curled like a page dog, eared in the middle, and tried to fit the fragments together. The television was on with the sound low, some host's voice filling the corners like a polite intruder. A glass sat on the coffee table with a lip of cold water. My jacket lay folded across the arm of the couch. None of these things should have surprised me. I am careful in the ways that keep apartments from feeling like strangers' houses. Yet a smell of copper and old paper hovered, as if someone had left a book open and then closed the pages against time. When I sat up, my head felt wrong thick as a closed fist. There was a mailer half slid under the front door, its flaps creased by the long shorn teeth of the corridor. I fumbled for the notebook under the couch cushions. My pen had been chewed at the end, the plastic nipped into jagged teeth. I opened to last night's entries, times, light sources, the small, clinical observations that had become my ritual. There were blank spaces where words blurred. A line of script ran across the page, in my handwriting but with a tilt I didn't recognize. Do not leave the box alone. Remember the third shelf. I read it twice. I touched the ink. My hands didn't shake as much as they felt remote, like gloves in a pocket. There are ways, I have been told, that grief loosens internal screws and makes the world less dependable. There are other ways, medical ones, that tilt the bearings and call the same thing a disorder. I had been drifting between both explanations for months. Now I had a sentence in my own hand that I could not place and a day of work marked absent on my calendar with an asterisk and no memory of calling in. I called Lee because it was the shortest, most selfish route back to someone who might ankle me. You missed a meeting, Lee said into the phone, levity thin. There are many small hurts she allows herself, honest ones, curable by a single shared meal. Mara, you missed your team check. You texted well, you texted me nothing. I called Rosa, you didn't pick up. I don't remember doing it, I said. Saying it aloud felt like dropping a coin down a well and listening for sound. I don't remember getting up. There was a pause long enough for the city's distant sirens to thread the silence. You were supposed to meet me for coffee, too, she said. I came by. No one answered. The door was locked. Her voice closed then. Are you with me? You sound like a ghost. I laughed, which was a sound that did not fit my face. Maybe I am. Don't be dramatic. Her tone softened. I'm coming over. I hung up before she could press, palms slick on the phone. Maybe it was childish knee-jerk to summon someone whose presence carried the weight of all the things I had tried not to feel. Maybe it was brave. I have stopped making the distinction between the two. Behavior and motive have become strangers sharing an elevator. By the time Lee arrived, the sun had folded itself into a thin quarter above the rooftops. She walked in carrying a paper cup and a patience that smelled faintly of burnt sugar. She tipped her head and took in the lamp and the television and the glass on the table. And then she looked at me the way someone examines a photograph at an angle to catch the gloss. You look bad, she said. You slept on the couch again. I must have. I kept my voice small. There was shame in admitting the apartment had already claimed that much of me. I don't remember much. She perched on the arm of the couch, knees close, her paint-stained fingers worrying the rim of her cup. Tell me one thing you do remember. I thought of the notebook, of a notation half-formed and strange, and I told her about the line of script. The way her face became unreadable for the first time in months felt like a wound I didn't know I carried. That could be sleepwalking, she said. You used to do that in college, didn't you? Not like this. We moved through the next hours like two people arranging furniture around a problem. Lee called Nurse Anita for me partly because I would have delayed, partly because her voice has always been good at persuading people who protect others for a living, and because the map of our small lives still runs through her. Names, numbers, whose bicycle has a spare tire. Anita arrived with a tote of pamphlets and a thermos that smelled like mint tea. She is professional in the way of people who make rooms less chaotic. She sat on the floor opposite me and put down a clipboard as if beginning a kind of prayer. You missed work today, she observed gently. She had the presence of someone who has knocked on doors for years and been handed piecemeal lives. A neighbor called in to say you didn't answer. I don't remember calling in sick. Let's do a basic check. She placed my wrist between two cool hands and found the pulse the way a lighthouse registers tied. Sleep. Scattered. Food. Some. Have you taken anything? Meds, sleeping aids, anything new? No. Anita listened without hurry, her eyes trained by 1,000 conversations to read the soft punctuation that marks someone's collapse. She asked simple questions about my day, about what I had eaten, whether there had been changes in routine. I answered, and the answers came with a skeletal clarity that felt like clothes borrowed from a stranger. We can set up a plan, she said. Regular meals, a sleep log, a partner for safety, someone you can call to check when you miss a shift. Medication isn't the first step. Cognitive lapses like this need structure before we assume they're neurological. What if the apartment is doing it? My voice was the sound of a door being unlocked. She didn't smile. Maras like this belong to complex causes. Buildings are not sentient in the medical sense, but your environment can trigger patterns. I want to help you make the environment less triggering. That sounds both practical and insufficient, Lee said. Her hands rested on mine, warm and paint-scented. Are you going to make me a responsible person? I'd rather make a plan, Anita said, and slid a form across the coffee table. We do these for a lot of tenants. People living alone often miss small things, Mara. We make a structure. We wrote a schedule: bed by midnight, meals at set hours, Anita's twice-weekly check-ins, a list of emergency numbers, and a small, humiliating box for safety items: a flashlight, a spare key to be left with Lee, a small notebook specifically for strange times entries that only Lee would read in case I vanished from myself. The word vanished felt theatrical until it didn't. Even while we filled in times and signatures, the building answered. A floorboard settled with a slow, knowing sound. The heater coughed, sending a warm, animal sigh up through the vents. I felt watched. The feeling was not paranoid in the cartoon sense, but precise, like being under a microscope that also knew the old angles of me. Anita's hand on mine was practical and solid, an anchor. "Would you be comfortable signing this?" she asked. "It's voluntary, Mara. We call it a safety plan." I signed because the signature is a small legal knot. I felt calmer for it, a rope around my own ankles. "Thank you," I whispered and meant it. It is strange how quickly a house can fill an absence with small practicalities. In the days after Anita's visit, I kept the schedule like a confession. I ate when the clock told me to eat. I called Lee at the prescribed check-in time. I wrote down every fragment I could find. I slept when the lamp dimmed, even if the building seemed to be rearranging its own breath while I closed my eyes. There were more slips. Keys turned up in the pocket of a coat I hadn't worn in weeks. A notebook had been sure I'd left on the kitchen counter appeared folded into the back of a drawer. Once, while rinsing a mug, I looked up and saw my shadow half a room away at the window, hands cupped as if listening for something outside. It is not the seeing that unsettles so much as the knowledge that the thing you see is consistent enough to be trusted by other observers. The shadows followed rules. They picked moments to intrude with a deliberateness that felt like malice or love, depending on which bone in you it aimed at. Anita recommended I see a neurologist if lapses continued. "We treat both possibilities," she said. "Stress and sleep deprivation can produce transient amnesia. But you have to come in when you feel the gap open." I made an appointment. I cancelled. There is a shame to admitting you are unreliable, and our shame is sticky. I wanted to be the person who could hold herself together without turning everything into an investigation. But each time I walked the path toward help, something in the building slow rolled its attention like a tide, and I felt a softness at the edges of my mind, memories retrieving themselves with a delay, like dogs called from a distance. Lee's patience frayed in a particular way that made my stomach drop, small, precise disappointments rather than monumental explosions. "You said you would call the neurologist," she said one evening, standing in my doorway. "You said you'd let Anita in. I'm not asking for miracles, Mara. I'm asking for you." "I'm trying," I said, the word a thin shield. She sat on the windowsill and kicked gently at the blinds. "For what it's worth, I'm scared. I don't know whether to be more afraid of the building or of you losing the plot." "Maybe it's not choosing," I said. "Maybe it's layering. Maybe it's both." She reached out and ran a hand over the back of my wrist, where a small bruise had started to bloom thin, faint, like a memory of a bruise. "Promise me something small," she said. "Promise you'll let me go through your notebook each week. If you don't remember writing something, I'll be the one to tell you." Trying to hand over parts of myself felt like offering the keys to a door I wasn't sure I wanted open. But I nodded, and the promise made two things both less and more true. The apartment noticed it, of course. The lingerer, as I think of it now, does not appreciate being contained by forms of human charity. A week later, I found holes in my memory that were longer than the polite gaps it'd been fraying around. I woke one morning to the sound of the elevator humming, a slow metallic sigh. The hallway smelled of rain that hadn't fallen. My coat was gone from the hook. It lay at the foot of my bed as if placed by a careful hand. On the kitchen table was an envelope with my name in my handwriting. Inside it were 3 Polaroids, one of the building's stairwell with a smear of light on the 3rd step, one of a child's small shoe placed perfectly on the landing, and one of the back of my own head as I sat at the desk photographed from behind me. I don't know which is worse, the evidence that someone else was present, or the evidence that I might have been the one to arrange these things and then not remember. I called Anita and she came over and examined the Polaroids with the kind of thoroughness only people who have seen too many small tragedies possess. Her voice was level, not shocked but considerate. "If you were awake, you'd remember putting these together," she said. "We have to consider both possibilities. If you made them while sleepwalking, we can look at interventions. If someone else is entering your apartment, that's a legal issue." The word intrusion felt like something that would make a neat headline and a bad reality. I argued with my own fear. The building is long and thin and full of people who know how to be invisible. I am not naive about what people can do between walls. Yet when I asked the neighbor's Elliot, who appeared at my door with a flashlight and an apologetic air, Rosa, who answered with clipped kindness, we found no sign of forced entry. The locks were intact, my chain had been latched. The Polaroids, then, were either a prank, a symptom, or proof of some arrangement in which my memory and the building's patience were both players. That night I set a camera in the living room with a battery that might last the night, and a note taped to the edge of the frame. "If you find yourself taking things from me, stop." It felt inadequate. It felt like setting a mousetrap against a fog. Sleep was a thin thing. I do not know if I dreamed then or if the building performed around me. At 3:14 a.m., the camera caught a movement, a shadow separating from the wall, a silhouette that hovered at the doorway, and then drifted to the third shelf on my bookcase. The footage was grainy, a smear with a mind to it. It moved like a body in a wind tunnel, cautious but insistent. The shadow bent, and the bookcase groaned. I rewound the footage until my eyes stung. The shape lingered on the third shelf, paused as if considering a box tucked behind a row of paperback novels, and paused again as if listening. It was not solid enough to own a hand. It was a darkness with an intention. The camera's clock is clinical. It is not given to metaphor. According to its numbers, the shadow paused exactly 27 seconds before the camera's microphone registered a soft scraping, like fingernails on a rim, that matched no sound I had heard. The last frame showed the shadow backing away, returning to the wall as if taking its leave. I didn't sleep the next day. We went through the footage with Lee and Anita and Elliot, and Clara had been sent the files because narrative, in the end, wants witnesses. Clara watched in silence, her face becoming unreadable the way it always does when she holds too much urban cruelty in her head. "It looks like a person at first," she said finally, "but then it slips. The camera registers no mass. It's like a memory-made actor. You think it's the building?" I asked. She shrugged. "Or the collection of what's been abandoned in it. Or both. The realization is not one of cosmic revelation. It is small and terrible. When your own memory becomes unreliable, your life compacts around things you can prove. Lists, audio recordings, photos. The ledger of your being shifts from internal trust to external evidence. You become someone who must keep receipts for your own life." That night, after everyone had left Lee to her small apartment with paint flecks still on her sleeves, Anita to her rounds, Elliot to a night watch of other people's noises, I sat in the dim and listened. The building performed for me as it often does, the radiator's little cough like a throat clearing, a neighbor's late-night television bleeding a story through the wall, the elevator chanting up and down like a far-off train. I arranged my own small things as if making an offering. I put the Polaroids in a shallow box and set them on the third shelf. I closed the notebook and put it on top. I slept in that thin way where one eye remains open for agreement. I dreamed of stairs that lengthened when I walked them. I dreamt of an argument that started in a moving van and never reached its end. I woke before morning, or rather, I waked into a new kind of day, the lamps still aglow, my phone buzzing with a single notification, Lee's name lighting the screen. I reached for it and then felt, in the pocket of my coat, a single folded sheet of paper. I unfolded it with the careful curiosity of someone holding the last page of a centuries-old book. It was my handwriting. A sentence in the middle of the page, large and urgent, "Open the box on the third shelf. Do not forget the third step." I do not remember writing it. Somewhere in the building a radiator sighed, and I realized my hands were shaking in a way that was not purely from the cold. This was the hooker thing that made sense, and did not, and it tightened like a hand at the neck of the story. I looked at the box where I had placed the Polaroids. The box was now heavier than it had seemed. The third step outside my door looked, in my memory and on the camera, like a place that had been held for something. I called Lee and did not explain. I sat with the folded paper in my palm and felt, for the first time since I moved in, that the apartment had not been collecting scraps of other people so much as assembling a script where I was both actor and audience. If the lingerer wanted me to find the box, it could be a kindness, an invitation to understand, or a trap. The difference between the two is a small one and lethal. The city outside pressed in like an accusation, and the third step downstairs remembered something I did not. I slid the Polaroids from the box and turned them over, hoping to find a date, a note. The decisive proof that would catalogue the lingerer the way a museum catalogues specimens. There was nothing but the blankness of emulsion and the faint impression of someone else's thumb. I do not know whether to be braver or more afraid. I do know this: I have been given an instruction in my own hand that I cannot account for, and the building is keeping time against my forgetting. At the center of that instruction is a box on the third shelf and a step beneath my shoes. When Lee comes back, we will go together. When Anita calls tomorrow, I will tell her everything I have written in the notebook. I will show the footage. I will request a doctor. I will present evidence like talismans. And then, because there are only so many certainties left in a life like mine, I will reach for the third shelf and pull the box forward. And the world will either hand me further proof of its cruelty, or give me the thing I have been missing. I do not yet know which way it will tilt. The apartment keeps making its choices in small, precise acts. And the question is whether I will continue to be an acted-on thing, or whether I will reclaim the manuscript of my own days. The lamp hums. The shadow on the far wall lags by a breath and then settles, as if listening to the sound of my breath and waiting for me to name what I am about to do. I say aloud, because I have learned that speaking is a way to anchor a thought. I'm opening the box. The radiator sighs. The building answers in a long, slow exhalation. The page of paper in my hand waits, and then I go to the shelf. The ritual began because rituals feel like an answer even when you cannot yet name the problem. I had made a list in the margin of my notebook: one morning, candles, matches, a sheaf of old notices, a box for the things we would burn. Writing it down was an attempt to make a thing finite. If I could inventory the strike of the match, then I could imagine what exactly I wanted to remove. There were practicalities too. Candles would give us a signal if anything shifted. A circle of light could both a barrier and a map. It felt, absurdly, like the only logical extension of what we'd been doing: watching, cataloging, naming. If naming had not been enough, then maybe a cleansing, a small domestic expulsion would be. Elliot was the first to agree. He came over that evening with a half smile and a paper bag of groceries, and a lighter had kept in his pocket since he was a kid. If nothing else, he said, counting the candles with a finger, we'll have light and look like idiots together. That's what neighbors are for. His voice had that dry steadiness that made me trust the plan more than it deserved. Juno arrived with tools and a sheepish grin that made the plan practical, the only kind of ritual I liked. He set a crowbar and a small pry bar on the coffee table, like they were offerings. If you're gonna do something, might as well see what's under the floor, he said. Stuff hides there. Old nails, pipes, half-sent apologies. Lee came last. She had returned some weeks before, and our conversations had settled into something new, less of the old intimacy, more of the carefulness of two people learning to touch the same thing without crushing it. She crossed my living room and arranged the candles on the rug while I checked the matches. The simple domesticity of it: candles, friends, the small sound of wind in the window should have been calming. Instead, it felt like arming myself with the ordinary against something that had the scale of history. We pushed furniture back from the center of the room, making a small clearing. The shadow that had been sitting, discomforted and patient, in the doorway watched with a black, humid eye. When I said aloud what we were going to do, burn notices, unearth what was hidden, make the apartment less accommodating to accumulation, the shadow tilted as if listening. It was the sort of attention that made my throat roar. The whole arrangement could have read as melodramatic, but the way they listened, Elliot, Juno, lead, made me steady my hands. I remembered the first nights of city living, of reading books where rituals were dramatic and final. I had wanted that finality. I wanted a clean line drawn across the parts of my life that felt porous. The candles were lit in a clumsy semicircle, each flame sputtering and giving itself up to the draft. The light trembled over Lee's hands as she set a small pile of papers, Rosa's anonymized maintenance notes, a stack of eviction notices courtesy of Mitha. Calder's indifferent management, a pile of anonymous letters I had found in the bottom of an old drawer. Clara had said names mattered. The idea here was to cut the pattern by removing the material evidence that fed it. We said nothing formal. I had no chant to offer, no formula to speak, only the practical incantation of intention. For the sake of space, I said, and the words felt both silly and necessary. Juno nodded, his jaw set like a hinge. Elliot held the lighter and struck it. A thin blue and orange tongue appeared and consumed the corner of the first notice. The smell of treated paper met us with a familiar, municipal tang, ink and damp, and the faint chemical of cheap office glue. The flames hungrily took the pages and then the letters. We fed them like a small, private bonfire. When paper burns, it does so with a brittle complaint. Before long, a small column of grey ash rose from the coffee table, and the tiny light seemed to exhale. The radiator sighed in accompaniment. The shadow in the doorway did not flinch. If anything, it leaned closer, though it had no face with which to peer. We moved outside for the bigger things. The alley was narrow and smelled of stale rain. A street lamp threw a sickly halo over the chain-link fence. Elliot held the box of more management notices and some of the cleaner, faceless bureaucratic forms we had rifled from Rosa's file closet. The plan had been half practical and half theatrical. Smoke it out. Make an offering to the building's need to remember, and leave no fodder for the lingerer to feed upon. I carried a stack of envelopes, some addressed, some not, and a twisted, ancient flyer from a community meeting the building had never bothered to hold. They were ordinary things, the detritus of urban life. They smelled of other people's appointments. We lit them one by one in Elliot's old frying pan and watched the letters curl and blacken. Paper fell like soft ash, and we pressed the burning bits with a stone until nothing more than an errant ember remained. The smoke rose, and in the narrow alley it seemed heavy enough to hold sound. It carried on its wings a faint briny sweetness, maybe from the corner store across the street, mixed with the metallic tang of the paper. The shadows in the stairwell were patient onlookers. They did not howl or flee. Instead, they arranged themselves in the doorway like people waiting on a stoop, their edges softening around the light. Back in the apartment, the small circle of candles had been reduced to stubs. One by one they guttered, snuffed by a draught that seemed to know the exact moment we let the match go. I remember thinking, with a naive anger, that the building had conspired to make our little attempt fail. That thought was childish and tiny, and perhaps that is why I held on to it so tightly, the notion that a place could be stubborn, that it could be reasoned with the light of a wick. Juno was restless. He had his tool bag open and the crowbar in his hands. Said he'd see if the floors had anything, he muttered. Sometimes the boards give up more than dust. He did not need my permission. He knelt in the hallway and began to work up the warped plank near the cold patch, where the building's heating spit and seized. The sound of the pry against old wood is a particular one, sharp and then soft as fibers break loose. Dust spilled out like a small cloud. When wood parts after decades, it does not complain. It simply becomes smaller. Under the board, he found a shallow nest. It was the kind of hiding place a person makes when they are too tired to think of anything grand, but still want to keep a thing close. Receipts lay like small pale boats, grocery slips, a bus transfer, a hand-typed note had been folded into quarters. There was a folded photograph with the edges soft from being handled, and beneath a coin-stained corner of paper half buried a child's plastic school badge glinted like a tiny, embarrassed coin. The badge had a name embossed in block letters, worn almost smooth. When I pried at the photograph with shaking fingers, I realized the face in the picture was set in a way I knew too well, mid-laugh, caught between action and future. The air under the board had been stored for years. It released a smell like old pockets and forgotten pockets of life's stale fabric, fruit once pressed in haste, and the faint medicinal undertone that comes from being near a radiator for a long time. For a moment we all inhaled in tandem, and the sound of our breathing filled the hallway like a new argument. I remember the exact way Juno's hand closed on the badge. He looked up at me, and his eyes had a light that was not mockery but something like shame. "Who are we to burn this?" he asked. "Who gave us the right? We'd come to scatter fire on paper like it was the only sovereign act at our disposal." The finding of that nest was an intervention, a counter-argument to the hubris of our plan. The badge was tiny and plastic and unremarkable. It had a small cartoon bear and a name that might have been Philip or Paula, and yet in that instant it became a totem I could not destroy. We carried the child's badge back to the living room and set it on a clean sheet of paper. The candles had died to stubbled nubs. The shadow in the doorway was closer now, the edge of it bright with the gloss of a man's coat. It was one thing to burn incantations and notice forms because they were faceless. It was another to consider burning what had once belonged, tangibly, to an actual person. The more I tried to imagine why those things had been left, the more the image that took hold was not macabre but domestic, an overscheduled evening, a hurried move, a neighbor stepping out to fetch a taxi and then never returning. The city is built of those hurried evenings. We tried a different sort of ceremony then. It was less a ritual and more a reluctant surrender. Elliot fetched a small iron box from a top shelf and opened it. Inside was a steel brush, some matches, and a set of memory-keeping tools he'd used when his partner died, those gestures that are not holy but are the only ones a person knows. He suggested we catalog rather than annihilate. "You can't unburn what's already done, Mara," he said. "But you can mark them. You can give them a place where they are known instead of just thrown away." It felt like capitulation because I had wanted a clean erasure. I had imagined a moment when the apartment would be empty, and my life would be portable again, light as a suitcase. But the nest under the floorboard had turned that fantasy on its face. If the lingerer was composed of these small human things, the badge, the photograph, a half-paid receipt, then burning them was less purification than erasure. To erase was to deny the existence of their owners and to flatten a life into smoke. We tried anyway at first. The notes that Rosa had given me redacted and official went into the frying pan. The badge we could not ethically subject to flame. It felt like sacrilege. Instead, Juno wrapped it in tissue and placed it in a small cardboard box, wrote the date on the lid, and set it on the shelf beside my record of observations. There was a theatrically pious gesture in it. We were storing the thing we would not destroy. The gesture did not feel religious, but it felt like a promise we might keep. The burning of the paperwork, however, did not produce the clear, decisive absence I had anticipated. That night, when we returned to the living room, the smallness of our victory revealed itself as something else entirely. The shadows had not fled. They had rearranged. Where they had once gathered, patient and accusatory, they had now made a tableau of 2 chairs and a jacket lying over one of them, as if someone had simply stood up to answer the door. On the table lay a single receipt, folded in the same way as those under the floorboard, its ink still legible. It was one of those receipts, a green printed grocery stub, the exact same kind we had burned an hour before. I knew the pattern by then. The apartment could produce the image of what once had been. The reappearance felt like an answer and a rebuke. We had burned things that looked like fodder for the lingerer, and the lingerer had simply reassembled them into a narrative tableau. Whether it did so as mockery or as insistence, I could not tell. Perhaps it was simply the building's arithmetic. You remove a term, it produces another to keep the equation balanced. That idea made me both laugh and want to cry. I stared at the single receipt on the table and thought of libraries that refused to be closed by decree. Lee read aloud from my notebook then, because that is what she does when she thinks the rhythm of my sentences will steady me. She traced my shaky entries with a steady voice and made the words sound less fragile. "You came in here wanting an erasure," she said quietly. "Maybe it's not about erasing. Maybe it's about letting them be true." In the days after the attempt, our apartment was quieter and more watchful. The lingerer did not punish us with theatrics. It simply continued. A toy was moved to the edge of a shelf. A shadow waved once from the hallway and then retreated. The building did not break. It only maintained its peculiar habits. My sleep was worse. I dreamed of hands sifting through my drawers, not in search or theft, but in search for comfort. I dreamed that the floorboard nest was much larger than it was, that it tunneled under entire apartments and fed the city the way root networks feed trees. The idea that doing harm to the residue would also harm the people it recalled descended on me like a moral fog. It was an idea that refused simple answers. If I burnt the object's photographs, badges, a child's shoe, would I be committing a kind of violence to their owners? If those owners were still alive somewhere to feel the loss? Or was this thing whose edges I could not yet define, this lingerer, a parasitic imitation that thrived on the lack and would always find another scrap to gestate from? I did not know which was worse, to leave their traces and live with the repeated exhibitions of their absences, or to attempt to excise them and risk erasing someone else's proof that they had been here at all. Elliot, who had begun the evening with a lighter and a wry joke, surprised me by being the one who called the whole experiment into a different register. In the morning he said, "You can throw paper in a pan until you have nothing left to throw, Mara. But paper regenerates in this building because the things that make people leave sickness, not enough money, a sudden fright, those things don't go away with ash. They schematize into new absence. You either keep doing that until you are exhausted, or you find another way to be in the same room as them." Finding another way meant, for the first time, stepping back from the idea of annihilation. It meant imagining a ledger that was not designed to get rid of traces, but to honor them. It meant that the proper response might not be to remove the lingerer, but to admit it into the civic record, to make it accountable as a symptom of neglect, rather than a ghost to be exorcised. That idea was not romantic or tidy. It was slow and legal and required boring things like paperwork and trust and people who would, perhaps, care enough to read them. It is one thing to feel moral quandaries in the abstract. It is another to sit with Juno and Elliot and Lee and the child's plastic badge and know you hold the difference between wiping and remembering. The badge had weight in my palm that no rhetorical argument could match. I put it in a small cardboard box the next morning and taped the lid shut. On the top I wrote, in my messy handwriting, Phase 1, do not destroy. Under it I wrote the date. Everyone pretended we were being practical. The pretense was a shared kindness. We spoke in small plans, catalog, photograph, record. Clara's voice, if she had been there, would have cheered. She believes, with an almost academic faith, that the act of telling is itself a kind of fixing. I believed then that if we collected what the building refused to relinquish, and did so with the names attached, then perhaps the lingerer would have less reason to mimic. Perhaps attention would be a medicine and not a feeding. But failure does not always translate into pivot. For a while afterward, I felt only the bruise of impotent ritual. The candles had extinguished not because of a whim, but because the place where we lived had a long memory and a resistance to tidy endings. What we had tried to do, hot purging of signs, had not accounted for the human circuitry that gave those signs meaning. It was as if I had tried to sterilize a wound that continued to matter to someone else. At night the apartment hummed with the low sound of the building's respiration. The shadow in the doorway was not cruel, it only kept watch. Sometimes, to remind myself of the smallness of what we had attempted, I would take the child's badge from its box and balance it on my fingertip until the plastic warmed from my skin. It felt like a talisman and a reproach at once. The badge did not ask for forgiveness, it only waited. When I closed my notebook at the end of that week, I wrote a single sentence with more care than any of the others. I am done trying to make this place do the hard work for me. It was not a victory. It was the beginning of a strategy that would be less spectacular and more adequate. Cataloging, naming, asking the city to account for what it had allowed to accrete. The sound of that pen scratching across the paper was small and final and strangely satisfying. Outside my window the city continued to press in, unaware and indifferent. Inside, things remained as they had always been, slightly off, quietly alive with the things people lost in haste. And yet, because of the ritual and the nest under the floorboard and the frying pan in the alley, there remained a new thing between us: Elliot, Juno, Lee, and me, a shared conviction that the right course was not annihilation but attention. The lingerer, for its part, seemed to accept that we were not going to be simple opponents. It continued to arrange and to wave, to put small mysteries on the edge of the shelf. On the morning after our attempt, I found a child's crayon poised near my mug as if someone had been painting the border of a room and then left in haste. I touched the crayon and felt an odd, small kinship to the absent hand. It is strange to feel both pity and anger at the same time, to want to clean the slate and to fear the ethical ruin that would follow. In the end, the thing that made the ritual fail was neither mystical nor spectacular. It was moral, the knowledge that to remove those traces was to remove testimony of lives. We had tried to fight the building's memory with fire and found that fire made new shapes from the same material. We had intended to make the apartment light, to make my life portable again. Instead, the apartment kept its weight. The cleaning we had sought had been partial at best and violent at worst, so I stopped lighting matches. The candles remained in a drawer unused. The cardboard box with a child's badge sat on my shelf, labeled and dated. Later, when Clara visited, I left the box open for her to see. She ran her finger across the wear of the badge like a curator making a quiet vow. The hook that the episode left me with was not dramatic. It was a slow, stubborn requirement. If erasure is wrong, then what is right? And what work, tedious, indignified, municipal, would it take to convince a city to admit that a building's ghosts were its own doing? I had hoped for fire and ended with filing cabinets. The cost of that trade-off felt heavy and necessary. That night the shadow in the doorway raised an arm and waved. It was no longer an accusatory motion, but something like a question. I waved back. The apartment did not go quiet. It changed its tone, no longer attempting to unmake me with reenactments of failures, but insisting, in small ways, on being acknowledged. I realized then that the next step could not be another ritual. It had to be the slow work of naming, cataloging, and bearing witness. That work would be less spectacular than matches, and more durable than ash, and perhaps, in the end, more dangerous for those who had made a living from forgetting. The flame we had struck had not burned the building down. It had, instead, lit an appetite in me for something else. The lingerer, persistent and patient, kept its hands on the rooms it had learned to love. And I, less enamored of theatrics, more aware of consequence, began to write lists that were longer, and more exact than any candle-lit inventory. The failure of the cleansing was not a defeat, but a doorway. On the other side were filing cabinets and names and the slow, intimate justice of reading aloud what had been buried. I began the work the way you start any small domestic project, by clearing a surface. The coffee table in 18B is what passes for a workbench in a one-bedroom apartment, the varnish worn thin where hands have rested. The lamp throwing a cone of soft yellow that keeps the corners mild. I took everything off it motes, a ceramic spoon with a chip on its rim. The blue hardcover notebook where I had been keeping the ledger of wrongness, and set the table bare as if I were making a stage. Clara arrived soon after, rain still in the hem of her coat, her camera a familiar weight against her chest. She moved through my apartment like someone who knows how to make space without making a mess. She draped a towel over the armchair, arranged a small tray for the envelopes I had gathered from the adjacent apartment, and sorted the photographs into piles. Her fingers were deft and deliberate. She labeled things aloud as if naming them would give them shape. Mrs. A, she said, turning a black and white portrait in her hand, June of Zoti 3, looks like a church photo. I read what I had transcribed into a recorder the night before, a fragmented phone message, a single page torn from a child's exercise book. A receipt for a moving van dated 3 days after an unrecorded absence. Saying the words aloud made them real in a different way. When grief is contained inside you, it rounds its edges into private geometry. When it is translated into language, name, date, place, it becomes something other, a thing that can exist without swallowing you. Don't let this be mere accumulation, Clara said, and there was something like a mild scold in her voice. This isn't hoarding. You and I both know the difference. She had the air of someone who had argued about archives in basements and coffee shops. She could tell me what mattered empirically and also what risked turning a life into mere evidence. I don't want evidence, I told her. I want them to be honored, to exist in a way that isn't just a loop of what they're missing. She nodded. Documentation is a mode of honor. It insists there was a shape to the absence. We worked that day and for many days like a slow machine. I interviewed neighbors who had kept old keys in drawers and fingerprints on window panes. I photographed a breakfast set left on a table as if someone had simply gotten up and stepped away 2 coffee mugs, 1 ring of spilled sugar, a napkin folded cleanly, and I made notes about the light that had fallen across the plates. The camera translated the scene into hard pixels. My notebook translated into a voice that would not let the moment evaporate. Elliot came with a box of his own, a stack of postcards tied with twine, a carefully wrapped photograph, a letter with the corners browned from years in a drawer. He was slow about placing his offerings, as if each one required negotiation. I watched him on the stair, his breath clouding in the stairwell lamps like a small storm, and I felt the strangeness of being allowed inside someone else's private grief. I didn't know it could feel like this, he said quietly, fiddling with the paper as if he might fold it back into something else. What, cataloging? I asked, surprised at the tenderness in my own voice. No letting people look at what you have kept, he said. It's like breathing with a weight on your back and someone removes a stone. There was a ritual to it. We wrapped things in tissue. We labeled them with dates and faint pseudonyms when necessary. Mrs. H, plate 2003. Child's drawing, unknown, bright crayon house. Clara photographed each item with an almost clinical steadiness. The camera took more than recorded. It made an argument that these things had once mattered. That assertion felt dangerous and beautiful. Some of the neighbors who allowed us into their apartments did so with embarrassment, as if the items we're cataloging were confessions. They were used to the city that suggested you could discard a life as an inconvenience, leave it in a hallway, pay a fee, turn a key in a new lock. The building had been built to make moving on easy for landlords and institutions, not for people. I think that is why the lingerer formed here, the geometry of neglect, slick management, thin walls. Paperwork filed and then ignored acts like a kind of scaffolding for memory to accumulate and congeal. Rosa, who had been the gatekeeper of the ledger, came to the table for an hour and then left, the clipboard back under her arm. She brought a small bundle of records and hesitated at the doorway, as if unsure whether she wanted to be observed performing charity. "Don't make me the villain in everyone's story," she said when Clara suggested publishing a small piece on community remembrance. "Maintenance has limits. Budgets have limits. Sometimes we file away what we can't handle, or you become the person who learns how to file away grief," I said, softer than I meant. She looked down at her shoes. I don't know what she saw there, maybe a younger self pressed into a union of paperwork and necessity. "Sometimes you can't fix a thing by paperwork," she said. "But you can stop pretending it never happened." That turned into our motto in the months that followed. Stop pretending it never happened. It was not grand, but it mattered. The work of cataloging is not glamorous. It involves a steady, unromantic arrangement of small things, flattening a rumpled grocery receipt, choosing a font for a label, tracing ink blots on a child's homework until the loops of their Y look like the spines of small shells. It involves repeating the same gestures until the hands learn a new muscle memory, to register, to transcribe, to honor. We set aside Sundays for interviews. People brought memories like dishes, to pass an old man on the third floor who kept a pair of gloves in his oven for reasons he couldn't explain at first. A young mother who had photographs packed away because she could not bear the way the building rearranged them when she wasn't looking. They told us small stories about breakfasts they never ate, or about a woman who had once played a lullaby on a battered piano in Fef. As each narrative arrived, it filled a hole in a map I didn't know we were making, webs of connection, overlapping times when people had left in a hurry, or had been forced out by economics, or had simply decided to walk away and never return. Clara argued for a digital archive. "It's safer," she said, tapping at her laptop. "We can tag everything, cross-reference, make sure nothing is lost to a landlord's whim." She had the zeal of someone who believed in systems, internable access. I was less certain. Paper felt necessary to me, index cards, handwritten labels, the tactile accusation of ink. I needed to touch the past to keep my hands honest. We compromised. Photographs were scanned and saved. Original letters were kept in acid-free envelopes. We set up a small display in the hallway outside the laundry room where people passing might pause. A photograph, a single shoe, a copy of a note left on a fridge. It was modest, like a notice. We didn't call it a shrine because that felt too sacred. We called it a ledger and stuck to the language of municipal record. The act of moving the objects into public sight changed them. They stopped being private accusations and became public testimony. The lingerer watched. It could not help itself. I had imagined that when we started cataloging, we would trigger anger, that the residue of the building would lash out at our audacity. Instead, something else happened. The gestures that had once been intimate replays of arguments, the cold imitation of my mother's hospital lamp, moved into the hallways. The shadows still came, but they gathered in the place where others could see. They arranged themselves like an audience rather than a predator. One evening I found a tableau outside the boiler room that made me stop breathing. A line of shoes, ordered by size and worn thin, a scarf draped over a strut, a small backpack with an open pencil case. Clara photographed it with the same almost clinical steadiness she used for letters, but her hands trembled. "They're listening," she whispered later, but she was not speaking of the shadows so much as the act of witnessing. When more people saw the tableau, postmen, tenants returning from shifts, children on their way to school, they slowed, and something like acknowledgement passed through them. No one applauded. They did not need to. They stopped and looked. Elliot chose a small place for his piece, a top-floor closet no one used except to stash seasonal decorations and the occasional abandoned futon. He climbed the narrow stairs carrying a small, wrapped frame. His hands shook. I think he had practiced 1,000 ways of keeping a photograph private. He placed the frame on the highest shelf and left the door ajar as if to invite someone in. Later he told me he had been carrying the weight of a name for years, something he had not allowed himself to own. Putting the photograph there, in that odd communal niche, was like bringing a secret out of a dark pocket and setting it on a table. It felt wrong to keep it alone, he said once, sitting on my kitchen floor and warming cold coffee in his palms. But it felt braver to put it where someone else might look and nod. Nodding matters, I said. It is an act of returning. As the ledger grew, so did the movement of the lingerer. It no longer performed the most private replays in my living room. The shadows still lingered. They still lagged behind in the hall. Sometimes they waved from a doorway when I left. But the most surgical cruelties, the replaying of my most private shame, or the sudden orchestration of my memory into a public shaming, had largely ceased. Perhaps the building had no cause to keep punishing me if other people were looking. Perhaps the residue had been starved of its solitude and withered. There were missteps. Once, in a fury of good intentions, we attempted to label a child's drawing with the child's name we had been given by a neighbor. The mother who claimed the name said it was not her child's handwriting. She was furious and mortified, and later apologetic. We learned that good documentation requires humility. There are errors in memory that replicate damage. If you name someone incorrectly, you risk making an erasure worse. We learned the ethics of caretaking slowly, to ask before photographing, to accept that some things are private, to offer a safe place for objects without forcing narrative upon their owners. It was the small moral labor that felt like charity in its purest form. We offered to return an envelope of letters to a tenant who had been out for years. She refused them, afraid of reopening a wound. Then we keep them safe, Clara said, very plainly, and we did. The letters were wrapped and labeled with a note that read, "Returnable on request." Sometimes between the cataloging and the interviewing, I would sit alone and read old notes I had taken, a line of someone's telephone message, a child's doodle. The data man had left his keys in a sink. The work of translation object to memory, absence to testimony felt like a kind of grieving I had been untrained to perform. I had been taught to swallow and carry. I had not been taught to place stones on a timeline and say, this happened. This person existed here. The changes at the building were small and practical. Rosa began to sign off on more maintenance requests when the ledger revealed systemic issues. Mr. Calder, prodded by the possibility of exposure, authorized patchwork repairs. It was not enough to fix the building. It was enough to stop pretending the building did not have a history. People started to talk in the laundry room about things they had left behind. The tone was neither celebratory nor lugubrious. It was ordinary recognition without spectacle. At night, when the city hummed like a distant engine, and the lamp on my table left the corners soft, I would label envelopes by hand. The ink would catch. My fingers would smudge. Once a small shadow drifted along the wall and paused as if watching what I wrote. I considered moving the envelope away, but then I wrote a different kind of label, unclaimed, unknown, witnessed. That night the shadow hovered a little longer. For the first time, it felt like it was waiting not to accuse but to be read to. We ended the chapter of cataloging with a small exhibit in the lobby, a modest row of items, and a printed ledger with names and dates. People stopped. Some left notes. An older woman planted a small sprig of lavender by a pair of gloves and smiled like she had seen something at last. The lingerer, if it has a sensibility, retreated to the stairwells and hallways where it could still wave when it wanted to, but without the cruelty of making my living room into a theater for my worst memories. That evening, as I locked my door and turned the key, I heard a faint, careful tapping at the base of my door. There was no one there and no object left. When I switched on the corridor light, the shadow of my hand lagged behind by a breath, then caught up, and for the first time it did not wave. Instead, it folded itself like a person tucking in a blanket. I held my breath and the building exhaled with me, a long, uncertain sound. I am not Nivy. The ledger is not a fix. The lingerer is still there, a congregation of absences that sometimes insists upon privacy or reenactment. There are nights the shadows drift back into my living room and make me replay moments I would rather forget. But cataloging taught me a way to answer, by naming, by insisting that the city's small cruelties are visible, by offering remembrance as a kind of ordinance. At the end of that week, I taped a new card into the front of the blue notebook where I had started keeping the ledger. In my small, deliberate handwriting I wrote, "Cataloging is care. Care is a civic act." I left it on the coffee table like a challenge. Outside, the city kept pressing in, indifferent. Inside, a building that had once held secrets in its plaster now kept a public, clumsy altar to flesh. The work would continue, the ledger would grow. And when, sometimes, I found a shadow waving from a doorway, I no longer felt like the only person to whom it could wave. The building had opened a window. Someone else might look back. The next morning, Clara brought an old map of the neighborhood and a magnifying glass. "We're not done," she said, and I realized that what began with a single coffee table had become a communal act. We had become, at least for a little while, the people who insisted on memory. Then, as I packed an envelope of photographs to be stored in acid-free paper, my pencil slipped and smudged one corner. I blotted it away, and when I straightened up, there was a photograph across from the stack that I did not recognize, a small boy on the landing stairs, looking at something out of frame. The back of the photo was blank. I had never seen it before. I did not know who he was. I slid it into an envelope and wrote, in the same careful hand, "Unknown witness present." Later, when I returned to the table for a cup of tea, I found on top of the unopened envelope a single matchstick, charred at the end, placed like a punctuation mark. The match did not burn anything. It lay there as if to remind me that even small flames can be gestures of attention. I closed the ledger, turned out the lamp, and for a long time I listened to the building breathing around me. The shadows moved in the hall, patient. The gestures had changed, but they had not disappeared. Somewhere upstairs, a light clicked off. The city hummed. I put my hand on the blue notebook and felt the ridges of the pages beneath my palm. The work of keeping memory was only beginning, and I had discovered that naming things aloud was not a defeat, but a kind of defense. In the morning we would continue. We would interview another neighbor, photograph another tableau, label another bundle. The ledger would grow, and with it a different kind of city, one where absences were catalogued, and therefore less able to be weaponized against those who remained. I turned the key in the lock and heard, faint as a promise, a small, delayed wave in the doorway. It was not a summons. It was a gesture. Something was still there, wanting to be seen. I left the lamp on, and I started to write. I signed the lease because the rent fit into the arithmetic of a life I had been trimming down for months. There was nothing romantic about it, no lofty windows, no architectural flourish, only the practical mesh of subway lines and a landlord who answered the phone and a landlord who did not. They handed me keys with an index card and a curt nod through an office window that smelled of paper and something sharp like bleach. The building promised proximity. To the office I would go to every day, to the coffee shop that had reliable Wi-Fi, to the dryer that accepted coins. It also promised, in the small, inevitable way of old high-rises, the city's particular types of anonymity. Apartment 18B was a rectangle with a lamp. When I first pushed the door open, the shape of it fit around me like a borrowed coat. There was a strip of laminate that snapped when the weight of a box shifted, a radiator beneath the window that had been painted more often than it had been opened, and a single lamp sitting in the corner with a shade the color of tired milk. The landlord, or the woman behind the desk that morning who looked as if she processed life into payments for a living, had left a cheery bulb in the lamp. It threw a cone of light across the carpet, the color of old dishwater, and turned the rest of the room into a peripheral wash where things were not yet named. My possessions fit into 4 boxes and a duffel bag. I had folded my life small, practiced at minimizing, the result of last year's breakup, of a parent whose death had reduced gatherings to small, precise instructions. When you have learned to leave quickly, you become skilled at making a life portable. I stacked textbooks with plates and wound sweaters around fragile objects until they felt like armor. There is a kind of clarity in the way cardboard corners scrape skin. It focuses you on the thing you are carrying and not on all the things you have left behind. I worked in bursts. I put the lamp where it caught the chair, arranged a small shelf for books, stacked the plates in a narrow cabinet like a miniature monastery. The building's thin plaster seemed to breathe. Every time I set something down, the walls sent back a little complaint. The radiator gave a long metallic groan and let out a sigh that sounded like someone settling into a chair. The elevator coughed in the shaft like a throat clearing. Upstairs, footsteps passed at a tempo that belonged to 100 different small lives. I made a place for the notebook on the narrow counter that separated the kitchen from the living area. It is almost ritual, the way I begin with a blank page and a pen. The first entry is always the same: the time, the shape of the light, the weather. I write because I want to name things before they begin to rearrange themselves back into a world I no longer own. There is a safety in observation that has the cadence of prayer. By writing it down, I am asserting the fact of it. It is how I pulled myself through the months after the funeral, how I survived the last month after Lee left by keeping an inventory of small facts. The first small wrongnesses arrived like poor handwriting. A faint ring of coffee appears on the counter, someone else's cup, the old stain beneath the laminate where the previous tenant had burned something. The lock on the door catches and releases with a tiny protest. Once, as I unpacked a box of mugs, I found a thin hairline crack near the rim of one porcelain cup that I could not recall owning. I set it aside and felt the half-embarrassed prick of being a woman who noticed details other people might avoid. Each of those things I filed away as the sort of minor domestic failures you inherit when you move into a place that has lived other people's small habits. I learned the rhythms of the building by listening. The elevator's cough came every 7 minutes or so during the day and less often at night. A dryer thumped somewhere on a lower floor. I could sometimes hear someone moving a chair near midnight, the scrape of wood against linoleum so faint that I wondered if I had imagined it. The city itself was a distant hum, a constant low note like a neighbor you could count on never to be silent. It felt companionable at first, the trimmer of traffic like a lullaby. But there was something in the building's particular quiet that felt less companionable and more attentive, as if the rooms remembered persons rather than emptying to make way for the new. On the first night, in the immediate comfort of a lamp that threw too much light into too little space, I noticed that my shadow lagged. I was standing at the sink, drying a mug with a towel that smelled like lemon cleaner, and the lamp in the corner cast my silhouette long and thin across the room. When I lifted the towel, the shadow on the floor moved a breath later. I told myself it was fatigue, the habit of overworking my eyes after a day of travel and boxes. I blamed the angle of the light, some trick of the lamp and the bulb, and the way shadows graduate into a softness when there is only a single source. I told myself, we are in a new place, you are tired. The world is allowed to be misaligned for a night or two. But then I saw the silhouette in the living room raise a hand. I froze the way you do when the present moment becomes a hinge, and you cannot decide which way to push. I stood under the lamp, towel in my hands, watching the dark on the floor. My shadow lifted a hand, fingers caught in the slant of the light, and it was precisely the sort of motion I would make when I paused between one task and another. It was not a full wave, it was a small, almost distracted gesture. For a disquieting second, I felt the syrup-thick squeeze of a memory I could not place. A hand raised in a corridor in a house long ago. A gesture of having been seen and not seen. My first reaction, reasonable enough, was to look for a practical explanation. Maybe the lamp had shifted on its cord. Maybe in my peripheral vision I had imagined the movement. Maybe a reflection from a passing car had turned the glass of the window into a second bedroom for the light. Rationality has a way of being stubborn. It persists in me like habit. I examined the lamp. It sat where I put it, shade level, bulb screeching white. The window showed nothing but the smudge of the city lights. I turned off the kitchen light and then the lamp and watched the room swallow itself in a slow, hungry dark. When the lamp snapped back on, the shadow returned, and this time it was slightly late, like a dancer stepping in a beat behind the music. I wrote it down. There is a dry humor in trying to commit the uncanny to the same paper where you record the water bill. I made a new page, the entry small and orderly, 8:14 p.m. moved in, lamp in corner, shadow lagged by funds, note, watch the shadow. I capped the sentence with a line and underlined it once, because some portion of me wanted to treat it as an experiment. I do this often, name the thing I am afraid of, because naming turns a beast into a specimen. At least that is the theory. Sleep that night tasted like the thin metal of the radiator. I left the lamp on with a dimmer set to half what the living room would bear. The city was a lullaby at the edge of the glass, and a car horn stitched into the distance. At 2 in the morning, I woke because the radiator had pronounced itself with a long, slow knock, the kind of sound a building makes when it remembers weather. I lay there, listening, feeling my body settle into the new geometry of another bed. The idea that the apartment might be making small domestic noises that I would need to learn to live with was one I could tolerate. The idea that it could do something to me, make me doubt the solidity of my own movement, was less comfortable. The next morning I met Elliot across the hall as I was carrying out the last of the light boxes. He opened his door with a key that clucked an old habit. He looked at me the way people look at each other in old apartments. There is a kind of registered curiosity that people in tired buildings use instead of pleasantries. He was broad-shouldered like an unfurled map with boots that had walked a lot of sidewalk. He offered a dry, quick smile. "You new in ATB?" he asked. There was no excess in the question, just the kind of civic economy that says I noticed. "Yes, welcome to the swamp," he said without irony. He reached into the door frame and came back with a small toolkit. "Plaster's thin here. If you hear a thump, don't assume the ghosts are violent. Sometimes it's just the pipe." I laughed because laughter felt like the correct response, and he handed me the toolkit with the casual gravity of someone entrusting a neighbor with a toolbox instead of a secret. He nodded toward the radiator. "That thing will clam up in winter. Use the key in the mail room if it ever sings too loud. It's a ritual." There is an economy of small gestures in communal life. He had given me a key and something that approached kindness. I gave him a smile that did not betray the detail of the night before. People offer dry jokes for new neighbors the way they offer spare salt, a practical kindness folded into habit. By mid-afternoon I had walked the apartment in a slow arc and found more of the building's handwriting. The hallway light outside my door flickered with a staccato indecision. The carpet at the threshold had an impression where someone had once set a welcome mat and then retracted it. I sat at the small table by the window and watched shadows fall into the noon. The shadowing then behaved as a shadow should, neat and immediate. I felt a blush of relief that faded like a film being peeled away. The city pressed in with a steady undertow of movement that was both reassuring and accusatory. Here it was, life doing what it does, far away from my small inventory. I made an inventory anyway. There is a certain defiant ceremony to listing damage. I treated the apartment like an experiment station. I wrote the precise angle the lamp threw 49 degrees, by my pen's estimate and logged the radiator's pitch and the way the laminates snapped. I left a margin note, "Do not let it become lonely." I had no business writing a command to a place. It was the kind of superstition that takes hold when you are accustomed to being the practical agent of your own survival. At dinner, I made a quick bowl of pasta and ate at the table without music. The city hummed. A TV muted 2 apartments down suggested living stories in 2 disembodied channels. On the counter, my notebook lay open like a map of intentions. I paused over it and found the sentence from the night before, "Watch the shadow." Underneath I added, almost without thinking, "If it waves, call someone." I wanted the humor of that line to deflect the particular throat stick of fear that was starting to grow like a bruise behind my sternum. By the time I turned the lamp down and went to bed this time, determined to let sleep do its honest work, the shadow had resumed a punctual existence. Perhaps it had been a trick of my mind. Perhaps the night had simply required a second to correct itself. Or perhaps places like this, with their thin walls and their registry of hurried departures, keep a catalogue of small delays that the living have learned not to name. I slept badly and woke with a crispness that belonged to someone who had slept an hour too many in a cheap motel. The first morning in a new place, you test the parameters of your life. I tested the light, the lock, the sound of my coffee pot. I tested myself by standing in the doorway and knocking on the opposite wall to listen for hollowness. The building replied as buildings do, with a scraped cough and the faint clatter of a radiator. It did not, in that small morning, wave. Still, I left a note in my notebook, neat and small, the way a surgeon might mark a margin before an operation, shadow lagging, monitor. I packed the last of the boxes into the car and closed the door with a press that felt like setting down a thing I had been carrying. On the threshold I heard, faint and specific, the building's breath. I thought, with a kind of secret hope that felt like superstition, that the noting would be enough. Naming the oddness would make it contained. I locked the door, checked the latch twice, and walked into the city's pulse, feeling as if a small, curious animal had been left at home to look after the dark. I did not know then that the apartment collects gestures like lint, that the floors remember the rhythm of certain footsteps, that the plaster keeps the echo of hands. I only knew the small economy of my own life and the ledger I had begun to write in the margin of night. When I came back that evening, boxes lighter, and the city's noise pulled taut by rush hour, I flicked the lamp on and stood in the kitchen and watched the shadow. It moved with me, obedient and immediate. It was a relief so small it felt almost unearned. I dried a mug and set it in the sink. Somewhere down the hall a television laughed and sounded false. Somewhere else a child screamed into a phone. The building exhaled and accepted us both, me practical and tired, and it patient and old. Then, just as I reached for a towel, the silhouette in the living room lifted a hand and half bowed. I laughed then, and the laugh was half a question, half an apology. The sound of it in that room made the thing feel thinner, like a trick being forced. I put the towel down and wrote in my notebook beneath the earlier entry. This time my handwriting was more hurried. 9:12 LPM shadow in living room gestured. Detail raised hand half bowed. Note, keep watching. I left the lamp dimmer and the door unlocked and went to the window and looked out at the city, because sometimes the best way to calibrate fear is to fix it against something larger and more indifferent. Lights flickered in other apartments like blinkers. A train blinked through its canyon. A truck breathed diesel. The radiator under the window tapped with a slow, domestic insistence. I made a promise to myself then, small and private: observe, record. Do not pretend the apartment is a private thing you own outright. It belongs to others in ways that are not catalogued by leases and rent ledgers. I did not yet know whether that knowledge would comfort me or devour me. That night, as I closed the notebook with a practiced fingertip, I left a scrap of paper in the margin where my pen had smudged and wrote in tiny letters, As if to lock a secret, watch the shadow. The lamp guttered once, as if in response, and the radiator sighed like a thing that was not yet ready to be quiet. I had imagined the truce as something ceremonial, a spoken agreement, perhaps a gesture performed under witness. I pictured Rosa and Mir, Calder nodding and a hush like a gavel falling. What arrived at my door, however, was less tidy, an accumulation of small acts that, together, altered the shape of the building's attention. Rosa called a meeting because of course she did it in the smallest, most efficient way possible. Late afternoon, she said, when the lobby empties, bring the papers. She set her clipboard at the scratched table near the elevator and arranged her pens with a precise, indifferent calm. The fluorescent light above buzzed softly, throwing a steady pool of white across every hard surface, and the hum made our shadows sharper, as if the building itself wanted us to look. Mr. Calder arrived with a legal pad and an air that suggested had been briefed to be as compact as possible. He sat on the edge of the worn leather chair, legs slightly apart, pen poised. He didn't look like someone who lingered. He looked like someone who practiced leaving. When I read the list aloud, names, dates, the redacted notes, I could see his jaw work. There was, finally, a pause, and Rosa slid a folder across the table with an inch of theatrics that might have been accidental. These were lodged months ago, she said, keeping her voice neutral. Some of them were not entered. Budget. Pressure from management. Her fingers traced a crease in the ledger. I filed, I signed. Mr. Calder signed off on authorizing a maintenance schedule for the next 2 weeks. Not a grand fix. Mara don't expect new windows, just things that will help. Patching ceiling, finding where drafts come from. Juno will get a crew on Wednesday. We'll clear the top floor closet for a short time to check the cavity behind the boiler, and he'll be sending the redacted memos up the chain. You wanted paperwork. Here. She pushed the folder toward me. Mr. Calder's signature on the authorization was small, precise, like a clipped commitment. He said, "We're doing what we can, within the constraints." It was the sort of sentence that admitted limits and tried to close the argument. I could feel the building listening in the small change in air pressure. The overhead light felt suddenly less clinical and more like a spotlight. It was not victory. It was not forgiveness. It was a movement, a slight arranging of the furniture of care. But when Rosa called Juno and sent an email to the maintenance office with a succeed to Mir, Calder and to a municipal complaint address, something shifted from possibility to plan. The work began the next morning under a sky that looked the exact shade of old plaster. Elliot came to my door with a thermos and a toolbox that smelled faintly of motor oil and lemon. He wore his practical coat and had a look of someone who'd learned to be patient with buildings because they rewarded slow insistence. "We start with the baseboard," he said, nodding to the living room, his voice low with the kind of assuredness that replaces explanation. "If there's a breach there, drafts come in. Drafts excite the the ghosts. Well, do the board, check the seal, then the vent behind the radiator. Shouldn't take more than an afternoon. Juno will take the boiler closet Thursday. I can show you where a cavity would be accessible." I laughed unexpectedly, because he had said ghosts in a sentence and not flinched. Elliot has a soft way with the ridiculous. He treats fear like an old, stubborn leak. We pried up the slat by the heater with a crowbar that left the paint flaking against my knuckles. The smell of dust rose, bitter and dry, like a book opened after decades. Under the floorboard was a nest of envelopes, a child's school roster with a smudge of crayon, and a ribbon that had lost its color. Juno knelt, flashlight in his mouth like an animal, and the beam carved shapes into the raw wood. As they worked, the apartment felt different. The shadow that had once sat like a postage stamp in the doorway observed from the wall, flattened and humid-edged. But when Elliot slid back a joist, it withdrew to the line near the radiator as if drawn by the new seam. He tapped the floor with a hammer, and the sound was a direct note in my sternum. "You'd be surprised how often it's a draft," Elliot said. Air moves in patterns and people move in patterns. The building remembers the tracks. He smiled at me with a small conspiratorial warmth, like someone who knows how to fix more than pipework, someone who knows how to anchor attention. There were smells and small noises, the rasp of sandpaper, the needle prick hiss of compressed air when Juno cleared a vent, the metallic tang of new screws biting into softened wood. Paint, when it went up, had a hospital-clean sweetness that I found oddly comforting. It didn't feel like a purging. It felt like dressing a wound carefully. Repairs are always noisy in a way that makes privacy awkward. For 2 days the building sounded like a living creature undergoing minor surgery. The elevator sounded congested when it ascended. The pipes coughed gently. And the stairwell had the raw echo of feet that had been unpracticed in carrying noise. Through all of that, the shadows shifted. They stopped timing their more intimate performances to my quiet, and instead began to stand along the hallways, a congregation that watched the work with a patient, charcoal patience. They no longer staged tableaux in my living room. That might have been the most startling thing of all, an inward migration from private rooms to shared spaces. Rosa had a way of carrying a ledger like a talisman. After she filed the complaints, she kept her side of the bargain in small, visible ways, a new notice board in the lobby with important numbers, a laminated sheet of rules and a schedule for the boiler checks. It was modest, and she hated cards on her desk. So why she spent the afternoon making a neat column of dates was a small kindness I didn't need to explain to anyone. They saw it and were comforted anyway. Clara came to observe, her camera hanging like a talisman at her throat. She asked for interviews with residents, but insisted on letting them lead the words. "I want names," she said simply. "I want the building to have a list of the ones who lived here. It's not forensic, it's civic. If we name them, maybe they won't be left to make themselves into something else." She set up a small recorder in the lobby and asked the oldest tenant if he would tell her the name of the woman who used to bake on the 3rd floor. He told her slowly, and the word he said sounded like settling a stone. We made a plan to hold a small gathering food from those who could spare it, chairs dragged together in the lobby under the pool of that same buzzing light. The idea came from me as much as it did from the rest, a ritual that was not a cleansing but a witness. I wrote invitations on the back of old receipts and slipped them under doors. Lee came despite the brittle distance between us, and she brought a loaf of bread with seeds and a willingness to read aloud. The evening was not dramatic. That would have been easier, perhaps because drama is neat and demands a climax. Instead it was granular and warm and stubborn. Neighbors spoke in halting sentences about small, often ugly things: missed maintenance, quiet deaths, a woman who left a radio on for months after she moved out, neighbors finding her photograph and leaving it on the mantel, and those things, when spoken aloud, took up less space than they had in private. People named the ones they had loved with an economy that made the names ring out. Clara recorded everything, and when she played the recordings back for me later, we both knew the act of saying the names had shifted something. We lit no candles. In the building lately, candles became traps drafts would gutter them, and the shadows learned the drafts. Instead, someone brought battery-powered fairy lights and draped them in a fragile net across the foyer. The effect was domestic and slightly ridiculous, and for that reason it made us laugh and eased the gravity. I read from my notebook because it was what I did. I read cold, precise entries of times and movements, and then I read a letter I had found in the adjacent apartment, the one that had been staged as if its occupant had stepped out and never returned. The name in the letter matched a redaction in Rosa's memos. I felt, for a second, the teeth of the building unclench. Elliot surprised me that night. He asked if he could say something, and awkward in the way men are who have held tenderness private, he hiked himself onto the arm of an old sofa and spoke in a low voice. "I've kept a photograph for 12 years," he said. "A small thing. People keep things in odd places when they're grieving. He admitted then, with a steadiness that didn't ask for comfort, that he had maintained a small memorial in the top-floor closet behind a loose shelf. He described it without theatre, a photo on a small shelf, a lighter, a pressed leaf. He described how, for the longest time, he would go up there and talk aloud into the wood and the pipes. It didn't stop me missing him, Elliot said. But it made a place for missing. I thought maybe if we made places the building, all of us, that place would be less lonely. He pushed his palms together and looked at the group with a sure, awkward gentleness. I want to put the photo where light hits. The space has been opened for evaluation. I want it known, whoever he was, that someone is keeping him. We followed him up the stairs after the gathering, a small, ragged procession under the emergency lights. The top-floor closet smelled of old paint and motor oil. Juno had cleared a spot as Rosa had arranged, and there was dust in the air that made the light look like it had substance. Elliot slid open the crate and placed the photograph against the wall, then set a small glass over it like a shelter. He spoke a few words, nothing spoken into microphones. Nothing theatrical, just a name, and the kind of quiet statement people make when they want an action to be a proof of attention. When he closed the box, the shadow in the stairwell did something that made my throat catch. It drew back from the edge of the landing where it had lingered, and gathered along the opposite wall in a line, like a congregation stepping back to let a stage be used. The movement was small, almost imperceptible, but it was deliberate. It was not the violent retreat I had once fantasized about, where the shadow would be burned like a film negative, but a folding, a yielding that felt, in a way that surprised me, like respect. We did not sing. Instead, we stood and let the building breathe for a time. The pipes clicked in a slow vernacular I had learned to pass as meaning nothing and everything. The shadow in the stairwell held its place and made no replay of any private moment while we were there. For the first time in months, I experienced something like relief that was not a small, guilty thing. It was visible and relational, a behavior change. We called it a truce because we needed a word for the arrangement, a conjuring, perhaps, of civility. But truce implies two equal parties negotiating terms and signing on dotted lines. What we had was more complicated. We had action and acknowledgement and the willing organization of memory. We had me. Called a signature and Rosa's quiet labor, Elliot's placement, Clara's recording, and the neighbor's willingness to show a photograph. We had, too, the building's slow consent. The shadow's more public arrangement of themselves was not a defeat for them, but an accommodation. The consequences came in details. The shadows stopped timing the replay of private arguments to the exact moment I would be alone. They moved to corners and hallways where they could be seen together. They rearranged broken things into items to be catalogued rather than puzzles to be solved in private. I stopped waking with the phantom certainty that a photograph had moved to a new frame while I slept. I still found small things displaced, and once in a while a shadow would linger late, as if testing the terms. But those late waves felt less like accusation and more like a neighbor waving because they had recognized me on the sidewalk. The difference mattered. Not everything changed. The building still had a draft that would not stop in winter, and a landlord who had learned to practice absences with skill. Rosa's fixes were patchwork. Mr. Calder's sign-off was contingent and had the fine print of budget cycles written into it. Repairs happen in schedules and politics. The linger had grown under neglect because neglect is institutional, contagious. I knew, as our small victory settled into routine, that it could slip back into the old ways if we did not keep watching. Lee stayed the night after the gathering and did not sleep well. She read silently from my notebook in the blue light of my lamp, then closed it and set a hand over mine in a gesture that was not yet reconciliation but was warm, and more than I had a right to hope for. We agreed to be present in small ways, to call more, to come home for dinner now and then. Those promises were fragile scaffolding, but they were scaffolding nonetheless. Clara sent me an email later that week with a draft of a piece. She was crafting an essay about institutions and how they shape what gets remembered. She included transcriptions of the meeting we had in the lobby and an edited excerpt from the conversation Elliot had on the sofa. "It's not spooky reportage," she said in a parenthetical. "It's civic narrative." She asked permission to use the recordings and the names. I said yes. Naming felt like a promise I could make. The truce, then, was made of many small things: documentation, a signed paper, a photograph placed in a lighted place, a ledger that finally matched the lives that had been led. It did not feel like winning, it felt like paying attention. The lingerer, to me, read like a thing assembled from what we left behind when we were in a hurry or in sorrow. The building had been fed neglect. It had grown a body out of absence. We fed it different things now: light names, paper that meant something when it was not redacted. I kept a daily ledger, though the entries changed tone. Where before I wrote with a kind of clinical alarm times, durations, gestures, I now catalogued with a softer pen. Repairs logged. A neighbor's birthday noted with a chipped mug left in the lobby for anyone to take. A child's drawing taped to the notice board. Small, stubborn artifacts of living. On the morning the crew finished patching the last visible crack in my wall, I sat at my kitchen table with a cup of coffee that tasted faintly of the stairwell's dust and felt a cautious peace. The lamp threw my shadow across the table, and for the first time in a long time it did not lag. It rose and fell with me like a familiar. At the doorway, barely visible against the hall's paler light, a shadow lifted a hand in a small, casual wave. I raised my cup in return. It was not a final. It was not closure. It was a hand raised in recognition, a neighborly gesture. The building kept waving in ways I did not expect, gentle remembrances placed where people could see them. Notes of apology left by tenants who had once decided to leave quietly, a rusted bicycle propped in the lobby with a note that read simply, "For the kid who lives here now." The city pressed on outside, indifferent, and we pressed back in our small way. I closed my notebook and made a new entry, not to end anything but to practice continuing. Today, truce, name written, photograph placed, repairs, ongoing, watchfulness required. I paused, pen poised, listening to the building's small language, the click of pipes, the distant whine of the elevator, the soft communal murmur from the lobby downstairs. Then I added a line that felt like a promise and a question both. Will it hold? The answer, I think, will be as small as the things that made the truce: careful, communal, and stubborn. But the building had taught me one other lesson: its memory is patient. It waits in corners, and sometimes it waves from the doorway. For now, when it waves, I wave back. When the first of them arrived, I had the table pushed against the wall, and a box of Earl Grey in a cupboard I had not yet unpacked. The living room of 10AB still smelled faintly of floor polish and the coffee of previous tenants, a mix that in the beginning had felt like an accusation. What else? The apartment seemed to ask, "Did you think you could start anew on top of?" I had titled a stack of notes "The Ledger," as if formality could fasten light to paper and make the past stop moving. People came with dishes and stories. They came because Rosa had, in a lapse of policy or dignity, perhaps both, left a note on the building's community board, monthly sitting. Bring names. Bring things. It was the most official thing I had seen her do since we had been tinkering at the idea of accountability in maintenance and files. The note's edges were taped. Someone had left a tiny ceramic cup in front of it as if offering a votive. Clara had laughed when she first saw it and said, "You want an audience? You will get one." Elliot, who had kept his hands busy mending the stair rail and the grief that lived under it, rolled his eyes and promised to bring coffee. We gathered on a Sunday that was too bright for the story we were trying to tell. The light sheared across the carpet and made hard-edged bands on the sofa. In those bands, dust moved like the breath of a beast. I had arranged chairs in a loose circle, Mismatched thrift store staples, a folding stool, Elliot's old armchair that smelled of oil and pipe smoke. I set a stack of index cards and a pen in the center, a small ritualary altar that felt both ridiculous and necessary. I had discovered, in my late nights with the ledger, that the act of naming meant something. It conferred an existence that bureaucracies and hurried departures had refused to give. Lee arrived early, hands smelling faintly of linseed oil from the workshop where she ran community classes. She hung her coat in the doorway and stood in the light, looking around as if cataloging the angles. "This is very Shirley Jackson," she said with a half-smile that was both teasing and tender. In a good way, maybe in an awful way, but still. Her presence was a small reliquary in itself, something I had wanted for months and been afraid to claim. She had come the night before and stayed through the small hours, a steadiness that had a very practical genius. She read what I had written about the first nights aloud, and then, when my voice trembled, she told me about the plumbing incident that had made her cry on a different floor 3 years ago. Names loosened like knots. Clara arrived with a satchel full of transcriptions and a camera. She laid a few photocopies on the coffee table and tapped one with a finger. "These are people," she said simply, "not a pattern, people. Even a file with redactions is a story that got interrupted." Her attitude was insistently empirical. Examine the evidence, and you cannot deny its weight. Rosa came after her, clipped but softer in that way that comes from admitting error. She folded her arms around a file she had been carrying for years, maintenance reports, complaints, emails, and set them down as if she were finally allowing those papers to be what they had always been, a ledger of named things. Elliot arrived last, bringing coffee in a thermos and a small cardboard frame had wiped with his sleeve. He sat and did not fidget, which I had learned over months to read as an act of courage. He told a small version of his loss, not the entire story, which he had kept safe in the top-floor closet for years, but the part about how certain things take on the volume of someone, how a sweater folded a certain way becomes a map to a person. When he said the name that I had only ever heard in bits of rumor, Pete, he put the frame on the mantel and left it open to the light. Later, a group of us walked up to the closet and Elliot slid the frame into a small shelf. The closet did not feel like a hiding place anymore. It felt like a shelf of memory that was allowed to exist in daylight. We talked in rounds. Each person took the index cards and wrote a name or a small detail and then passed it around. At first the cards were cautious dates, initials, items recovered from stairwells. Then someone Benson from 20C, who had been a quiet presence in the elevator for years, cleared his throat and said, "My daughter used to leave her backpack by the door. Once she forgot it for a week, and the shadow of it was there every night until she came back." He said it like a confession, and for a moment no one spoke. The linger, which had been a constant peripheral pressure in my bones for months, seemed to lean in like a congregation listening to a homily. The silhouettes pooled in the doorway when the light hit them, indistinct at the edges like charcoal smudges, and did not enact any reproach. They were listening. That particular Sunday felt less like a séance and more like a parish meeting. We did not pretend to exorcise the building. Rather, we acknowledged that the building did the remembering for those of us who had, for whatever reasons, fear, haste, indifference, left things behind. I read aloud from my notebook, the entry about the jacket folded on the chair, the photograph face down on the table. When Lee read the lines I had scrawled about my mother, how I had not said the words it wanted at the hospital, something shifted in the air that was not easily described. It was a condensation of all the small things people had not done. It was, in other words, everything we were trying to put down on paper. After the meeting broke up, people wandered and lingered like relatives in a kitchen after a funeral. Elliot and I took a small box up to the closet and set a photo in a slatted ray of light. And when we shut the door, there was a lightness I could feel in my ribs. Rosa stayed behind and handed me a bulging envelope. I filed them, she said, voice slightly rough as if from disuse. Not all of them. Some had to stay redacted. But I filed. Her admission had a cost written into it and implied apology to the building as much as to the people who had been forgotten. She left a white tag on top of the envelope, items documented, names withheld for privacy. The small repairs began like promises. Ma called her after Clara had written a piece that made the building's problems hard to ignore, sent an email that read, in its corporate succinctness, approvals granted for immediate maintenance. Rosa answered with a list of priorities: mold treatment in the laundry room, a service call for the elevator, a professional to inspect the sealed stairwell. It was modest work, and it was public in a way it had not been before. People signed in to supervise the painters and the workers, as if the presence of witnesses was a form of protection. We watched men in overalls lift wallpaper, heard the sounds of power tools that are always optimistically called progress, and we catalogued the dates they arrived. I found myself becoming a clerk of place. I labeled things with small human tags. On a shelf where someone had left a child's shoe, I wrote on a sticky note, unclaimed small blue sneaker scuffs on toe found near stairwell, low 3T07. I wrote the note with a pen that left a bold, small indented line, my own mark on the archive of the building. The act felt both shameless and holy. Naming relieved an H, as if suffering had a suitable container. Clara suggested we photograph items against a neutral background, white sheets. The way museums document artifacts, and slowly the apartment's living room turned into a makeshift repository. We were careful. We did not stage anything to please narrative. Instead, we attended to scrap-like details: a bust token, an expired MetroCard with handwriting on the back, a matchbook from a bar that once held someone's last argument. Each object was a small request to be known. There were nights when the lingerer was noisier. A cluster of shadows would assemble in the stairwell and enact a tableau: two silhouettes frozen mid-quarrel, a hand reaching for a doorknob that never moved. I learned to say aloud to myself, "They are not trying to hurt you." Saying it did not make the tableau less detailed or less painful. It only gave me the syllables to stand on. Lee would hold my hand then, a short pressure. She would say, "We are not being erased by them, Mara. We are being asked to see." There was truth in that, and ethics of attention, and I wanted it to be enough. Work on the ledger turned social work as well as archival method. We catalogued names where we could. For those we could not, we wrote descriptors: young mother. Leaves quickly, often carrying a small cardboard box, and pinned them to a board in the hallway like a crime scene board whose crime was the absence itself. Sometimes a person would come forward when they saw a name they recognized. Sometimes people would tell us the missing detail and cry quietly in the stairwell. Lee taught an impromptu workshop on grief in the middle of the lobby, how to talk about people who gone without turning them into trophies of sorrow. She had a blunt way of bringing people back to their lives. Grieve, sure, but don't get arrested by it, she would say. Her practicality was a kind of kindness I had been starved for. Our efforts did not turn the building into a kindness factory overnight. There were still nights when the radiator shrieked at 2 a.m. and the light in the stairwell blinked with the indecision of a tired animal. There were still objects that resisted our attempts at naming an envelope with no stamp, a photograph whose faces were scraped away, but the ambient quality of the haunt shifted. The shadows, sensing a change in the way attention landed on them, stopped staging private vignettes in my living room. Instead, they kept to thresholds and hallways, a presence like a gallery installed in the margins. When a silhouette lifted a hand now, it felt less like accusation and more like an invitation to notice. Sometimes it was a wave. Sometimes it was the slow raising of a palm in benediction. I learned to accept those gestures as part of a vocabulary rather than the last word. There was a night later in the month when Lee and I sat side by side on the sofa, the lamp between us making a warm island of things. Outside, the sodium lamps threw a steady halo over the street, and the city hummed as always, the same city that had been indifferent, sometimes cruel, but also stubbornly, a place where people returned. We read aloud entries from the ledger to one another, passages I had been too afraid to read to anyone else. When Lee read a line about my mother and the hospital room, I felt the building rearrange itself around the memory. A shadow in the doorway lifted its hand very slowly, like someone making sure the motion was seen. It was not a theatrical wave. It was careful, the kind of movement a person makes when leaving a room in order not to wake a sleeping child. I closed the ledger in that moment. It was not a dramatic gesture. The notebook thudded into place on the coffee table with a small, domestic finality. My chest felt like it had been emptied, and then a light, but steady, pressure pressed at the hollow. I realized I had been expecting a bolt of lightning to prove the rightness of my choice, some grand catharsis that would make the building yield, but instead there was the slow accrual of people who came to talk, and a landlord who, sticky with the discomfort of being called to account, signed off on paying an electrician. The changes were mundane and therefore believable. The final line of the ledger entry for that night reads, simply, documentation as ritual. We name to keep. We keep to remember. I folded the page in, made a small notation about ongoing repairs, and left the notebook open to the index. Later, after Lee had gone home and the building had settled into its small, nocturnal complaints, I went to the window and watched a shadow across the stairwell perform a small, slow wave. It was private and ordinary. I felt the wave as a kind of benediction and a question both. There would be more work. There would be nights when memory would unspool in ways that surprised and hurt. There would be administrative snaffus and angry emails and a person from the paper who would want to turn the story into an angle. But in the warm banalities of daily care, labeling, filing, remembering aloud the building's insistence had become a way to keep being human together. I left the living room light on, put the pen back in the jar, and turned the page in my mind as one turns a small, endless book. The apartment, like a neighbor who will not be ignored, continued to wave from time to time. I no longer recoiled. Instead, I answered with my own small wave, the movement of a hand that had learned to say both hello and not yet goodbye. At the edge of sleep, I wrote one last line in the margin, the work continues. I did not know whether it was optimism or the sober arithmetic of what had to be done, but it felt like a vow. The city hummed. The shadows waited at the doorways, patient as weather. I closed the notebook, and for the first time in a long time, I felt the shape of things I could hold on to. People who knew how to name and who would not let simple forgetting be a way of life. The apartment kept waving. I kept watching, and in watching I was no longer entirely alone. I closed the notebook the way I had opened it, with a small, ceremonial breath, fingers lingering on the battered spiral as if it might dissolve under my touch. The lamp beside the couch made a pool of light on the living room carpet, and the city beyond the window was a bruise of reflected neon and the distant, continuous sound of traffic like the ocean of some inland sea. Dust moved through the cone of light the way sleep moves through a household, slow, inevitable. I had started that book on my first night in 18B, scribbling in the margin, watch the shadow, as if an instruction could be enough to ward off what came after. Lee sat opposite me, knees tucked into her coat, a mug warming in her hands. She had come back for reasons I still felt clumsy naming aloud: guilt, curiosity, the hard muscle of a relationship that had once been honest even when it hurt. She read from the notebook in a voice that sometimes broke, sometimes steadied with the cadence of someone passing old hurt into something like containment. Her voice made the sentences wearable again, words that had been cramped into my throat as private fetishes of evidence now shared air and therefore lost some of their power to isolate. I thought I could keep grief in a suitcase, she read slowly, and I saw the small line of my handwriting tilt differently when someone else voiced it. I thought I could tape it shut, put it in the closet, and walk out with everything else. She looked up at me then, eyes alight with a kind of hungry dazzle I remembered from the first night's wed bump elbows over a stove. You kept a whole ledger of absence, Mara. I kept it because I was afraid of being wrong, I said. I hadn't meant to make it sound like a confession, but the room accepted it anyway. Afraid it was all in my head. She set the mug down. The room smelled faintly of lemon oil and the soup we hadn't finished the night before, a domestic familiarity that made the uncanny of the building less sharp. Outside, someone laughed in the stairwell low male and the sound traveled thinly through doors and drywall. The shadows on the opposite wall pooled longer at the edges where the lamp didn't reach. You learned the grammar of this building, how light divided it, where sound was kept, how presence lingered in the negative spaces. We did not announce the truce with trumpets or proclamations. There were no swift rituals that cleansed everything in a single night. There were phone calls and emails, awkward meetings. A couple of forms Rosa put into a manila folder and forced me to look at until the ink on the redactions didn't feel like a deliberate theft, but a bureaucratic scar. Miss Calder signed off on some patchwork repairs, new caulking around the tub, a replaced stem on the faucet in 18. A paint job that made the hallway look less like a corridor of suspended grief. Rosa slipped certain maintenance logs onto my kitchen table between sips of stale office coffee. She did it with an expression that said she was doing me a favor she could not afford. Clara wrote a piece that didn't pretend to tame what she described. She came with camera and meditation practice patients, asking neighbors for names and times and the way their days rearranged themselves around a particular creak in the floor. Her article did not turn the building into a spectacle. It turned it into a list of people who had been rendered invisible by procedures and deadlines. She sent the piece to a local publication that thrived on mid-city melancholy and municipal complaints. The story forced a small push from the landlord's office. More files saw light. More tenants filled out forms they had been afraid to sign. Documentation, I learned, had leverage. Naming had teeth. We held a gathering in the hallway one afternoon because the stairwell invited it, its thinnest condensed voices, and made secrets hard to keep. People stood with paper plates and thermoses and the awkwardness of obligatory civility. Rosa arrived with her clipboard and a softened manner. Juno brought a tin of cookies that had become half forgotten in his toolbox. Nurse Anita came, pragmatic and sensible, handing out lists of local support groups like business cards for grief. Elliot carried a small photograph wrapped in tissue the way one carries fragile things. He placed it on a makeshift pedestal in the landing's slant of daylight. There is a sound to a room beginning to speak its name after a long silence. A coffee cup sets down a little more carefully. A woman clears her throat. A man says, "My name is Harold," as if the name had been lodged behind something and needed forced air to come out. The shadows at the edges of the hallway were present and patient, like an audience that had finally been admitted. For the first time since the lagging started, the building's residue did not feel like an accusation so much as a gallery. People told small stories. Someone remarried after 30 years. Someone else confessed that they'd been living out of a suitcase since a breakup, and the telling seemed to redistribute weight. I collected names and dates with the same ridiculous zeal that had once felt compulsive. Now it felt like a duty. I photographed a child's drawing that had been stuck to a refrigerator across the hall by tape that had yellowed. I transcribed a series of letters that a woman in 18C had found under a loose kitchen tile and kept against her chest for 3 days. Elliot and I mounted a tiny shrine in a top-floor closet after Juno pried it open and showed us the sliver of angle light that made it suitable for keeping things that needed privacy and light in equal measure. Elliot's photo was of a man with a half-smile younger than him, hands resting on a steering wheel as if driving toward a place that never arrived. He placed it on a small shelf, and paused until the motion around him calmed. He did not look away until the sun had shifted enough to touch the frame. "It's not about getting rid of memory," Elliot said to me once, while we were hammering in a brass hook. "It's about not letting it get in the way of living." His voice had the regularity of someone who had learned the inflection of sighs and worked with them. He was more comfortable with tools than with confessions, but his hand said what his mouth could not. The photograph went to a safe place where it would be both observed and protected. We tried other things that were smaller and more human than rites. I started hosting evenings where people came and read aloud anything they wanted: letters, recipes, things they found sticky with the fingerprints of a past life. Lee brought a series of postcards she'd kept from a trip years ago. Anita read the names of people she'd visited in the building, and each time she said a name the air changed color, a slight wash, like a bruise easing. The shadows responded by rearranging their compositions in the hallways rather than performing in my living room. Once, during one of those nights, the silhouette that had once waved from the living room sat along the stairs banister like a quiet guest, fingers folded. That was the compromise. The lingerer would not be erased. It did not want to be. It had been formed from the forgetting of authorities and the hurriedness of people's departures. But it would be allowed a place where it did not trespass on the most intimate rooms. We set some boundaries not because we could force an ancient, sentient accumulation to obey law, but because we had the capacity to change how we housed our own lives. We named things, we made lists, we held the public and the private with a more honest hand. There were failures. There were nights when the echoes were sharper, when I woke with the sensation that my own voice had been played back to me half a beat late, like a recording that had warped overnight. There were days I could not tell whether I had paid a bill or simply moved the paper from one pile to another. The episode with the candles, our attempted cleansing ritual, returned to me like a cautionary tale. We'd arranged white candles on the windowsill and spoken names, and the wind from an ill-sealed sash had murmured them into scrimshawed quiet. A draft blew and the flames guttered. If anything, the shadows leaned forward then, patient and unbothered. Some things are not soothed by flame. Some things are soothed by witness. Lee and I did the work that people ask themselves to do when a relationship slides invisible into exile. We catalogued the fissures with temperate mouths, handed awkward apologies to one another like coins. She read entries out loud and asked questions that made me limp at first and then straighten. "Did you ever think about leaving?" she asked once, looking at the spine of the notebook as if the answer might be printed there. "Every day," I said. Every day, and also every day I stayed because it felt wrong to let the building swallow those names without someone speaking them. She listened. When she didn't know what to say, she brushed the edge of my hand the way someone edits a sentence, patient, decisive. There is a repair that is not dramatic. It is the slow reintroducing of habit, of shared light, of being present enough to make small, ordinary kindnesses. She slept on my couch for a week, and those nights were different because I was required to be less watchful for ghosts and more attentive to human needs. An extra blanket, a glass of water, the soft close of a door. Rosa did what she could. She put together a small envelope of files that had the name of a tenant who had died in one of the units decades earlier. The names were like knots. Once you found the end and pulled, you unraveled a length of practice: who had complained, who had been ignored, who had been offered a hush payment and a polite letter. Mere Calder, predictably, was cool and economical and signed only what the legal counsel made him sign. But under pressure he allowed patchwork repairs and the reopening of certain reports. It was not systemic change. It was not enough, but some things are accumulative. Some justice arrives as a series of small ledger entries that, when arranged, look like an apology. We made the closet into a place of small memorials. Elliot hung his photograph, and left a small packet of dried lavender that smelled like something domesticated and careful. Clara installed a stack of printed interviews. Juno left, tucked inside a cracked enamel mug, a child's school badge he had pried loose from under a floorboard and kept because it had seemed wrong to throw away a thing that could name a life. I taped a small printed list to the closet door. Names spoken here, please add if you find one. People added in different pens, different hands, and the act of writing was itself a kind of obligation met. The shadows accepted this space in the way that older cats accept a new chair. They surveyed it, tested it for comfort, and then settled. And yet, the building retained its capacity for small surprises. On a night much later, when the light in my kitchen had a warmer bulb, and Lee had gone home to sleep in her own place, I stood over the sink, washing a pan, and felt the lag blink from my periphery. For months the lag had been patient and cosmopolitan, pulling back from the intimate places, clustering in hallways. The hallway's geometry had been made more public by our conversations. But that evening, from the doorway where the hall met my living room, a dark form lifted a hand in a slow wave. It was the same gesture it had made during that early, accusing stretch when I first discovered it. The motion was not hurried or menacing. It was deliberate, as if someone at the other end of a long habit raised a hand to acknowledge me. I found my own hand lifting without thinking, an echo, nothing more elaborate than a reflex. My fingers met the dark suggestion of fingers, not physically but in the small, idiomatic recognition of a gesture. I felt my pulse along the inside of my wrist and a ridiculous, human impulse to smile. Somewhere in the building a television clicked off and a radiator sighed. The city beyond the window kept the steady, indifferent hum of its vehicles and late-night deliveries. The shadow's wave lasted for 3 slow beats, and then the figure dissolved back into the corridor like a tide going out. I did not run. I did not scream. I dried my hands carefully on a towel and set the pan to cool on the counter like I might do anything else: place, wash, dry. The action was the same, but the shape of the thought behind it had changed. The wave felt less like a summons and more like a benediction. If the building must keep these residues, then I could be a better steward of them. If the lingerer would persist, it could be asked to move in those hours and places where it was less likely to wound the living. I had no faith that agreements would be kept. In fact, I had spent months learning that small, steady maintenance matters more than grand promises. The truce was fragile because it depended on human attention. There is a practical side to this new work. I filed documents with the local housing board, wrote a small pamphlet about reporting maintenance complaints that Clara helped print and distribute, and created a binder of testimonies and photographs in the building's lobby so that neighbors and any curious visitor could learn not voyeuristically, but with respect, what this place held. I started a schedule for that closet, a day when neighbors could bring or talk about an object, a fixed time when someone would be there to receive photographs, and not let them be left in corners where they might become a focus for accumulation rather than remembrance. The binder became, strangely, a kind of public pulse. People came by and flipped its pages like checking a weather report: who had been here, who had been spoken of, what nights had been worst, with the creaks that mimicked voices. I kept adding names, transcriptions, dates. It didn't feel like possession. It felt like tending. The ethics of it were that we did not display things to gawk. We kept them accessible for relatives, for people who were in the process of letting go. Months in a city are an odd measure. They are both too short and long enough to wear grooves into the heart. Lee and I did not become atchingly tender or novelly whole. We learned the craft of small courtesies again. Elliot became less of a neighbor at arm's length and more a friend who brought tools and the occasional, resigned joke about the city's poor plumbing. Rosa, when she smiled, looked like someone who had bribed the world by being reasonable and competent, and who paid for it with a certain kind of exhaustion. Clara's article hung on a bulletin board in the lobby, folded and dog-eared, so that people who had not been brave enough to come to a meeting could still look and learn. One afternoon, a young woman came to the closet and put down a pair of tiny bollet shoes, their satin frayed, with a note saying simply, "For Lena." We waited too long. The note made all of us who read it hush. The lingerer, to my surprise, seemed to appreciate the smallness of this grief as much as the larger ones. Its gestures shrank when we gave them a place to splay themselves open without needing to be confrontational. It still sometimes put a chair too close to the door, or nudged a photograph to face the wall in the night, as if longing could not be fully tamed. But the frequency of those moments lessened not because it had been forced into obedience, but because it found company. The final scene of this chapter is not a tidy ending. Endings are a kind of vanity in buildings, and in people the idea that an accumulation could be exorcised with one act of will. Instead, I learned to live with a daily approximation of peace. I close the notebook and reopen it. I continue to add names and to insist that someone Rosa, me Juno, Elliot file certain reports rather than let them sink into the drain of administrative neglect. I visit the closet when the light is good and place a leaf there sometimes, because small, living things comfort me more than gestures that imply obliteration. On the very last page of that battered notebook I wrote, "I will keep naming them." It was not a promise of victory. It was a vow to ongoing attention. The city outside my window kept pressing in with indifferent appetite, and the elevator never rumbled quite the same twice. Shadows still lagged in doorways on some nights when the wind used the stairwell like a throat. Sometimes they still waved, slow and matter-of-fact. Once late, a shadow raised a hand and lifted it in the same slow motion I had seen the first time. I raised my hand in return. The gesture was small and reciprocal like a human kindness. It was not surrender. It was not triumph. It was a recognition. If the building kept waving, then I could keep answering with a notebook, with names, with the careful and unglamorous work of making sure that what is forgotten has a place to be remembered. The choice was not between banishment and peace. It was between erasure and stewardship. I chose the latter because the city had already decided, in its indifferent way, to keep the pieces of us. We could insist that they be given a decent ledge to rest on. And when I turned the lamp down and padded to bed, the last impression I had was not of fear, but of a strange domestic solace, the shadow at the doorway. Half turned, with its hand still uncurling, and beneath everything, the knowledge that grief need be cleaned away to be lived with. Sometimes, in the dark, people keep waving from the places they can't leave. Sometimes we learn to wave back. I told myself at first that it was a trick of tired eyes and the peculiar angles in 18. New apartments have moods, concrete that remembers the truck's engine, radiators that cough like old men, light fixtures that insist on sending their own small judgments into the rooms they occupy. When you move into a place whose rent you can finally afford, you grant it a certain generosity in your head. You excuse the grout, laugh at the cheap blinds. You tell yourself that the city itself is always making sounds you once would have noticed, and now barely register: a late subway beneath the street, a drunk's laughter across the alley, the distant thunder of a delivery van. That first week I treated the apartment's wrongness as a kind of domestic eccentricity. The first night I noticed the lag, I was carrying a box of tea mugs across the small stretch of hallway that separates the door from the kitchen. The lamp by the couch sent a low, forgiving light, and my shadow, my thin, nervous shadow, appeared on the opposite wall and then, almost imperceptibly, slipped behind my footfalls by the length of one careless breath. I felt it in the muscles of my neck before I felt it in my view, the phantom impression of movement that didn't quite start when I did. I stopped, balanced the box against my hip, and watched. The shadow paused where mine should have been and then, as if remembering, drew its shoulders forward to catch up. A trick of the light, a trick of my movement. I told myself that and smiled at the expense of my own imagination. I left a neat, terse line in the notebook I was already keeping. Night 1, shadow lag. Check light sources tomorrow. The handwriting small, careful, like a ledger entry. The notebook had begun as a practical thing, measurements, where it put the mattress, whether the radiator groaned more at dawn or at dusk. It became a discipline. Recording was a way of staying awake to the shape of my life, rather than letting the city blur its edges. But the ledger also offered me a mirror. Writing something down made it more like a thing that could be argued with, tested, contained. Over the next days the lag did not vanish. It signaled itself in increments. In the hall, returning from the grocery, my shadow would be a step behind as I flipped the hallway switch, and the bulb answered with the brief, brittle sound of an old appliance. At the sink, drying a chipped mug, my silhouette would stubbornly hold a position a half beat after I had changed it. I experimented in the small ways of people who prefer not to admit fear. I switched lights on and off. I tried different bulbs in the lamp. I stood in doorways facing both rooms and shifted my weight like a metronome. Each time the delay presented itself, a fraction of a gesture that belonged to me but had once decided not to arrive on time. Reason produced reasons, cranked bulbs, flickers from the building's old wiring, angles of light that do strange things in units with thin plaster. The building had a personality, so did its wiring, but reason sat loosely in my hands. Some nights it was comfortable, other nights it slid away like condensation. The more I watched, the more the apartment seemed to respond. Mornings I would find little calibrations in the way furniture caught shadow, a corner more darkly etched, a chair's outline petitioning the air. When I left in the mornings for work, I reminded myself, with a small rage of the rational, that human perception was fallible. Appetite for the uncanny often a stand-in for private grief. At night I would fall asleep with the notebook open and a pen trapped in my fingers like a talisman. The waving was the first thing I could not fold into hypothesis. It had the clarity of a gesture domestic, almost ordinary, and because it was ordinary it became an accusation. I was at the sink, which occupies an ungainly place in 8B, half in the kitchen and half in the living room's periphery. The overhead lamp made a small pool of light. The rest of the apartment hooded itself toward dimness. I was rinsing a mug, the sound of water loud in the tiny space, and thought, without thinking, about how late I had stayed up the night before. How the city felt like a promise that would not be kept. I set the mug on the drying rack and, as I often do when no one's watching, I flexed my fingers, small rituals of being a body. That tiny movement may be what anchored the whole scene in my memory, the way my knuckles caught the lamplight, the small shadow the porcelain made as it cooled. I looked up out of habit, and my eyes found the living room, because that is the direction a looking person tends to orient, toward space not yet occupied. There, framed between the narrow back of the couch and the bookshelf I had not yet unpacked, my silhouette stood. I am not a theatrical person. My gestures are economized, a conservation of motion. This silhouette mirrored me with the same thrift. It lifted a hand and waved. Not a flicker of air, not a random smear of light. A hand splayed, fingers moving in a deliberate, human arc. I do not know how long I stood with the mug in my hands. The water cooled in the vessel. The metal of the faucet grew quiet. The apartment hummed in that low, constant way that allows the city to feel like wallpaper. The silhouette did not move again until I moved. It waited. When my body shifted in that odd, suspended way between remembering and action, it was as though the living room answered me. Then the shadow exhaled into motion and the wave slotted perfectly into place. I laughed first, because that's the place fear goes when it hasn't yet been invited in properly. A high, instant laugh that sounded too small in the hush. "You're being ridiculous," I told the apartment, and the apartment offered me back the radiator's low complaint, and a lying mechanical cough. But I felt the laugh use up something like courage and leave me thinner for it. I wrote it down immediately. I dated the entry as if to make the moment accountable. Kitchen saw silhouette wave from living room while standing at sink. Time, 8:14 p.m. Note, not a mere lag. After that, reason and experiment took on the tone of someone running a forensic exam on the ordinary. I moved the lamp. I tried the ceiling light. I opened the blinds at 2 in the morning and let the streetlights pour like a pale, indifferent rain across the floor. Each light produced a different geometry of dark. Each geometry produced a different kind of lag. Sometimes the shadow would be only slightly behind, like a student trying to keep pace. Sometimes it refused to follow at all, stopping at the threshold of the living room and watching me with the patience of a neighbor who knows a secret. Once I set my phone on the counter and recorded, the little red light blinking as if to mark time. The footage, played back, made my stomach sink. The wave was not a trick of shutter speed or a glitch. The silhouette lifted its hand in a motion that began and ended on frames where I was not moving. It existed in a temporal seam. I performed the ridiculous rituals of the watchful, standing with my back to the living room while talking aloud, noting where my shadow settled, pacing deliberately from doorway to doorway, clapping my hands to see whether the apartment provided sound as evidence. It always lagged. Once, daring my own nerves, I stepped abruptly into the living room and then back into the kitchen, as if trying to catch the shadow in the act of copying me. It hesitated in the entryway and then followed with a slowness that looked to me like consideration. Consideration felt like a violation. The lag had weight now. It was no longer an amusing vanity of angles. It was attention. Attention in an empty room is a cardinal breach. Attention implies a subject. You can live beside a leak in the ceiling. It is ongoing, natural, something you tile over. You cannot live beside something that watches the motions of your hands with a patience that outlasts your patience. The notebook grew. I drew little diagrams of the floor plan, not because I am architecturally minded, but because I wanted to measure where the lag was most pronounced near the hallway. In the kitchen's peripheral light, by the windows where street light pooled like spilled mercury. I kept a log of bulbs and times and the weather because the building always offered the weather as an accomplice. Wind rattled a loose shard of plaster and the shadows veered. Rain slicked the windows and figures looked doubled. I wrote in the margins of the entries little marginalia. Do not tell Lee yet or Elliot will laugh. Note he has tools. These were not only personal admonitions. They were attempts to hold my mind accountable, like someone booking time with a witness. At night the apartment listened back. After I turned out the lamp, the living room did not go black so much as become a denser kind of gray, a thickness. In that gray the lags sounded like footfalls that were too patient. I woke early some mornings with the impression of motion in my chest, as if it slept through someone pacing by the wall. Once I thought I heard the scrape of a chair leg, and then the whisper of paper on the table. I told myself that was simply the building settling, or a neighbor making coffee, or my brain translating the scrabble of a city into narrative. But there were moments when the sound synchronized with something in me, a memory I had avoided, a name I did not say aloud. The lag had a taste like old pennies. I tried absurdly to provoke confession. I left the apartment in a messy hurry one afternoon, and then returned under the pretense of something trivial, a forgotten scarf or a book I needed for work. When I stepped back through the door and held the scarf, the shadow waited, slid into the doorway, and then turned as if to point at the bookshelf I had not yet untied. Another night, I left a folded scrap of paper on the coffee table with the words "Are you mine?" scrawled on it. In the morning the note lay face down. The footprint of the shadow, where it seated itself across hours, left small calibrations on the air places that felt colder, angles that collected dust differently. I made lists. I numbered instances. I kept a calendar of small humiliations and private amazements. The ledger proliferated into categories: light, time, behavior, response. Under behavior, lag, hesitation, gesture, seating position, object arrangement. Under response, silence, delayed mimicry, occasional arrangement of an item on mantle. These were both method and prayer. I convinced myself that if I could name it, I could limit its appetite. It did not feel like appetite at first. It felt like curiosity. But curiosity in a building that houses strangers and the anonymous damage of a city's indifference is not harmless. The building itself is porous with memory, the neighbor who left unpaid rent and a sweater, the old radiator with its decades of soot, the plumbing that remembers every hand that turned the faucet. The shadows, if that is what they were, had the same quality as pockets of long accumulated things. They were made of the slow accretion of leaving. There were nights when I sat on the edge of my couch and recited to no one the small clauses of the life that had made me portable in the first place. My mother's apartment had been tidy and then not, the kind of neatness that follows a person who plans for the future. My relationship with Lee had closed like a door that you push and then realize you left something behind on the threshold. I read those losses like a list of missing keys. The apartment seemed to catalogue them for me now. It did not reach into memory so much as it collected the way I returned to it. A footprint repeated. I told no one, at first, because how do you tell someone that their shadow waved at you? You watch too much television is a generosity friends extend when you admit less credible truths. Probably stress, Lee might say, and she would be right in a way that does not absolve the thing itself. But by the time I started to imagine what the neighbors might think, I had already become a person who took the strange seriously. Isolation smooths you into an attentiveness. You begin to notice the way the light on the banister falls every evening or the polite clack of the downstairs tenant's heels at exactly 7:12 p.m. You begin to create rituals to keep your mind from inventing monsters and then, perversely, the rituals summon angles monsters prefer. So I wrote another entry in the notebook after that night at the sink with deliberate hands. I tried to be clinical, as if the note would act like antiseptic. Night 7, silhouette waved from living room at 8:14 p.m. Subsequent tests, flicked living room lamp, open blinds tour, street light changes wave geometry. Phone recording confirms gesture in frames where I do not move. Hypothesis, not wiring artifact. Next, consult library on optical phenomena. Consider neighbor's anecdotal evidence. Avoid alarm. It reads now like the beginning of an infection, the point at which small curiosity becomes a diagnosis that will require more of me than I at the time suspected. The wave was a hinge. It swung my thinking from this could be explained to this must be explained. It was a conversion of an ordinary domestic gesture into something that claimed me. I began to test myself for endurance, for the ability to remain rational while my nights thinned. I began to understand the apartment not as a temporary shelter, but as a place that was attentive to my abandonment in ways I had not given consent for. The apartment, in returning my gestures slightly late and sometimes not at all, taught me a new grammar of waiting. Waiting is not a neutral action, it is an instruction. It led me into a sequence of behaviors I could no more stop than I could stop the city's lights from blinking their indifferent messages at dawn. I measured the delay, I recorded the wave, I placed the notebook on the table, where I could see it from the kitchen, and then pretended, sometimes, I had left it there by accident. If the lag had been merely the result of a bulb or a trick of perspective, I thought I could live with that. I am not against living with small absurdities, but the wave was not small. It required an answer, and the kind of answers I could imagine demanded a crossing of thresholds I had carefully avoided, asking neighbors questions, opening the ledger of the building, looking into histories. It asked for the kind of attention that pulls at old scars. I do not know when the attention moved from me to the apartment, or vice versa. There is a moment in these stories, if stories are the maps we use to avoid true confession, where the protagonist chooses a posture. Will they flee, or will they light a series of candles and see how the light sings? I remember, with unforgiving detail, standing at my sink with the mug in my hands and thinking, with a clarity that surprised me, record it. Do not let it be a private betrayal. Then I set the mug down carefully, wiped my hands, and picked up the notebook. The pen's scratch felt loud in the quiet. I dated the entry, then wrote beneath it, in smaller letters, "Watch the shadow." The words were both a command and a prayer. I left the notebook open on the counter like a soft tether and then, that night, lay awake while the city exhaled beyond my window and the lag continued like a promise I had neither asked for nor could wholly refuse. Outside, the high-rise exhaled the steady, indifferent breath of a city. Inside, a silhouette waited in the living room, and once more, when I blinked, it lifted a hand. I made a list that week of things to do next. Talk to Elliot. Check the building's maintenance ledger. Ask Rosa about past tenants. I made the list with the disciplined handwriting of a person trying to press the world into a form she could hold. The wave had taught me two things: that the apartment remembered in ways I did not, and that remembering could be a kind of hunger. I did not yet know whether I would satisfy that hunger or become a resource for it. At the bottom of the page I wrote, in a hand that trembled despite my efforts, "Do not be foolish. Keep watch." And then the pen ran out of ink. I laughed at that too, because the ridiculousness of small failures provides an odd shelter. For that night, at least, I folded the notebook closed and lay on my back listening to the thrum of old pipes and the distant hiss of traffic, and tried to tell myself I had not made the room into a theater of accusation. Morning would come, I told myself. Morning would bring light and rationality and the unclenching of the strange. Morning would make everything sensible again. Morning came and brought the soft geometry of a city that sleeps badly. The shadow, for once, kept pace, but the notebook waited on the counter like an unread message. The wave, like a knot, had been tied, and it would not be loosened by day. The lag had become a habit. I had become its chronicler. The building, patient as a thing made of leftover lives, watched the two of us take up our new roles. And in that watching there was, I could already tell, an appetite. I closed the notebook and wrote a single word under the last entry, a coda I could not entirely explain. Observe, it is not the same as a promise. It is weightier. It is an instruction we give to ourselves when we know the question will not answer itself. The lamp on the table makes a small, forgiving circle of light. Everything beyond it falls into a less patient darkness. I like that circle. It is the size of my hand when it rests on paper, the size of a teacup stain, the circumference of a solitary activity that keeps the rest of the apartment honest. When I put the notebook down in that light, I can almost believe the rest of the room is waiting with me. That absence is a thing that can be held in the margin. I started the notebook for practical reasons, move-in details, a list of cheap repair stores, the number for the landlord. But the first week the apartment gave me other material, a smear of coffee that didn't belong to me, a radiator that coughed differently than any I remembered, a light bulb whose filament had the wrong kind of hum. Those small wrongnesses accumulated like lint at the bottom of a pocket, and I began to catalogue them the way you catalogue bruises after an accident, because forgetting felt more dangerous than knowing. On that second night, after the shadow lagged, and I left the margin note, "Watch the shadow," keeping up with it became an almost scientific practice. I wrote times down with the compulsive precision of someone marking a child's growth. 11:08 p.m. lamp on, shadow lagged 2 beats as I stood. 11:28 p.m. kitchen light, shadow traced doorframe a half second behind. The entries were clinical and absurd in equal measure. I found myself attending more to the distance between my motion and its dark twin than to the motion itself. My handwriting got tighter. Lines leaned into one another like people crowded on a subway. The building supplies its own small soundscape, an elevator that hisses like a withheld breath, the rusted stutter of a heat pipe, the muffled television hum from some window across the hall. People moved through it as if they were wearing borrowed clothes, tentative, too aware of the thinness of walls. I began to note their comings and goings, at first out of curiosity, and then out of a deeper need to understand where the apartment's peculiarities coincided with people or were indifferent to them. Was it the building that behaved this way, or the people who lived inside it? Was it both? Elliot was the first neighbor who noticed my ledger without asking what indulgent nonsense it'd taken up. He slid his door open a crack and peered down the hallway like a man checking his mail when a storm is coming. He carried a cardboard box of screws and a roll of tape like an offering. The light from his doorway painted him in a strip of warm beige. He might have been a photograph in a place where photos had been left to fade. "Ledger," he said. His voice was dry in the way someone uses dryness to avoid feeling vulnerability. I returned the book to the table like a guilty thing. "Just notes," I said. "Notes are how people keep track of what's missing," he observed, and there was something in his tone that made the casualness dangerous. He introduced himself properly. "Elliot Park, 4th floor," across the hall, then offered me a joke about plaster and partition. The joke was a wedge that made room for confession. He told me, quietly, about small repairs he'd done over the years and about early mornings when the lobby smelled of someone else's cooking. Then, with the same briskness that had become his default, he shrugged and said, "This building remembers things when people don't." It wasn't sympathy, not at first. It was an acknowledgement, which felt like a step further. He brought by a small kit of spares the next afternoon, a string of wire, a few screws, a note in a plain hand with the number of his locksmith. He left them on my counter like a peace offering to someone who'd acknowledged the wrongness and was intent on doing something about it. Rosa's office was the second place the building disclosed its tones. Her desk was a geography of laminated notices and a small, precise stack of receipts. She smiled with a professional economy, the kind you reserve for tenants whose grievances are catalogued in a file folder. "You asked for records." She asked when I knocked. I said yes, though the word felt enormous. She slid a folder across toward me, the edges of the paper whispering under the institutional light. "They're only what we keep on file." She folded her hands on the desk, and for a half-second her fingers pressed the small ring she wore. "We don't keep everything, Ms. Voss. Sometimes things get lost. Sometimes people leave things behind on purpose." "Like what?" I asked. My voice had the brittle quality of someone who has been holding in a lot of questions. "Like memories," she said, "like unpaid rent, like a rushed move out." She looked at me then in a way that suggested she'd seen people take a certain curiosity too far and come back changed. Rosa's evasion was not a denial so much as a defense. Her job, she made me feel as if the building itself were a person she had to keep alive on a shoestring budget and a half smile. She could not afford to pry at what would make the property liable. We both knew Mr. Calder's indifference. Her files were thorough, but she had institutional hands that folded redacted pages into neat piles and said, "This is all I can give you." There was care under her formality, but it was entangled with the way institutions survive by silencing the inconvenient parts of their histories. My notebook grew thicker. I started a column for light sources and another for the times people left their doors open. I recorded the pitch of the radiator's cough in musical notes, so that if I ever needed to prove it to myself again, I could hum it and it would be there. Juno appeared in the service corridor like a fact you can't unsee, solid, practical, with a thermos that steamed in winter. He whistled under his breath and rolled a cart of recyclables like a man sharing the burden of a building everyone's too tired to maintain whole. The service entrance smelled of wet concrete and old oil. Pipes crowned the corridor like ribs, and there were places where paint was flaking in delicate, architectural maps. "You shouldn't be poking around here alone," he said flatly when I followed him once down the stairs that led to the boilers. Not that I'm saying there's anything supernatural in plumbing, but this building house of secrets, Every old building does. I asked about the sealed stairwell he'd seen the other day. It'd been plywooded over at the landing as if the building had tucked away a memory. Juno shrugged and tapped the wall with a practiced eye. Contractor sealed it years back. City code, he said. Or maybe the city turned its head. You'd be surprised how many things get smoothed over if the people in charge don't think someone's paying attention, he said. He told me small stories in a slow, unvarnished way, the kind of stories that are not meant for press, but for the person leaning close at a bar. The way someone hands another a match. There was no melodrama in his voice, only a thorough list of how things had been patched, if not fixed stitching rather than suturing. He showed me how to look at baseboards to see which had been pried up before, where a floorboard had been replaced and not quite sanded flush. This building's been sewn together with the barest of thread for a long time, he said, so it remembers where the stitches were. Nurse Anita came because I missed a day of work and someone had noticed. She knocked like a nurse should, with the quiet constancy of someone accustomed to practical intrusions. She wore sensible shoes and had a tote bag of pamphlets about community resources that she offered like an extension of the municipal hand. "You're not sleeping, are you?" she asked without preamble. She sat on my couch like she owned its girth, and the couch took her in without complaint. "Not much. You should be eating," she said. "Do you have someone who checks on you? Friends? Family? You can't keep tracking this alone." When I told her about the lagging shadow, she listened with an attentive economy. She didn't call it supernatural or clinical. She framed it the way a clinician frames a behavior that could have multiple causes. "Stress does peculiar things to perception," she said. "But buildings can," she hesitated, choosing a word, "hold on to things." I offered. She smiled, a small, patient thing. "Yes, and people get used to that. Sometimes it looks like ghosts." There was a comfort to that, a hand that didn't deny either possibility but allowed them both to exist. Her pragmatism gave me the permission to keep cataloging without pretending I wasn't at risk of losing the border between what the apartment did and what my mind supplied. The ledger invited me into a particular kind of labor. At night I would stand under the lamp and mark details that, when written, seemed to steady themselves. The angle of the kitchen light at 9:12 p.m. The temperature of the radiator when I turned it at 11:02 p.m. The way the hallway light bleeds beneath my door at midnight like a rumor. I made lists of the neighbors I met and the small details of their lives. The act of documenting felt like an incantation against forgetfulness. If I wrote it down, perhaps it could not be lost. And yet, as my notebook grew, so did the peculiarity of things around me. Objects seemed to be testing their own permissions. A stray envelope from a neighbor slid into my hallway one afternoon. It lay there like a small, unclaimed thing. I picked it up and pressed it flat against my chest, because picking up things felt like an act of responsibility. Inside, there was nothing but an advertisement, but the fact of its displacement was a fact nonetheless. Once, when I returned from a short grocery run, I found a pair of mismatched slippers in front of my door. They were small, the kind a child might wear. One was scuffed on the toe. I don't know why I expected to find a note. There was none. I photographed them and documented them in my ledger under the simple heading "Slippers 4:23 p.m. left in hallway." I don't know why I assumed anything about them. Propinquity makes meaning if you let it. Elliot came by later that evening and stood in my doorway watching me, as if he had been reading the ledger's margins like an open book. "You cataloging things, or cataloging yourself?" he asked. "Both," I said, and that was truer than either of us wanted. My notebook was a ledger of the building's small betrayals, and a scorecard of my own dwindling composure. "You should tell someone when it starts to feel too big," he said. "You don't need to be the only person who sees the bad parts." "I don't want to be the only person who sees it," I said. There was a stubbornness in me that would have made a fine protagonist in a novel, but a poor partner in my own life. He understood the line between tolerable eccentricity and harmful obsession. He had lived here longer. He had learned the building's boundaries in the way people learn to avoid certain streets at night. "I'll help you look at it from the practical side," he offered. "Not the ghost part. We'll check windows, wires, lighting. People forget the electrical dance a lot of the time." That night, after he left with a box of spare bulbs, I closed the ledger and read the first page where, on an impulse, it'd written the childish instruction. "Watch the shadow." The line had a silly firmness to it, a talisman left near the bedside lamp. The city beyond my window was a muted blur, horns and voices pooled into a single, distant rumble, and inside, the apartment breathed with me, sometimes in unison and sometimes with a stubborn lag. As I penned another entry, the hallway light outside my door dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. There was the faint creak of a door closing down the hall, slow and deliberate, like someone testing the fit of silence. I went to the peephole and saw only the strip of fluorescent light that bled down the stairwell. It was empty. When I opened my door, a whisper of air brushed past my cheek. No one stood there. The pair of slippers that had been in the hallway were gone. I wrote their disappearance into the ledger and then, because habit felt safer than fear, I circled the entry. Slippers 4:23 p.m. gone 10:41 hallway only. I underlined it. It was a small thing. It was a reasonable thing. But it felt increasingly like a signal. The apartment replied in the smallest of ways after that, as if someone had agreed to a conversation by withdrawing their hand. A photo on the mantel that had leaned at a small angle before now stood square. A mug I had left on the counter was moved a thumb's width toward the sink. None of it was theatrical. Nothing crashed. The building preferred the patient work of suggestion to any grand gesture. It built a grammar of absences, the soft hint that something had been present and no longer was, and trusted that people with nothing else to do would learn its language. I began to suspect that my neighbors were keeping their own measures, their own lists. We shared things in the way tenants share a light bulb, indirectly and with a mutual agreement to not pry. Elliot's presence in the doorway became a comfort in the way some preservatives are comforting, because they promised tomorrow. Rosa's redacted ledger made me furious and grateful in equal measures. Juno's maps of the service conduit and the sealed stairwell felt like maps of my own interior, corridors I had never traversed but now couldn't not consider. Nurse Anita's measured kindness gave me pragmatic rules about sleep and food, and whether I needed to let someone else in. At the end of that week, when I closed the ledger and slid it into the lowest drawer of the small kitchen cabinet, I had the sense of a body taking a breath in. The apartment hummed. The radiator clicked once with a long, precise sound. Beyond my window, the city went on accumulating its millions of small absences in the way only a city can, people who arrive like stamps and later move on without fanfare. Before I turned off the lamp, I jotted a single line in the margin in capital letters, as if stamping it into place. Neighbors, possible witnesses. Underneath, smaller, ask Elliot about his partner. Ask Rosa for forwarding addresses. Ask Juno about sealed stairwell. It read like a to-do list and a confession. I turned out the lamp. The notebook lay like a closed mouth. The apartment waited. For the first time since it moved in, I had a set of coordinates, names, times, murmurs that might, if I followed them well enough, draw a map out of the building's soft and accumulating geography of forgettings. As I lay in the dark, the lagging shadow made itself known again, not in the dramatic way it feared, but in the small impatience of a thing that would not be ignored. As I lifted my hand to turn over in the darkness, I saw a shadow shift against the living room wall, a half beat behind me. It was not addressed to me the way a face might be. It was simply present and slightly late. The knowledge of it was both ridiculous and terrible. It made me think of the ledger on my kitchen table, the neat columns and the circled entries, and the neighbors with their small, unadvertised kindnesses. The building had neighbors, two shadows, small moves, objects in transit. It would take a long time, I understood, to learn the building's language. I had started to collect vocabulary. Then, as if the apartment wanted to remind me that documentation is never only about facts but about attention, there came a soft sound at the end of the hall. A step that might have been a foot, might have been a settling pipe. In the doorway, against a background of streetlight, I saw a darker shape lean, as if peering down the corridor. It was nothing like the waving silhouette I would later find. It was instead a momentary inclination, like someone inclining their head to listen. I lay very still and watched the strip of darkness. The shape did not move again. The hush in the building tightened into something like a question, and the same small, unanswerable thought settled in my chest. If I kept writing, would the apartment eventually write back? I didn't know. I couldn't know. I put my hand over the small pocket of air where my heart kept time, and in the thin dark I promised myself one rule: document first, ask later. Whether that would save me or ruin me, there was no ledger for that yet. And then, as the house settled into night and the city became a distant smear, I heard the sound of something very slight, like fabric adjusting. And for the first time since it moved in, I felt entirely watched, not in a dramatic, malicious way, but in the intimate way your own handwriting watches you when you have written down the wrong thing. It was a comfortable, impossible attention, and it left the doorway humming with possibility. The margin of my mind wrote itself a note: tomorrow, ask Elliot about the slippers. I had thought a ledger would be a neat thing, rows of dates, signatures, forwarding addresses typed in a bureaucratic hand, the tidy arithmetic of people coming and going. I expected organization, a pattern that comforted by explaining itself. What Rosa pulled from beneath her desk was older and more stubborn than the neatness I imagined a municipal animal that resented being catalogued. Her office smelled like lemon peel and dust. The fluorescent bulb above winked when I entered, and the bulletin board pinned with notices, laundry room schedules. A typed admonition about noise after 10 made the space feel like the center of a tiny, strict island. Rosa closed the door with an efficiency I had come to understand as a protective mechanism, and, for a beat, she watched me the way someone watches a patient whose temperature they suspect has spiked. "You know this will change nothing if you think it'll make the building safer," she said before I could begin. The words were not exactly a warning so much as an attempt to set context. She would give me papers, but not absolution. I set my notebook on the edge of her desk, the one I carried everywhere with the habit of a talisman, and told her, honestly and with too much of the unabridged truth, that I needed evidence. "I see things," I said, "little wrongs. I need to know if there are wrongs written down." The way I said wrong made it sound like a small animal I wanted to keep alive. Rosa's fingers lifted her ring, a small motion I had come to know as preface to confession. She was efficient because she had survived efficiency. To hold files was to demonstrate competence. She unlatched a drawer, and the metal sound of the handle cut through the office's lemoned air. She produced a ledger first, not a bound journal in leather, but a ledger with cloth tape on the spine and pages that had bent slightly, where someone had used it as a shorthand for a dozen other things. The cover was smudged with the anonymous handprints of years. When she opened it, the paper exhaled, old ink mated with the bitter tang of someone else's stationery. "This is the register we kept for move-ins and move-outs until we started digitizing things," she said. "After that it went to Mr. Calder's emails. Different priorities, different places to hide." She tapped a column with a nail that had been bitten clean at the edge. Dates, signatures, forwarding addresses. Lots of forwarding addresses that never got filled in. Lots of people who just stopped showing up in the files. She slid the ledger toward me and away from herself at the same time, which meant she was letting me look, but not giving herself up to having to watch what I did with what I found. There was an economy to the way she trusted papers and not people. I ran my thumb over names printed tight and small, many of them followed by hurried scrawlings, moved out, vacated, no forwarding, emergency move. Some lines contained only dates a hand that had written 2008, and no one beside it to anchor the number to a life. Others had the soft smear of many thumbings where someone had gone back again and again looking for the same thing. "Do you have copies?" I asked, already imagining my small lamp and my kitchen table littered with carbon copies and notes. She nodded and, with the same care she used to open a sealed can of paint, returned to the drawer. She brought back a sheaf of photocopies and a packet of forms, old lease agreements with corners softened by years of use. Forwarding address stickers where the address line had been left blank. Eviction notices stamped, but not fully filled out. There were service requests tucked into an envelope that had once been sealed, their stamps faded into something like polite forgetfulness. "Some of these are redacted now," Rosa said when I raised one to the light. "You'll see Mr. Calder's name on some memos. He signs off on a lot of things in email. It's his shorthand for don't ask." Her tongue left a trace at the corner of her mouth, small, practical, and involuntary. I kept what I could. It made my life easier. She pushed a folder toward me. The folder smelled like old paper and the ghost of nicotine. I spread the contents on the desk like a person laying out pieces of a map. A hurried letter from a tenant citing family emergency. A maintenance log with a note that said apartment being cleared. A terse internal memo with a redacted line where someone's name had once been. "People just didn't come back for their mail sometimes," Rosa said, as if quoting a statistic. "You'd file vacated and there would be no forwarding address. Sometimes it was landlords getting nervous, sometimes the family. Sometimes I think she stopped and folded her hands, the gesture of someone turning away from a question she was not paid to answer. Sometimes you don't want the trouble of looking into it," she finished, as if the rest of the sentence had been heavy enough to sink the room. I kept looking. Names began to form a constellation in my head, clusters, not random scatterings. On the ledger's page a series of entries, mapped in a way that irritated the rational part of me. On the 12th floor there were 3 vacated notations within 6 months. On the 15th floor, a pair of signatures followed by blank forwarding addresses, followed by no contact. There were more entries with the same handwriting or the same cluster of dates around certain months late summer, when the building thinned out and people moved on, or, curiously, late winter when the city felt hardest and people left without explanation. "Do you mind if I copy these?" I asked. My voice sounded smaller than I expected. Rosa watched me for a long moment before unlocking the file cabinet and producing a small, battered stapler. She fed copies through the machine on the desk, and the printer's whir sounded almost obscene. In my head the whir became an incantation that would turn old paper into evidence. The copies smelled faintly of toner and the effort the machine had exerted to make the past legible. At home that night my kitchen became an altar to tedious obsession. The lamp over the table threw a cone of yellow light over the spread. Outside the window the city breathed and coughed on schedule, someone arguing, a siren pulling past, laughter like a loose thread. Inside I arranged the copies in piles, the ledger's photocopies between sticky notes with names written in my careful, small hand. I made columns named date of move out, forwarding address, management notes. For hours I cross-referenced with my notebook. With the handful of names Rosa had muttered, when the files slipped away from her names, she used like talismans to keep whatever guilt she carried from getting bigger. I wrote numbers that started to look like stars. When pairs of entries overlapped 2 abrupt moves from neighboring apartments in the same month, I felt the tiny electric jolt of pattern recognition and the hollow thud of a possibility forming into something else. In the small hours I went back to the ledger on my phone, to the photos I'd taken in Rosa's office with permission. On one page was a smudged signature that repeated twice, as if the same hand had gone through a motion of leaving the building, and then returning to sign a notice. On another was a terse clerk's annotation, family removed possessions. Police checked, no foul play discerned. The phrasing was so polite it tried to anesthetize the experience, to make a vanishing into a thing that could be archived and shelved without human consequence. My lamp burned down to a ring of light, and the apartment's radiators began to clamor in a familiar way, the pipes expanding and contracting like an animal exhaling. Shadows pooled in corners, and my own shadow on impulse I noticed again, as if to check that whatever novelty the building fed me remained novel. It had not been novel for long. Patterns are seductive. They give you a place to rest from the slippery anxiety of not knowing. Once you see the first two broken lines, the human mind reaches for the third to complete the sentence. I connected names to dates and dates to floors. A woman who left her apartment in January was followed, 2 weeks later, by a man a floor below. A forwarding address left blank by one tenant matched the abbreviated handwriting of someone who had later been described in a maintenance note as moved suddenly, left clothing and children's toys in box. One entry contained an address that, when I typed it into the search bar, yielded a forwarding post office bin that had been closed the year before. The idea that a building's ledger could be incomplete because management was lazy was a bland explanation. The ledger's incompleteness felt like a decision. Every redaction felt like a hand smudging a photograph until the face blurred into an apology you could not remember making. And the more I traced the lines, the more it felt as though the building itself was a record-keeping apparatus that had been asked to forget. At 2 in the morning there was a knock on my door. I started, the pages fluttering. It was Elliot, carrying a thermos and the kind of expression that read as both apology and concern. "You disappeared from your shift, so I thought," he said. "I brought coffee, I let him in." He wiped his shoes on the mat with a care that made me realize how long he had lived with rules that the rest of us had not learned. He sat at my table without being asked, and looked at the papers with a curiosity that was softer and less accusing than my own. "You found the ledger," he said after a long moment. The statement felt less like a question. I hadn't told him I planned to ask. The ledger had been my private move, but things leak in a building. The way we live near each other means the rumors of absence become a gossip you can hear if you stop filling the rooms with your own noise. "Rosa gave me copies," I said. She's been hiding files." Elliot hummed in a way that could have been sympathy or annoyance. "She hides complaints, keeps her job." There was a small pause where the two of us regarded the papers. I could have put them away. I could have decided that a building has the right to be messy, to keep secrets. But some part of me would not let the evidence become merely an anecdote in my notebook. The ledger had a voice now. It had said its name, and I could not be a polite listener. I continued to map names and dates, and Elliot sat with me, his presence more akin to a hearth than a judge. He asked me a question then, curators and carpenters combined. "What do you want to prove?" I tried to answer honestly. "I don't know yet that there's a pattern. That a building that forgets people is still doing something to their traces. That someone didn't follow up. That Mr. Calder, the name sounded like a physical thing." Elliot's mouth closed around it with a memory. "Calder signs off, he cuts budgets. He doesn't like to be bothered. We didn't sleep much." Outside, a truck backfired with the kind of ferocity that made the lamp tremble on its base. I checked the lists again and circled a row of entries in the ledger. 3 vacancies recorded in the space of a month on floors 14 and 15 names with no forwarding addresses. A police report that ended with the bureaucratic phrase "no foul play discerned." The words felt like a talisman that you could use to believe nothing foul had happened. That night, in the way only faint obsessions can, the apartment paid attention to me more pointedly. I caught a glimpse of something in the living room shadow that made my breath hitch. Not my shape exactly, but the suggestion of a pause where a human might breathe. Objects on my coffee table seemed to be left a little more askew than I remembered. The building, which had been a backdrop, felt tuned now to follow my voice. I do not know when a curiosity becomes an obligation. There is a threshold you cross where asking is no longer a choice, but a demand you are making of the world to justify your own presence in it. When the ledger's pattern settled into my hands like an accusation, the building's attention doubled in. It felt less like I was looking at a history and more like I had been chosen as the thing that would finally bear witness. At dawn, with the pages spread like battered flags across my table, I made a list: names, dates, floors. I started a new column and wrote notes: possible connection. The list looked terrible and beautiful at the same time, the part of me that kept grief as a neat object feeling somehow vindicated by the rose. There was a name in Rosa's photocopies that made me go cold, a name that reappeared more than once, half erased, like a ghost retracing the same steps until the path became a trench. I stared at it until the letters blurred, and, for a moment, I wondered if I had been given a charge the way people are told they have a vocation. The city beyond my window began to edge into morning, and the shadows in the apartment slid back toward their corners as if they, too, had to go on with the day's motions. I folded the pages into a neat stack, the paper soft in my hands. Rosa had given me a ledger and a handful of photocopies, and in return the building had given me a problem I could not set down. To know is also to do. To see that pattern was to be asked whether I would carry it forward or let it remain in dusty files like a small shame. I put a fresh page in my notebook and wrote the names in my deliberate hand. The list would wake me that night like an old, imperfect prayer. The question that kept surfacing, what connects these departures and who benefits from the forgetting, was not yet answerable. All I had was the ledger, a generous and dangerous thing, and the small decision to follow the paper where it led. I remember, with a clarity that has not dulled, how the building seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for me to decide. The knock at my door that afternoon was not the last interruption. Neither would the ledger be the last evidence. But when I locked the copies into a drawer and walked the hallway with the ascending and descending shadows of my neighbors, I felt, for the first time since moving into AEB, that the apartment was not merely a place that harbored me. It was a place that kept accounts that needed balancing. I had no idea how one balanced a ledger in which absence counted as an asset. At the end of the day, I stood in the stairwell and pressed my palm to the cool paint of the wall. The smell there was different: old enamel, faint cigarette smoke, and I put a hand to my mouth, as if the act could muffle the building's whispered ledger. Down the corridor a shadow moved a half-beat late. I did not look away. I let the pattern and the page and the name on that photocopy knit themselves together into a single motion, a commitment to look longer, to read more carefully, to poke at the wound the way a child might pick at a scab, because curiosity is a blunt and unforgiving tool. Rosa had given me papers. What I had not realized when I asked for them was that the papers would give me back a purpose. Outside, the city kept moving as if nothing had been asked of it at all. Inside, I returned home with a ledger folded into my bag like an omen. The apartment was waiting with its radiators and its lagging shadows. In my notebook I penciled a new heading: Investigate Ledger. Underneath it I wrote the name that I had circled 3 times, and for the first time since the shadows had begun to misbehave, I felt a friction of something close to company. The ledger had, in its own way, waved at me. I had waved back. If records hold truth, then I had just been handed a key. The problem was that keys sometimes open doors you cannot close. I began that week with the sort of cataloging that can look like sanity. A list of stains, a tally of dripping times on the radiator, a column noting when the elevator stuck between floors and how many names were spoken to coax it free. I wrote by habit as much as necessity, because to name a thing felt like an act of ownership that might ward off the world rearranging itself around me. The notebook, the same cheap spiral I had used in other transient apartments, kept me honest. It kept my hours tidy when everything else wanted to blur. The first morning I noticed the umbrella. It was a minor theft of logic. I woke to the flat light of the city hung low and wet beyond the window. Puddles had their own slow mirrors and street lamps made the water look like galaxy fragments. When I opened the door to pull in a package, Elliot had left a bag of the kind of coffee he favored. Half bitter and too earnest, an umbrella leaned against the inside of my threshold, as if it had always belonged there. It was dark canvas, still flecked with last night's rain, the handle worn smooth by usage. I went cold in that quick tidal way the body does when it notices mismatch. I could have sworn I had seen no umbrella at my door the night before. The hallway had been empty. The doorman was sometimes a ghost and sometimes a sentinel. That morning he was nowhere. Yes, the building had a pattern of things moving, lost gloves turning up in wrong mailboxes. The neighbor who liked to borrow sugar and half return it a week later. But an umbrella at my threshold felt like a misplacement that asked for an explanation. My first instinct, because most of my instincts in new places are small and practical, was to log it. Zo712 umbrella at door, no footprint on the mat. I write the time in my book in brisk strokes, the pen a metronome, the linearity of ink steadied me. Later in the elevator I asked Elliot if anyone on our floor kept umbrellas. He shrugged, fingers worrying a loose screw on the panel as if he could fix the building with his patience. You know how it is, he said. People leave things. People borrow. It's a building of temporary strategies. He looked at me sideways, a glance that held the question he wouldn't ask. Are you letting this become more than it is? He brought up the umbrella again the next night. Mine goes missing sometimes, he said, settling on the stairwell landing with his kit in the hollow of his knees. But it doesn't come and settle in your doorway like some polite houseguest. He smiled with the kind of sympathy that's also a border. You're cataloguing, Mara. That's what people do when they're trying to be safe from being surprised. His words were an attempt at ordinary explanation and a mirror. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to catalogue and fold this into the geometry of neglect, a misplaced umbrella, a neighbor's absent-mindedness. An old building that kept swallowing things and spitting them out. But as the days conspired, the catalogue readings developed grammar. I kept a matrix, time, object, location, likely origin, witness, if any. I would write 1804 framed photo on mantel tilts to 12 degrees clockwise. Renter above complains of more noise than usual. 1122 pair of sneakers placed neatly facing the stairwell from Unit 810's door. No owner present. Zoo 005 radio static in apartment 810th, then silence. When I cross-checked the ledger of absences Rosa had lent me awkwardly, begrudgingly patterns rose like tide marks. Certain dates drew clusters, departures, then returns of small objects, names that disappeared from forwarding addresses. One night I found on the narrow console table in front of my door a photograph turned face down. It sat like a punctuation mark. My habit, and the only clean, criminally ordinary thing I could do then, was to flip it. The photo was not mine. It was an old portrait of a woman in a coat too long for her frame, hair done carefully. The kind of smile you study when you want to see the person behind the mask. On the back, in ink faded to the color of old gum, someone had scrawled a name that matched an entry in Rosa's redacted memo. The handwriting was not mine. There is a moment in these small domestic discoveries when the apartment feels like an unread book, and you are both reader and suspected character. You remember past versions of yourself and consider how you'd act if the pages in front of you were binding the very thing you feared. I carried that photograph into my kitchen and set it beside the kettle. The building did not speak, not with a voice. It rearranged. That night the living room lamp hummed like a throat clearing. My shadow, until then a habit of my outline, lagged a breath behind me, as it had from the first week. I would take my tea to the counter, turn, and the shadow would linger for a second in the doorway before closing the small air of distance between us. I started to time the lag, to note that it expanded in the late hours and shortened in the mornings. The lag had cadences. It learned the rhythms of my household the way an attentive companion does. Only this companion made no demands other than presence. We began to converse in inventory. If the umbrella was a question, the photograph was a sentence. Shoes placed to face a door read like a comma in a paragraph, awaiting departure, or perhaps waiting back. A child's abandoned sneaker near the stairwell read like a footnote to a story no one had finished. I told myself the building was a repository, that it collected the detritus of hurried lives the same way a river collects leaves. But the more I annotated, the less comfortably metaphor worked. The placements were too considered, too intimate. A jacket folded across a chair back with its collar turned in that particular domestic way suggested someone or something had a notion about care. Objects were not merely displaced. They were arranged, they were curated. Once, following a faint gesture in the hall, imagine a person reading a hand, and knowing by the small twitch that they were invited, I opened my door to find my living room set as if to receive a guest. The chair that always sat slightly askew was perfectly aligned to the coffee table. A glass, dried with a ring of old condensation, waited on a coaster as if the drinker had stepped away and planned to return. The photograph I'd found earlier had been placed face up on the table where light could fall across it. The shadow waited in the doorway, which had become its chair, an absence shaped into the suggestion of posture. It sat like someone watching for me to tell a story. I stood and did the rational thing. I took a picture. The digital image looked dull, a flattening of the moment into pixels. In my head, the scene had texture, air that smelled faintly of coffee, and shoe polish, the scrape of a radiator. The faint perfume of another life that lived out in scent memory. The photograph, when I looked back at it on the screen, seemed like evidence in the wrong genre. Proof, but the kind that asked you to be kinder later. I tried to get other people to see it. Someone is moving things between apartments, I told Elliot the next day, trying to keep my voice casual. It's like they're composing sentences with objects. Either that's the creepiest thing I've heard, he said, and then, quicker, or it's you wandering in catalogues. He put his hand on my shoulder the way you do for a neighbor, not a confessor. You want help proving it is deliberate. I can look for patterns. Cameras are a pain, but I could rig a motion light or two. He came over that evening and we went through the list. He had a torch, a roll of duct tape, the kind of practical optimism you can buy from hardware stores. We tested thresholds, checked under doormats, and tapped baseboards. Buildings keep secrets because people make them keep secrets, he said at one point. His voice was the tool he used to shape reality, blunt, warm enough when necessary. But I've lived here long enough to know when a place is doing something on its own. We found small things, a nail hammered only halfway into the skirting, a tuft of fabric snared behind a radiator cover where no one had plied fingers in years. Juno, who could find his way into any hollow, pulled up a loose floorboard in the stairwell and revealed a nest of receipts, folded paper tickets, a child's ticket stub and a dried blade of grass. He smelled of oil in the attic. When he looked at the finds, he did not feign surprise. People leave things, he said. And sometimes the building keeps them where the people can't look. What we were learning, collectively and haltingly, was that the building's keeping had a grammar and a taste. It favored certain rooms' corners where light pooled and drafts made gentle music. It arranged things where the line of sight forced you to look at them when you passed. Once, on a corridor walk with Elliot, we slowed because the light had caught on a set of shoes. They were arranged in an almost ceremonial line, pair after pair, facing west toward the stairwell, as if the people who wore them had once agreed to leave and had not. There was a sound to the hall then, the building's small architecture of air. A radiator puffed like an old man coughing. Fluorescent lights buzzed at the edge of hearing. The city pressed in through the windows, and the hallway smelled like someone else's laundry. When you listen long enough in a place that contains people and their goneness, you begin to hear what the missing leaves behind. I began, in those nights of counting and arranging, to feel the loneliness change from weather to presence. It was no longer enough to sit with a cup and imagine friends from my phone's glowing screen. The apartment wanted a witness. It wanted someone to notice the manner in which it kept and curated absence. In that way, it felt almost maternal, repulsively intimate, like a patient keeping vigil for a person whose name it still whispered into corners. But the building was not tender without cruelty. Its attentions were exacting. One evening I was taken, unexpectedly, into the memory of a small argument I thought had been settled years ago. I had been at the sink, stacking clean mugs the way ritual can steady the hands, and the shadow in the doorway folded its hands in an arrangement that matched an old photograph of my mother sitting in a hospice chair. The radiator hissed in time with that memory and then drove it forward. The hospital lights, the smell of antiseptic, my own mouth making a sentence I never finished. It was as if the apartment had pulled a reel from behind the walls and played it against my bones. I doubled over, the mug clattering, a sound like a punctuation. Elliot found me then, in the doorway, pressed to the frame as if the building itself had ejected me. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey, breathe. You're not alone in there." His hands were rough, a different map of feeling. He steadied me with an everydayness I had not remembered wanting. There are two ways to answer these actions of the building, I decided, and both felt like moral choices. One is to fight, cordon the spaces, install cameras, perform cleansings, demand the landlord do something that only paperwork could uphold. The other is to read, to treat the arrangements as testimony, and to keep them named, archived, held. I was supposed to return a book to the library that week, and I found I had, in place of civic errands, a schedule of observations. I wrote down whether the photograph turned to face me in the mornings or whether it sat face down until noon. I annotated the umbrella entry with a question, origin, possible owner. I started labeling items I found in shared spaces with sticky notes that had dates and my initials, absurd little legalisms. As if by naming I could prevent the thing from being misread. When I stuck a note on the umbrella, "Do not remove," found 0712 Han ABMV, it was gone by dusk. In its place was a line of shoes, a small, uncompromising sentence that read, "Simply remember." The shoes pointed toward the stairwell. You cannot spend so many hours cataloging the absence of others without it changing how you bear witness to your own. The ledger I kept began to feel less like a tool for exposing the building and more like a way to practice grief. Each entry was a false litany of control. When things were moved, when someone else arranged the small altar on my table, it read like an accusation. You didn't look after them. You refused to look. And yet there was an unexpected tenderness to the arrangements. Once, a child's stuffed animal appeared at the landing, perched on the railing with one button eye missing. It sat upright as if someone had propped it to see who passed. I found myself smoothing its fur and whispering an apology to it, absurdly, for all the people who looked and turned away. This is the cruel civics of living in close quarters. You begin to speak for those who cannot speak. At night I lingered longer by the doorway, watching the shadow. It moved with the room's small currents like a plant responding to a draft of light. Sometimes it ran its fingers, if I could call the edges of shade fingers, along the mantel, arranging a photograph so the face shown would be caught by sun. Sometimes it folded itself into a posture of waiting, an anticipation that felt almost like hope. If this building was a ledger of neglect, it was also, in its perverse way, a repository of deep attention. Elliot told me, one late hour, when we both sat on the stairwell steps and the city hummed below, that places keep what they're allowed to keep. Neglect breeds ghosts, he said, but so does forgetting. He tilted the torch and let the beam wash into the stairs' shadow, making soft, terrible reliefs of the plaster. If you document them, maybe they do something other than be a knife. Documenting felt like a reciprocation. I could not stop the building from holding absence, but I could hold it back in turn by naming it, which I realized was both consolation and compulsion. On the last night of the week, the hall answered in a way I could not file as simple curiosity. I came home and found shoes again, but this time arranged into a circular formation around a child's blue sneaker, the laces untied. The formation faced inwards as if protecting the small shoe from the hall, or perhaps presenting it. The radiator sang its usual small area. The lamp in my foyer cast a long oval. In that ellipse, the shadow from my doorway sat like an audience. I sat at the edge of my own living room and recorded every detail, the brand of shoe, the grain of scuffs, the way the left shoe leaned slightly inward. I wrote until the pen hesitated. Then I placed the photograph I'd rescued earlier back on the coffee table, face up, and left the room. When I checked again an hour later, the photograph had been moved to the mantel. On it someone had placed a note folded small, the kind of paper you fold when you intend it to last. Do not forget. I have begun chapters with smaller certainties than this. I have moved into apartments with the pragmatic faith of a person who refuses domestic catastrophe. But this felt different. It was not merely an accumulation of mishaps. The apartment had a syntax, and it was trying, in the only way it knew how, to be read. I closed my notebook that night and, by the light of the lamp, tried to decide whether to keep cataloging as proof or to let the building's arrangements be what they were, please composed in plaster and dust. The thing that made the choice sharp was simple. A building that asks to be witnessed does not care whether the witness obeys it, it persists. Witness or not, it will keep placing objects, arranging shoes, nudging photographs. The moral question is smaller, more insistent. What do you do if the things asking to be remembered are not yours to fix? I did not answer it. I wrote a note to myself in the margin of the page. Watch the hall at dawn. The lamp in the living room thinned. The radiator exhaled. The shadow, as if to sign the sentence it had composed, lifted an arm in a motion that was almost a wave. When I opened my door to look, the hallway was empty but for the way the light hit the wall. The shoes were still in their circle, the child's sneaker in the middle like a punctuation. The umbrella was gone. The photograph on the mantel caught the lamplight and sent me a small secret across the room. In the stairwell, some doors had thin slats of warmth where life still moved. Others were cold, as if nothing had passed there for a long time. I put my hand against the cool of the console table, and, for the first time in months, felt like I was sharing the building's breath rather than trying to hold it at arm's length. That sharing was not comfort. It was contact. In some way I had been invited into the ledger. I had been given the role of witness and archivist. There would be cost to that task. It would take my nights and my appetite and the daylight that belonged to other errands. It would harden me around the small things. It would, perhaps, teach me to grieve in the company of others. Outside, the city was a constant contrapuntal hum. Inside, the building arranged small altars and waited. I closed my notebook and left the lamp on to see what the dark would do next. In the faint hour before sleep, I imagined the shadow in the doorway moving like a tide, sometimes close, sometimes receding, and wondered which of my own memories it would pull at next. When sleep finally took me, it was uneasy and thin, like a window left ajar. I awoke before dawn with a new entry already forming in the black of my mind. Tomorrow, photograph moved to mantel. Shoes arranged. Umbrella missing. Note added. And beneath the list, a single question in a hand more honest than my pen: who gets to be kept? I set the notebook on the console table, and because habit is a kind of honesty, I placed a sticky note beside it. Don't let them say we didn't see. The apartment hummed in a tone that felt like assent. In the hallway beyond my door something shifted, the faint sound of sneakers moving in a slow circle. I would go to sleep then with the sense that the building had answered, not in words, but with the way it kept pressing its residents' edges together. And in that keeping there was both accusation and care. It would wake me into the next day with a tableau I would not be ready for, and that was the thing that pulled at the end of the week. The knowledge that what the hall arranged next would not simply be an object but a question. It would demand an answer someone would have to give. I did not know what form that answer should take. I only knew I would be the one who would have to write it down. When the light finally came, a pale push at the curtain, I opened the door and found, on the threshold of my living room, the chair pulled slightly forward. The photograph on the mantel now faced the window as if looking out. The shadow, which had been a habit of absence, sat at the edge of the doorway, and with a deliberation that made the bones beneath my skin feel thin, lifted a hand and waved. I stood very still and took a breath that tasted like the things I had been denying. The building's echo had turned from pattern to address. It had said my name by rearranging its grammar so that I could not unhear it. The record I had kept until then had been an attempt at control. Now the building had spoken as if it expected reply. I sat down, and with my pen poised, under the light of a lamp I trusted less and loved more, I began to write again. The pen moved as if it were listening. There was a knock down the hall then, not the polite rap of some neighbor, but the thin, wet sound of something small being set down on the stairs. It was an ordinary noise in a building of ordinary people. It was also, in the quiet algebra of this place, an invitation. I opened the door, and the hallway held its breath. The key scraped in the lock with a sound that felt too loud for 5 in the evening. It was one of those small, bright sounds that implants itself in the chest, too domestic to be threatening, too ordinary to be ignored. It announced my return like a polite intruder. I had the day's residue still on my shoulders, fluorescent light that never quite warmed to a color, a sentence I couldn't find the end of in an email thread. The kind of mechanical exhaustion that makes your thumb batch when you turn a key. I had been telling myself for the better part of a week that the building was an accumulation of inconveniences meritocratic enough to be borne. It was rent, commute, heat that coughed in weird rhythms, things that learned to be explained away. The door opened in and I froze on the threshold with the key still in the lock because the living room was not the room I had left an hour earlier. There are houses that keep habit and houses that keep history, and whatever this high-rise was doing, it favored the latter today. A chair had been pulled out from the small cluster of furniture and set nearer the coffee table so that when you sat you would be facing the window as if you were looking for someone on the street. A jacket blank ordinary, the kind that might belong to a tenant who had learned to dress for wind and city rain, was folded across the back of the chair as precisely as a folded body. On the coffee table lay a single photograph, face down, browning at the edges with the kind of patience paper accumulates when it has been left to wait. The lamp I kept on the sideboard gave a domestic, lamplit circle that smelled faintly of the burnt oil of old bulbs and the citrus of the cleaner I used when I tried to convince myself the place was mine. In the lamp's pool the arrangement read less as an accident and more like a still life composed by an exacting hand. The air smelled threaded with dust and the ghost of coffee. The radiator grumbled something that could have been an apology. For a long moment my only movement was the steady extraction of my hand from my coat pocket, where the notebook lived. Then the deliberate slip of my door closed behind me, so the building would not think me startled. A shadow sat in the doorway. It was the lag only now given a seat and a posture. For days I had thought of it as a defect, a mistake in light and mind, my silhouette a fraction of a second behind me, delayed like a poor recording buffer. Now the lag was intentional, as though the building had been rehearsing wait for me to arrive. The silhouette was darker than the lamp's pool, a thickness that absorbed rather than bent light. It did not belong to me in the simple way an ordinary shadow does. It wore the absence of a body like a cloak. When I moved across my threshold, it did not follow immediately. It sat, and when I approached the chair, it rose in a manner I have learned to call by the old, foolish word, graceful. It took the chair as if it were a body, sliding across the carpet with no sound at all. The jacket remained draped, untouched. The shadow folded its hands in that jacket's place and bowed its head as if waiting for something to be read aloud. The gesture was small, almost ritualized, and it struck me like a reproach thinner and colder than ridicule. You can be accused by a person with a face. You can also be accused by the absence of a face, by the economy of an arm and a bowed shadow, and that is its own cruelty. For a long time I did the natural things under the natural logic of shock. I took out my phone. I fumbled for the notebook with my right hand and let my left hand search the sleeve of my cardigan for a pen. The lamp's circle trembled slightly when my fingers brushed its fringe. I recorded living room rearranged, chair pulled forward, jacket across back, photograph face down. I dated the entry and underlined shadow in doorway, shadow sits and bows. The underlining felt pious. Language is a kind of liturgy in these hours. To name the thing is to ask it to be accountable. To write it is to offer it proof that you were present. I made a photograph. It felt like an indulgence and like an obligation at once. The camera app's shutter clicked with a small independence that seemed rude in the room's hush. When an image arrives on a screen, it orders the world into an instant that is both generative and limiting. It takes what was lived and reduces it to edges and tones that you can examine like a specimen. The still I took looked, at first glance, insufficient to the moment. The chair, jacket, and photograph were there. The shadow in the doorway read in the photograph as a smear, a deeper absence of pixels where light had refused to answer. When I zoomed in, a little ritual I had adopted since the lag became habit, the smear coalesced into something like a person, and there was the impression of folded hands resting on curved knees. The photograph felt too patient. It had the guilty endurance of bereavement. Part of me wanted to close the door and pretend nothing had changed, but part of me, an older, thinner part that had catalogued funeral programs and unpaid bills, arranged itself into the role I seemed to always be drawn to, witness. I placed the coffee table lamp so the light would be flush across the arrangement and not cast new, interfering shadows. I sat on the couch opposite the chair at the precise distance that allowed me to see the whole composition and also to read the small intimacies. A loose thread at the jacket's cuff, a tiny nick in the wooden coffee table that suggested habitual eating in front of television, a faint ring left by a glass. There were no sounds except the building's mechanical things, the radiator's slow conversational cough, the distant elevator's throat clearing. The hush in the apartment was not peaceful. It held a tension like an accusation. I found myself speaking, not aloud perhaps to the shadow, but to the room that had been offered me as text. "Who are you making this for?" I asked, and my voice was small enough to shame me. It came out like a request rather than a demand. The shadow did not answer in words. It arranged itself slightly in the chair, as if shifting to make whatever visitor it awaited more comfortable. The jacket's collar was folded with the neatness of someone who had the luxury of habit. My chest narrowed with the kind of pain that tastes metallic and old. It is a pain like the one you feel when you see a photograph of someone you used to know and you realize the photograph is kinder than memory. I turned the face-down photograph over with a finger that trembled because it had learned to tremble and because it had been waiting for permission to tremble. Under the printed gloss was a family portrait I did not recognize. 3 people on a stoop, a baby in someone's arms, laughter slightly blurred across a father's mouth. The edges were worn in a way that suggested it had lived in a billfold or a drawer where keys lay on top of it like a tiny, careless reef. Someone had left it on its face, as if to hide the thing that would name them. There was, for a silent second, the temptation to place the photograph back down the way it had been arranged and to walk away, to fold myself into the habitual illusions of rental life where such things are the property's problem and not mine. But the apartment had been practicing for me for a long time, pulling me in with lagging silhouettes and tiny betrayals, and I had begun to answer. I stood and collected the photograph, careful of the corners, as if they might crumble into story. I set it face up on the coffee table and leaned forward until my elbows rested on my knees. The portrait looked small and fragile under the lamp. Its existence demanded the simplest thing a building had to offer: recognition. Recognition is a simple, complex act. It can be a legal act, signed and witnessed. It can be a domestic act, spoken and returned. Tonight, in an apartment that favored the latter, I found that even a photograph faced up required a little ritual. I touched the glossy surface with the pad of my thumb as if to warm it, to say to the people caught in its grain that they had not been entirely forgotten. The shadow watched no, that is inadequate. The shadow seemed to be waiting for me to do something that would prove I was still a witness. There is an odd liminality in being observed by a presence whose logic you cannot pass. You become self-conscious of small acts, the folding of hands, the pattern of breathing as though they might be interpreted. For a ridiculous instant I wanted to tidy the room, to smooth the jacket's shoulder, to straighten the chair in a manner that would not hurt. But there was an etiquette to things you did not own. A fury rose at that idea too. Who had the right to sanitize someone's stopped life? I took notes because that is what the thing had taught me to do. I wrote tableau composed, elements, jacket, chair, photo face up, shadow sits, hands folded. Gesture, bow of head. I added another line, room reads like awaiting. The act of writing stabilized the vertigo for a second. It made the interior world, outside my skull, into a ledger with a head and a date. In the margin I scribbled, "It is an accusation." I did know for whom. The building has a way of making small gestures feel moral. Its failures, the skipped maintenance, the redacted emails, the ledger of move-outs it'd been given by Rosa, took on a different face tonight. When you live among the unattended, you inherit a kind of responsibility not easily catalogued. I felt suddenly mortal in a way that had nothing to do with grandness, nothing to do with cosmic purpose, everything to do with the tiny decencies that keep strangers alive in the same place. I wanted the shadow to speak. I wanted it to unfold whatever script the rooms had taught it and give voice to the moment. Instead, it moved a finger, if a shadow can move a finger. It was more like a suggestion of emotion toward the photograph. It did not tap or push. It only indicated with a slow, discreet motion the thing that mattered. That motion carried the soft cruelty of certain memories. They will not tell you the story unless you ask, and when you ask, the telling will always be more intimate and more violent than you imagined. I picked up the photograph, walked to the kitchen, and leaned it against the sink's edge where the light caught the gloss and made the faces look washed in the wrong summer. There is a ritual common to people who keep fragments. You do not lock them away entirely, but give them surfaces to live on. I set a mug, my old chipped mug, next to it so the scene had ordinary companions, a burrowed thing and an artifact. The apartment seemed less like an accusation then and more like a library, a place that houses damaged stories. At some point I realized my hands were inked with notes and coffee, and that the lamp's light had shifted so the shadow in the doorway elongated like a question. The chair seemed suddenly too small for what it was made to hold. I found my pen and wrote, "Someone was leaving mid-motion. Leaving is what makes residue." The sentence had not been mine alone. It felt like an answer the building had supplied, and I had finally written down. When I finally moved to the couch, the chair remained occupied by the folded shadow and the jacket's drape. I sat opposite with the notebook on my knees and tried to read the tableau as if it were a language I might learn. There are idioms of absence, the way a cup is left with lipstick at the rim, The way a shoe turned toward a door indicates intention. The way a photograph placed face down suggests concealment or protection. This arrangement combined several idioms and turned them into a sentence. She left in a hurry, or they were interrupted, or someone had been kept waiting. I thought of my own cleanings, how I had once, when grief was fresh, thrown out things that later looked like confessions I had not been ready to make. The apartment watched that history with the compassion of neglect. It made tableaux where people needed them. The recognition it demanded from me was not merely of other people's stops, but of my own. Someone knocked on my door then, a small, respectful knock that was familiar enough to loosen my muscles without alarming me. I called, "Hold on," because the habit of owning my door made me think of proper minutes rather than panic. It was Elliot, his voice low in the crack as he asked if I was all right. He didn't come in at first. His silhouette filled the doorway like a practical apology. "Door was open, saw the light," he said, and the plainness of the sentence was the most human thing of all. He peered into the room with practiced neighborly observation. "Did you unpack company?" His presence interfered with the tableau in a small moral way. A living person has a right to rearrange a room, to explain, to tidy. Elliot's face held the kind of domestic worry that practical people have. The hands that know how to fix things are rarely the hands that know how to soothe them. But they try. I told him, in the way you tell someone something that seems unbelievable, but which must be shared because silence makes it threat, that I had found the room like this, that the shadow was sitting in the chair, that the photograph had been face down. He listened with an attention that did not rush to judgment. He did not make jokes. He did not look away. He said slowly, as if measuring each brick of what he would offer me, "There's more of those arrangements downstairs. People leave things out like memorials sometimes. The building, it keeps them." His frankness offered me a timetable. It aligned the private thing I had seen with something that belonged to more than me. Perhaps that more than the chair, more than the jacket, is why the tableau felt like an accusation. Not only a question of why people were left behind, but also of who bore witness. Elliot stepped into the room without touching anything. He looked at the photograph too, and his face softened the way careful faces do in the presence of someone else's sorrow. He did not ask whether I had photographed it. He simply said, "You should keep a record." I had been doing that all along. I had been doing more than that, in the way you arrange shards on a table to see if they will form a map. I had been compiling evidence that the building retained the lives that passed through it. Sitting that night across from the shadow, in a room made to be watched, I felt the tilt of my own life. That I had been a transient too long to notice when transience calcified into residue. Elliot left me then with a muttered offer to bring a small light upstairs. He closed the door with a soft click that gave me back the moment's privacy and its weight. The shadow remained patient and folded, as if my friend's passing had been just another moment it was prepared to hold. I did not sleep much that night. My notebook filled with observations that seemed to make the room more explicable and more terrible. I wrote the tabulous inventory until the column of items read like a litany. Chair pulled forward, jacket folded over back, photograph face down, shadow seated, gesture bowed. I underlined the phrase, "Arrangement implies intention." My hand cramped and the ink bled where I pressed too hard. Before turning off the lamp, I set the photograph face up again, against a resolve that felt like the beginning of a ritual. If the building wanted a witness, I decided it would not get one who pretended not to know. I would not be a tenant who only tolerated the city. I would be the kind of person who recognized the small dead and catalogued them so they could be tracked, visited, and, if required, mourned. It was at once a practical plan and something like atonement. The shadow slanted long and thin on the wall when I switched the lamp down to a single bulb, as though elongated by my decision. Its shape was the last thing I saw before sleep took the room and muffled the radiator's complaints. In that elongated darkness, the jacket's drape became less a garment and more the memory of an arm. The photograph glinted like a small promise on the table. I slept in fits, dreaming of doors left ajar and of faces turned away. When dawn came, it found me with the notebook open and the page already half filled. The tableau had not vanished overnight. It had only entrenched itself in my mind. If there is a cruelty the building practices, it is the slow one, not a scream but a persistence. The staged room that met me that evening had the persistence of paper and the insistence of a finger laid on the spine of a book that asked me to read. I dressed for the day with the picture in my pocket as if it were small talisman. Outside, the hum of the city was a scabbed sound, taxis, distant construction, a person yelling at a dog. The high-rise exhaled and accepted me into its ordinary economy. I left the apartment with the sense that I was carrying a sentence back into the world, a sentence I would be obliged to finish. On the landing, a neighbor's umbrella leaned like an accusation I had seen before, and the building's hallway smelled, as always, of old paint and the faint antiseptic of a place that had been repaired in cheap measures. The tableau waited behind me like a closed book. I had added its pages to my ledger. Now the rest of the building would have to do its part. The photograph in my pocket warmed against my thigh. I thought with the odd clarity of those first hours after a discovery that I had two choices: to ignore what I had seen and allow the apartment to keep doing what it had been doing, or to answer it with the kind of grim, everyday attentiveness that could make a place hold a life with a little more honor. I had, as a rule, been a person who documented. The chair and jacket had turned that habit into a liturgy. When I came home that afternoon, the chair was still in place, and the jacket remained draped across its back. The shadow, however, was not where it had been. I stood a moment on the threshold and waited, as administrators of small melancholies do, for it to return or to reveal its next move. The building hummed like a held breath. I opened the door and stepped into the room as into a promise deferred. The jacket's shoulder carried the faint imprint of an absence. The coffee table's scar caught the light. The photograph was face up and the faces in it looked like a small, private verdict. The apartment had staged a question and then, perhaps, left it for me to answer. I set my bag down and went to the window, watching the street where people passed like sentences that would never be finished. I felt, with a dread that was almost tender, that a kind of history had chosen me as its reader. The apartment kept waving, if a building can be said to wave at all. Whether I would wave back was the part I had yet to commit. I write the small things first: the chipped mug with the crescent of a brown ring, the radiator that sighs, as if recalling names, the lamp that throws light like a coin tossed into a well. Not because they are proof, exactly, but because they are witnesses I can keep in a row. The way you line up shoes on a mat to prove you have the right feet. My notebook has become ritual, a ledger of indignities and oddities, of the ways the apartment moves around the edges of my life. Tonight, more than the granular wrongnesses, I feel the weight of a history I have been carrying folded into smaller shapes than they are due. There are memories I have kept folded like receipts in a pocket, thin and protected against abrasion. They are small and precise, the flick of a doctor's pen. My mother's hand, the skin like parchment over bone. The sudden hush when a ventilator slowed. I have folded these memories so carefully, 'cause the fold felt like control. You fold a paper and you know where the crease is. You can hide the words. The apartment does not respect creases. When the sun dips and the lamp gives its soft, yellowed coin of heat, the shadow in the kitchen lags. I will not pretend the first time it happened that I was composed. I wrote down a time, a reaction, the light source. The notebook is where I practice explanation. It makes me legitimate to myself. I trace my own handwriting in the margin sometimes, as if to check that the person who noticed yesterday is still me. On the third night after the lag became regular, I found myself cooking, because there is a certain industry to the act chop, heat. Stir an automaticity that makes the room trade in certainties while the rest of my brain unravels. The kettle hissed like a small animal. Steam sketched quick ghosts along the window. I lifted a mug to dry it, and the shadow on the wall followed my wrist, a fraction behind, like an echo with older knees. I smiled at the absurdity and then paused. Smiles can be a kind of denial. I caught myself searching for an explanation: faulty bulb, angle of lamp, the way new tile can throw light, anything to save the psychology from flattening into a paranormal. Rationality is industrious. It builds scaffolding around fear. The thing about grief is that it multiplies the ordinary into instruments of accusation. A radiator becomes a throat clearing, a faucet drip, an insistence. The apartment, I began to suspect, was learning the percussion of my life, the rhythm of my footsteps. The small half gestures I made while on the phone and matching its responses to the catalogue I kept. It was as if someone had slid a hand under the folded paper of my days and smoothed it out to see by the faint ridges what was hidden there. I call this chapter Family Portraits because the past arrives in faces: a photograph, a folded dress, the way a memory shapes itself into a visual economy. So much of what I love and what I fear has a likeness I can set on a shelf and call to mind. That is the lie. Likeness is not the same as truth. A portrait can flatter or betray. It captures a sliver and convinces you it holds the whole. I thought of my father's hands a lot in those weeks. They were large, freckled, and patient. He loved to fold laundry the way other people do crossword puzzles methodically, as if the order of things was bargaining for calm. When he died, the house seemed to reclaim every fold he'd left behind. His shirts smelled faintly of the soap he used, and that smell curved under my tongue like a remembered sentence. The funeral was an ineffable blur of white light and tissue. The chapel had the antiseptic glare of a place that tries to be neutral and instead makes grief more luminous, more surgical. It is always a shock to see the people you loved reduced to lines and markers. I must have been a clinical sight, small, folded inwards, scribbling notes to myself that I told myself would become future evidence of courage. Lee's absence at my father's funeral is a kind of seam that keeps opening. We had ended things before the funeral, though not with the crueltiness some separations acquire, rather with a numb, mutual concession. We were different kinds of tired. That tiredness became a boundary too delicate for the rest of me. She left the city for a time, and I learned to arrange my life like a temporary exhibition, a few cherished things on display, the rest boxed up and labeled fragile. We spoke sometimes in thin dispatches, small, pragmatic notes about moving a plant here or a sweater there, and I told myself that distance made space for new loyalties. But memory is porous when it has not been acknowledged. The apartment began to explore those pores. It didn't scream. It did not snarl with theatricality. Instead, it touched the seams of those folded places with the careful curiosity of a child who has been told not to open a drawer. At odd times I caught glimpses of my interior life reflected back with slight misalignments, the angle of a photograph wrong, the voice on a recording just half a beat off, a smell of lilies when no flowers had been purchased. The building was patient. It had decades of patience. It knew how to move slowly and therefore how to be convincing. I called Lee on a Wednesday that I told myself would be the last, where I would allow the apartment's curiosity to feel like something I had to weather alone. There is a particular tenor to such calls. You can hear your own voice trying to make itself reasonable, polite, and brave at once. "Hey," I said when she answered. Her voice sounded like someone who has been walking and suddenly stopped to take the call, alert, a little worn. "Hi," she said, and for a second the way she said it made it feel as if there might be a bridge. I tried to be practical. "I have been writing things down, little things, the shadows." She laughed, but it landed like a clack. "The shadows, Mara. Really? I know how it sounds," I said. But there are patterns, objects changing places. My shadow lags sometimes. Have you slept? Her voice tightened. Lee has a pragmatic way of not indulging what she suspects could be a panic. Mara, you should see someone. This sounds like you are isolating. Isolation is a word that hurts because it is accurate. I'm not sure. My throat closed on the rest. I am skilled at omission. I have become an artisan in withholding. I thought maybe you could come by, or am not coming back to be your only witness, she said. Flat and small, with something that could be hurt or anger or a complicated braid of both. I've said that before. The call does not do the work I have imagined. It will not reconstitute what was between us. Instead, it snaps shut like a hinge gone rusty. We leave each other with brittle promises and a silence that rings. When the phone goes dark, I set it face down on the table. The apartment, industrious as ever, responds as if in commentary. A photograph on the shelf has slid 4 inches to the left. That small movement is like an accusation. Photographs are the trophies we use to confirm we have a life that is continuous. When they shift, the continuity loosens. I crouched to push the frame back and found my fingers trembling. In the photograph, I look younger, the angle soft around my cheeks, my mother's hand in the frame like a shore holding my smallness. But something about the background was wrong. The wallpaper pattern did not match any wallpaper I remembered. It was the tiny misalignments that the apartment preferred, errors that made me question what exactly I remembered. Grief is not only the big moments, as the apartment seemed to inform me. It is the small daily tortures, the way spoons leave water rings, the exact pitch of a neighbor's laugh that becomes a refrain in your head. I began to catalogue those details with an almost clinical devotion. I wrote down the names of the flowers the funeral had used: lilies. Wax blooms, because their scent returned to me in the middle of the night, as if someone had rubbed them onto the air vents. I wrote the time on a page when my mother's voice, from a recording I keep in a box, skipped in a way that matched the build of the radiator's rattle. These are the ways the apartment informs itself, by aligning small coincidences until they become a grammar. A grammar implies intelligence, even if only the intelligence of accumulation. I started to feel like an ingredient. If you put a spoonful of a particular salt into a pot of soup, everything tastes of that salt. The building had a seasoning all its own, an accumulation of departures, hurried packings, neat hangings of laundry left mid-fold. Each instance fed the whole. I have never been good at straightforward grief. I have always preferred the sideways of emotion, the part you can fold into an argument or a to-do list. It's more productive to file loss as a task than a weather, but the apartment is weather. It moves along its own barometer and will not be catalogued neatly into tasks. That realization, once I let it into the room, made me feel like a poor housekeeper in my own life. The dust has been there for years, and I have been telling myself I will get to it tomorrow. Because vulnerability seems to be what the place wants, it recognized me quickly. It is cruel in its courtesy. One night, while I was riffling through a box of old documents looking for a hospital receipt I wanted to make into a frameable object of proof, the shadow lengthened and caressed the spine of my notebook, as if to read over my shoulder. There was a tenderness to its motion that felt more intimate than any human intrusion. I withdrew my hand, as if a stranger had leaned into my personal space. The apartment shied away like a cat, the shadow receded. For a second I thought I had imagined it. Then a photograph fell, no wind, no draft, simply toppled from the shelf to the table, where it landed face down. I flipped it over slowly because the impulse to see is stronger than the impulse to avoid. The picture was of a child, hands small and open, seated on someone's knee. The face on the lap, the adult's face, was unfamiliar. The coat the adult wore had a pattern my mind could not place. The light in the photograph fell at an angle that said this was not our kitchen, not a room I had sat in. My chest closed like a fist. One of the habits of grief is to make you believe in the absolute interiority of your experience, that your memory is only yours, and therefore that your errors belong to you. But photographs like this, dropped without explanation, are public ambiguousnesses. They plant doubt. I thought of calling Lee back, of asking her to help me interpret the brightness of the photograph or the angle of the subject's jaw. But then something part of me recoiled. Who am I if every anomaly is a summons? There is a small terror in asking someone to believe you, and an equal terror in being believed, because belief changes what you are. If Lee came, she would become witness, and witnesses alter scenes simply by attending. I am cautious with attendance. I have seen it change the quality of things. Instead, I transcribe the photograph into my notebook and write around it. Dates, textures, the smell of the paper. Writing is a kind of invocation. I hope that by naming things I can keep their edges tidy. But names are porous too. Mother's hand, I write, and the line wavers. Memory and description do not always braid into a neat rope. There is comfort, odd as it sounds, in admitting that not all answers will be dramatic. The apartment is not a monstrous authority intent on my ruin. It is, if anything, a slow curator. It organizes the absent into exhibits of attention. The moral question whether acknowledgement can undo accumulation waves at me in the margins. If I begin to name things, to own the list of what was neglected, do I take away the lingerer's hunger? Or do I feed it with the ceremony of recognition? These are the ethical dilemmas of someone who lives among other people's shadows. At the chapter's quiet close, I sit at my kitchen table with my notebook spread like a surgeon's tray. The lamp makes the page a small stage. I write down the smell of hospital antiseptic, the sound of lilies rubbing their stems against a coffin's veneer, Lee's voice at the end of the call. I fold the pages back into the book and feel, for the first time in weeks, something like a plan. Not a crusade to purge, those attempts have always felt like erasure, but a method to record. To let the act of remembering be witnessed here, in this small room, where the walls have become porous to other people's departures. The apartment does not applaud, it is not theatrical. It is a patient organism that learns the cadence of the inhabitants and then offers its own twin, a shadow slightly behind, a photograph slid. A pair of shoes lined at my threshold like a punctuation mark. I close the notebook and notice, in the sudden pocket of silence, a movement in the living room. The dark silhouette by the doorway lifts an arm in a small, human gesture. Not a threatening wave, just a half raise, as if it were testing whether I was still present. I leave the lamp on. Outside, a city breathes. Inside, the fold of the past sits on the table between the mug and the notebook, patient and unyielding. I do not know whether the act of watching will tame the building's attention or simply amplify it. But I have chosen a witness that is less like a blade and more like a ledger. I will continue to write, to name, to let the small ceremonies occur. For now, that is a truce I can keep. Then, as if to remind me that the building's curiosities are not idle, I hear from somewhere near the doorway a sound shaped like a hand dropping into water. It is soft, almost domestic. I rise, heart loud and clumsy in my chest, and cross the room. The silhouette is at the threshold, not quite whole, its arm folded as if holding something unseen. On the coffee table, a new photograph lies face up that was not there before. My mother, younger than I remember, holding a child who looks startlingly like me. And yet the child's eyes are turned a fraction away, toward a place not in the frame. There is a quiet at the end of the room, like the held breath before a confession. Who are you remembering for me? I whisper, though I do not know whether I mean the building or myself. The shadow does not answer with words. It only tilts its head, an invitation or a question. I feel the urge to step forward and take the photograph, to press my palm over the child's turned face and feel the heat of someone who is real. But some things cannot be reclaimed by touch. They must be named, and sometimes naming is the only kind of return there is. I scoop up the photograph with fingers that remember both tenderness and the lightness of accusation. The corner is soft, the gloss warm. The child's eyes meet mine when I turn the photo toward me, and for a second the room tilts. The house holds its breath. I close the notebook and walk to the window. Outside, the city breathes on. Inside, a shadow lifts its arm, no longer simply lagging, but obviously waiting for me to say the name it has been rehearsing. I let the name rise in my mouth, like something that has been underground too long, and then I speak it aloud, careful and deliberate, because the building has proved precise. Mother. The shadow lowers its arm by a sliver, as if content to have heard what it wanted. The lamp buzzes, the radiator sighs. I stand in a room that remembers, and I, at last, allow myself to be remembered back. It was raining when Clara arrived, the kind of rain that in the city seems to know exactly how to enter every seam under doors. In the hairline cracks of window sills, threading itself into the soft grey of the sidewalks. The drops kept time on the window ledge, and when she set her bag down on my table it made a small, dry sound, like the muted thump of a heart I had not expected to hear. She wore the coat of someone who had been walking for the better part of the afternoon, hood flattened, hair a little askew, the impressions of a city on the cuffs. Her glasses were smudged. She looked at my notebook as if it were an invitation, and she took it. We had never met before that day. I had left a note in an online forum, half sent and impulsive, anyone interested in urban oddities, neighborhood historians, archival junkies. Clara answered with an email that was all pragmatism and a line that read, simply, I collect municipal absences. She carried that promise in the weight of the satchel that now opened like a mouth of paper across my kitchen table. She emptied a roll of maps first, one by one like pieces of an argument. The maps smelled of dust and ink and the kind of loneliness that collects in municipal storerooms. She spread them carefully, smoothing a crease with a thumb that had ink under the nail. A strip of light from the lamp made the topmost one glow. It looked ancient and new at the same time, like the present of a city flattened into a voice print. Microfiche followed a small, battered reader wired to her phone with a tangle of cables. She clicked it on with a sort of habitual precision and fed the thin rectangles into the machine as if they were slides of a crime scene. On them years of notices, terse memos, and the occasional, almost apologetic landlord's note emerged as if burned into transparency. I put the kettle on, and it was absurdly ritual, the hiss of the gas, the clink of the kettle's spout as steam insisted toward the ceiling. Clara did not seem to notice the domestic noise as anything but accompaniment. She unfolded a laptop and a long list of names, each one a place where people had stopped being accounted for. I had filled my notebook with the sort of chronology that becomes an argument against forgetfulness, dates, short notations. The pattern of doors left open on their hinges like a question mark. Her own index made mine look like a child's scribble. You did good work getting these, she said. Not exactly a compliment, and not entirely a judgment either. Her voice was flat in the way of someone who had listened to too many municipal tapes. Then she named an address from my list and the floor it belonged to, and, as she spoke, she drew a line on the map with a pencil so sharp its point left a thin groove. I had expected curiosity, certainly. I had not been prepared for the bluntness of validation. To have someone else hold the fretful knot it'd been staring at, to place her fingers on the same thread and pull back the same shape made something in me both ache and straighten. She fed a sheet of microfiche into the reader. The screen lay flat and small between us, as if it were the foundation of a tiny house. The letters were ghosted and narrow. Years had turned them thin. We scrolled. A notice here, an abrupt forwarding address, clipped as if someone had cut out a line from a ledger. A tenant complaint redacted beneath, a circled C file. An eviction notice near the bottom of an older form with no forwarding address given. A name I had circled in my notebook twice before, nothing personal. Just a name gathered from the margins of other people's records appeared with a date that sat in my chest like an old coin. "This is the map of absence," Clara said. It sounded like a joke, but I felt the phrase settle into my ribs, the way certain jokes land true. She began pinning names onto the paper map, and where she pushed the pins in the holes it trembled as if the map itself were a skin. We worked in a cadence that felt ritualistic. I would read something aloud. She would look up and say where to put the pin. Small details accreted like frost, a forwarding address that led nowhere, a landlord's terse initials, a maintenance memo where the description had been blotted out. Once the pins came near one another, they began to make shapes. A cluster bloomed around the corridor where Tentaby lived, a tight, ugly thing. It was not proof, not yet, but it was a geometry I recognized from the way my shadow had begun to misbehave, repetition as insistence. Between feeding microfiche and scrolling municipal memos, she set a small recorder between two mugs and pressed play on something she called oral histories. The voice that came through was thinner than I imagined, the small, dry sound of an older woman who kept things inside like coins in a pocket. She spoke of a van that had come early one morning, brown boxes stacked high, the name on a slip of paper flapping as it was shoveled through a slit. She reported seeing a neighbor carrying a framed photograph out in a hurry. The voice described the scene in fragments and parentheses, as if whoever had told the story had been embarrassed by its quietness. There was no melodrama, only a list of small humiliations, a child mislaid, a cat crate left behind, a bag left behind at the stairs. Each omission was its own kind of grief. Outside, the city played on the windows the way an indifferent theater stage plays on. The tram rattled, a delivery truck backed up and coughed, a dog barked 2 floors below, and then nothing. When the recorder clicked off, the silence felt heavier, like a hand staying on my shoulder. "They didn't want to be named," Clara said, a little too hard. She had a habit of saying what other people only thought. Not because they were criminals or anything, but because the system made it cheaper to let names evaporate than to resolve what happened. "Evaporate," I repeated. The words slid around me like cold water. I told her about the evenings I'd spent watching my own shadow lag, the way it had first hung back, then slid into chairs, then gestured. She listened without that nervous laughter I expected when I said things that might be called irrational. Instead, she took the folder of tenant names I had printed from Rosa's ledger and placed it beside her open notebook. She pointed to a redaction like a fingernail sliding over glass. "Redaction is a form of absence," she said. "You can hide things with it. You can make grief bureaucratic." Her hands were steady. She took a pen and wrote a list of places we could go: the archives downtown, the municipal records office, the oral history room at the library. The plan read like a map out of the building, a series of doors and keys. "Why do you care?" I asked. It was the question that had been waiting like an exhausted tenant in my throat. She looked at me then, really looked, and the streetlight through the window made the frames of her glasses spark. "Because I write about what the city forgets," she said. "Because people who let names go unaccounted for are also the people who let buildings keep things they shouldn't. You might be right that the shadow is your private strangeness, but maybe it's also the city's failure manifested. And I want to know what happens when a city forgets people. I'm tired of the forgetting being tidy." It was a modestly righteous speech, and it landed in me like an old wound being poked to see if it's still blood. She did not say she believed me, only that she understood a way to make it legible, to take the intangible and give it the grammar of paper. That in itself felt like an act of tenderness, to take a confessed madness and hand it a place in the public record. We cross-referenced names and dates until my notebook filled with marginalia. She photographed a ledger with a camera that clicked like a small animal. She took notes on the margins of the records, as if curiosity could be annotated into proof. I made tea that grew cold in the room between our words. As the hours passed, the city outside softened. The lamp made our faces into masks I could read by the light of a failing sun. There were moments of strange humor, a landlord's signature that read more like a blot, a tenant's address beset by so many forwarding names it resembled a palimpsest. There were moments of cruelty, a redacted line where a complaint had been erased in the name of privacy, and a maintenance memo signed off with a shrug. We found a small, bureaucratic chain of indifference, a complaint filed and then dismissed for lack of jurisdiction, a child taken to a neighbor's while the van idled below. A body moved with a minimal note in the ledger. Each fragment was small on its own, but together they began to feel like a scaffolding for the linger itself, an architecture of remembrance that had been willfully weakened until it could no longer hold what it had been asked to hold. At one point Clara paused and pulled out a yellowed photocopy of a newspaper column. The headline was almost apologetic, "Quiet Moves Mark Morning at High Rise." The piece was a neighborhood column, sentimental and small. I read the paragraph about an unnamed tenant who had been taken ill and moved quietly from their apartment with a worried sister's assistance. The piece read like someone had sewn a handkerchief over a bruise. There was an attempt at decency, but it smacked of tidy closure where none existed. "They were told to keep it quiet," Clara said. "Do you see the pattern?" She added another pin to the map, and the cluster tightened. I could see physically the idea of forgetting converging on our corridor like a spill. It was late when she folded her maps back into a roll and slid the microfiche into its box. She had the look of someone who had just walked down a long hallway in the dark and found a door that was ajar. Before she left, she did something small and practical. She printed out a grid of names and dates and taped it to my fridge. The paper looked absurd against the domestic ordinariness of my kitchen magnets and the grocery lists that had been there since the last week. It was a thing that insisted it had the right to be visible. "I'll go to the archives tomorrow," she said. "If there's anything there, well, find it." She did not come with promises of miracles. She came with methods and patience and a kind of ethical impatience. The work she proposed was quiet and meticulous. It was also, I realized with a weight that was both good and terrible, exactly the work I had wanted someone to do with me. We stood in the doorway as she put on her coat. The hallway light hummed above us. For a long, ridiculous second I was afraid she might change her mind and close the satchel and go. Her hand paused on the door handle, and when she looked back she said, softly, "You did the right thing writing it down." I wanted to say that I was not sure I had done anything at all. Instead, I watched as she stepped out into the corridor. The light above her cast our shadows down the hall in 2 dark strokes. For the first time that week, my own shadow did not linger, did not strike out into the living room like a spectator. It was obedient, flattened to my shoes. Then, as if the building had been listening to our planning and had waited for a punctuation, the shadow that belonged to me, or some echo of it, detached a fraction of an inch and made a little, deliberate wave from the doorway where Clara had just passed. I did not laugh. Clara tightened her grip on the strap of her bag and looked at the gesture as something that mattered. She did not say the word proof either. We both stood with that small, impossible wave between us like a promise and a warning. "Tomorrow," she said, and then she was gone, the rain swallowing the sound of her footsteps. I went back to the table and the map and the kettle that had cooled into a small, neglected thing. The pins on the map made a little constellation I could trace with my finger. The lamp hummed. The radiator sighed. I turned the page of my notebook and wrote down one line. Clara called it municipal forgetting. I underlined the phrase twice. I slept a little that night, which meant I dreamed in sentences. In the dream there were rooms with their doors open and chairs facing the windows as if the occupants had gone for a walk and forgotten to come back. Voices recited addresses like prayers. When I woke, my chest felt like a ledger with a new column added, documentation. The next day would be the municipal archives, microfiche rooms and long-forgotten memos, the kind of spaces where names wait in boxes for someone to notice them. It felt like a small, dangerous kind of hope, but the wave remained lodged under my sternum like an instruction. If the building could make gestures, then perhaps it could also be reasoned with, or at least its patterns could be made visible. If what haunted my apartment was partly an accumulation of bureaucratic erasures, then paper might be one of the ways to answer it. I thought of the oral history voice, brittle as a piece of bone, of the woman who had watched a framed photograph be carried away. I thought of the microfiche clicking, the ink like small fossils. I thought of Clara's steady hands, of the way she had spread absence out on my table and given it the geometry of a map. The apartment hummed around me as always, as if waiting for my next move. I made tea, wrote a note on the first page of my notebook, "Go to archives with Clara," and slid the page under the magnet with her printed grid. Then I turned off the lamp, and the room went into a softer, thicker dark. Outside, the city was busy being itself, a light that blinked in a storefront, someone arguing into a phone on a stoop, the tram a distant voice. Inside, on the kitchen table, the map's pins pricked like little stars. Somewhere in the hallway a shadow shifted and, almost shyly, made a second, slight wave as if to say, very gently, "Keep looking." I could think of 1,000 reasons not to. I could think of the cost of curiosity, the strain on sleep and friends and the thin, fraying rope of my job. But the wave had felt like an invitation rather than a threat, a tiny, stubborn insistence that something wanted to be accounted for. And I had a notebook and the beginning of a map and the strange, steady company of someone who made erasures legible. So I wrote Clara back in a cramped email at noon and set the microfiche printouts in a neat stack beside the kettle. I told her I would meet her at the city archives on Tuesday. The building hummed, and the shadow at the window, for once, stayed where it belonged. But the idea of the cluster pins and dates, oral histories and redactions had settled inside me like a small, solid stone. The stone did not smooth. It made a weight that would be useful in the days to come. And as the light in the hallway buzzed on and off like a pulse that did not belong to me, I thought of the ledger's missing names and the way the city chooses what to keep and what to let go. I thought of how personal grief gets institutionalized into memo and redaction, how bodies and absences slip through the seams of building management, how shadows can learn to remember what the living will not. The work ahead felt like a slow, forensic mercy. It felt necessary. It felt dangerous. At the edge of my awareness, the shadow in the hallway lingered, folding itself into the shape of a hand held in waiting. It had the patience of an overdue account. It would not let me go entirely. I pinched the spine of my notebook and wrote one more thing before turning the page, do the work of naming. Then I closed it, and the apartment kept its watch. The last thing I saw before the light went out was the faint outline of a hand-shaped shadow against the hall plaster, and the memory of Clara's steady, practical promise. Tomorrow the archives. The wave hung there like an ellipsis. The question it left was not whether I would go, but whether the city, once named, would answer back. I fell asleep to the building's hum, and the hum fell into me as if it were a language I had only begun to learn. The toolbox was the first thing that made the apartment feel less like an accusation and more like a place someone intended to keep. Elliot set it on my kitchen table with a soft thud, the sound of metal on laminate somehow ordinary enough to be almost soothing. He opened it like someone beginning a ritual whose rules were known only to him, a click, a slide, the careful sorting of instruments. Wrenches, a small ball-peen hammer, a roll of cloth tape, a tube of plaster with its cap bitten off, and a worn putty knife. The smell that came up old rubber, the ghost of solder, seemed to sweep the room of some of its tightness. I had expected sermon or skepticism, or at least the dry humor he'd offered in the hallway. Instead, his face softened with a competence that was almost affectionate, as if he had been waiting for a body to hand him a repair and a reason. He set a rag under the cabinet and crouched, palms on his knees, like a person preparing to remove a splinter. "You sure you want me to do this?" he asked. His voice was low, a rueful thing that had practiced saying nothing too quickly. "Yes," I said. The word felt thin in the space between us, but saying it anchored me somehow. "Do you mind if Juno helps? He knows the service spaces." Elliot's mouth made a small sound that might have been a laugh. "Bring him. 2 hands are better than 1 for unrobing a building." We worked mostly in a kind of companionable silence, the kind that is almost a language. I held the flashlight and watched the square of light shake across the baseboard, where the paint was bubbled and the corner had a hairline seam all the way down. Every time I passed the spot, the shadow lagged a beat behind me and smeared its outline against the seam like someone tracing fault lines. Elliot pried the slat up with the crowbar as if he were peeling bark. The paint gave with a small, resigned pop, and a soft sigh of old nails. Dust exhaled. That smell of old paper and latent damp rolled into the lamp light and made me think of attics I had never been allowed into. He handed me the crowbar and winked half apology, half encouragement, and I realized how ridiculous it was that I was less afraid of making noise than I had been a week before. "There," Juno said, his voice reverent and a little amused. "Nest. It should have been comical, the word. A nest of receipts and matchbooks and a child's scrap of paper, the edges browned as if by long sleep." For a second I wanted to laugh at the domesticity of it, the banal clutter of life. Then I saw the handwriting on the scrap, looped, impatient, and recognized a name I'd seen before in Rosa's ledger. My throat closed. Elliot knelt and placed the items on a towel. He frowned at the receipts, turning them over like someone reading another person's palm. "People leave small betrayals behind," he said. "Most people think they're insignificant. But in a building like this, insignificant collects." The phrase felt true in a way I hadn't been able to put into words. That the high-rise was not merely a stack of apartments, but a slow machine that ground small things into habit and then kept them. A hairline seam could be a seam in time. As we worked, Elliot talked in fragments, a steadying rhythm. He told me about the top-floor closet he kept, about the small memorial he'd assembled there for a person he had loved and lost. He hadn't planned the confession. It came out the way light leaks through a closed door when someone leaves it that way for too long. "You asked about people staying," he said, and then paused as if deciding whether to name his own fault. "Some of us keep things, not to hold on really. To remember where the edge was." There was nothing theatrical in the way he said it. No flourish, no intention of titillation. Just something private and necessary. After we sealed the baseboard with fresh plaster and smoothed it with the putty knife, I watched the seam breathe its first new skin. We left the tools on the table, a triangle of purpose, and for the first, while the apartment resettled into a different rhythm. The shadow still lagged, still hesitated, but it no longer pushed past the repaired seam the way it had. As if the building recognized the application of care. That night I slept in fits. When I woke, the thought that came first was not an image of a waving silhouette, but of Elliot's hands, stained in a way that made him look both older and smaller. I thought of the top-floor closet and the photograph he had said was bent in its frame. Memory seemed to spread tidal and warm in my chest. 2 afternoons after the baseboard was patched, Juno invited us for a detour. He had a key that smelled like oil and sweat, and something floral he swore came from a long-closed florist's on the ground floor. "You want to see where the building keeps its ribs?" he asked, as if it were a modest museum. The service corridor looked like a place left between worlds. A single bare bulb hummed above us and threw our shadows long and thin against concrete. The air was cool and tasted faintly of antiseptic and dust. Our footsteps made a measured percussion that seemed louder than it should. Pipes ran like veins, bundled and insulated with backhanded repairs, tapes, wire, a patch where a previous tenant had nailed a strip of metal. The building seemed to hold its breath there, or maybe it exhaled a soundless story. Juno tapped at a seam near a stair, and a draft sighed through the crack. It was not wind in the romantic sense. It was a movement of displaced air, of places once open and now closed, like the memory of a door shutting. People forget that buildings get used, Juno said. They think walls are solid. But solid is a lie. It's maintenance and memory and bodies moving through. If you don't look after it, it remembers you. He led us to a staircase that had been sealed years ago. The door was stubborn, swollen with paint, and required more force to open than it had any right to. When it finally gave, the smell that hit us was close and private, musty wood, old varnish, and something like tea gone stale. The stairway curved like a folded pocket, and somewhere down below a tiny animal scurried, and then fell silent. The light thinned until our edges softened into shadows that the building accepted into its skin. There was a quality to the sealed spaces that made me understand the haunting differently. In my apartment, I had thought the lingerer was some spectral parasite, a thing that mimicked my silhouette to torment me. In the stairwell, among braided pipes and patched watermarks, it felt anatomical, a consequence of how people leave and how institutions let the leaving pile up. Neglect changes the shape of a place. The building bent toward the places no one cleared out, and, like a tide, gathered detritus that then learned to repeat the final motion of departure. We moved back into light and into the flattened ordinary of the hallway. Elliot paused at the top of the stairs and looked out toward the roof line and the city like a man remembering a name. "It's not about exorcism," he said. "It's about stitches. You can't just rip a scar off and call it healthy. You have to stitch it." I thought of my notebooks then, the small, thick thing that had become both evidence and confession. The ledger of absences I had made in the margins of my life had, it seemed, become a stitch of a different sort. Documentation could be repair if repair meant attention and naming. That night, after I had scrubbed plaster dust from under my nails and taped a square of clean paper over the patch to keep it from cracking as it dried, Elliot came up the stairs and sat at my table with 2 mugs of coffee. He had a small paper bag folded closed like a secret. When he opened it, he revealed a photograph wrapped in cloth. It was smaller than I expected, and the frame was bent in a way that made it seem as if it had been forced into being. He set it gently on the table as if it were a living thing. I couldn't look at it at first. The apartment had turned into a place of thinned skin, where any pressure made blood rise. "This is Tom," Elliot said. "He used to live 2 floors above me." His voice broke and then steadied. "We were here a long while. He liked kettle stew and late news. He never liked my patchwork thermos, but he used it anyway." He laughed a small, private laugh that was both fond and brittle. I wanted to ask questions, to offer platitudes. Instead, I reached out and brushed the photograph's edge, feeling the bump of old glue. The picture was of 2 people at the water, the city behind them like a flat smear. They looked young and terribly human. "Why keep it here?" I asked. He rubbed his thumb along the frame. "Where else would you put a thing you can't bear to look at, but don't want to lose? Up here it breathes. It's a place out of sight, but not out of mind. For a while I thought if I kept it hidden, it would stay true." "That sounds dumb when you say it out loud." "It doesn't sound dumb," I said. "It sounds like how people survive." Elliot's shoulders rose and fell. "We keep the pieces," he said. "Sometimes we tuck them into walls. Sometimes we write them down. Sometimes we paint them over." I thought patching a baseboard would be enough for a while. It isn't, but it's a start. The photograph's presence in my kitchen was a small transgression and a gift. It turned Elliot into someone other than a neighbor making jokes in the hallway. It made him particular and tender and dangerous in his capacity to hold memory. Holding his grief made him less like a character in my story and more like someone who could fracture and repair. When I woke that night, the apartment felt slightly altered. There was no dramatic change, no disappearance, no gloating wave of shadow. Instead, the wall wore its new seam like a healed cut. The shadow lingered still, as if taking note. The building's hush had shifted from sharp to something like listening. Days after that, as the plaster cured and the paper dried, I found a small scrap tucked deeper into the cavity when I used the flashlight to peer under the patched slat. It was a folded telephone bill with an address on the back and a name I had seen in the ledger photos Rosa had given me. The scrap smelled faintly of smoke and cheap perfume. When I unfolded it at the table, the handwriting was the same impatient loop I had recognized earlier. It wasn't proof of anything spectacular. Pieces of paper are not confessions, but it was evidence of accumulation. An object left a while, sealed into a seam, then forgotten by anyone who could be bothered to pull the slat and see. I took the scrap down the hall to Rosa. Her office smelled like lemon disinfectant and ledger paper. She took the folded scrap and squinted at the handwriting. For a moment her face went something like guilty, and then practical, a pivot I knew too well. She sighed and said, "We do what we must to keep the rent paid and the tenants from suing. Papers get lost. People get rushed out." Calder won't lift a finger unless it's costly on paper. The ledger was no longer an abstraction. It was folded into the cotton of a baseboard. The lingerer, if it existed as a thing separate from institutional neglect, had been fed by human bureaucracy and omission. That night, as I lay awake, I felt the change in my body. The agitation that had once been a steady taut string was now a different kind of tension, one that could be worked, flayed with tools and patience. Perhaps repairing a seam would never be the same as repairing a life, but Elliot's hands, Juno's key, Rosa's confessed indifference, they made the haunting malleable. It could be named, approached, catalogued, and perhaps in small ways altered. When I closed the notebook that night, I wrote not only the times the shadow lagged, but also the sound of Elliot's toolbox, and the way the plaster had dried with hairline veins like a leaf. I wrote about the photograph in the bent frame and the smell of dust in the sealed stairwell. I wrote, too, the terrible relief of finding something human in a place that had started to look mechanical in its cruelty. We had not yet stitched the building whole. A patched baseboard is still a patch, but the act of dressing the wound made the building answer in a different register. The shadow lingered, yes, and sometimes waved from the living room, but it had stopped sitting like a judge in the doorway. It moved like something that had been acknowledged, and there is a difference in the way acknowledgement settles in a room. At the end of the chapter of that week, on a night when rain hit the windows in a patient silver, Elliot left the photograph on my table. He did not say it was for me or for him. He set it down and touched the corner of the frame like someone leaving a bookmark. "Keep it with your notes," he said. "If you keep the ledger, keep it honest." I watched him go, silhouetted in the hallway light, and when the door clicked behind him, the apartment felt both larger and more precarious. There was work to do, plaster to smooth, ledgers to cross-reference, names to be spoken in the right order. There was also a risk that touching the wound would make it bleed more. But for the first time since I moved in, I felt less like an object on the receiving end of the building's slow hunger and more like an actor in this small theater of memory. The tools on my table gleamed in the lamplight. Somewhere, a shadow tracked my movement and lagged just long enough to let me pull the notebook closer and write. With hands that trembled the polite distance away from hysteria, the name that had been tucked into the wall. It was only the beginning, and the seam was still tacky and fragile. But as I closed my notebook and the rain stitched the city into a smear of lamps and wet glass, the apartment made a different kind of sound. Not the hush of accusation, but the faint clink of metal tools being set away after a day's honest work. The lingerer had noticed. It had shifted, and in the quiet that followed, something like possibility breathed into the place. The hook was not an arrival but an opening, when I swept my hand under the patched baseboard the next morning to press down a small burr of dried plaster. My fingertips brushed something that should not have been there. Not paper this time, but the corner of a photograph different from Elliot's, a blackened edge, half hidden, with a face turned away. The thing had been behind the wall like a secret, and now, by accident or intention, it was exposed. I did not know whose face it was, only that the building had more to tell, and that our repairs were eliciting its voice. I set the photograph on the table and called out the stairwell, as if names in a house could draw the past nearer or make it leave. "Juno," I said, my voice small in the corridor. "Elliot." The light from the window struck the photograph and illuminated the person in it like a small accusation. The apartment answered me, not with a shadow but with a sound, a soft, deliberate scrape from the other side of the wall, the building settling, or perhaps exhaling. It was a noise that meant there was more to be opened, more to be catalogued, and more to be reckoned with. I felt the ledger in my bag like a talisman and the photograph on the table like an importunate child. Outside, the city continued its indifferent hum. Inside, the building kept its secrets in seams, and for the first time in a long time, I understood how slow and necessary the work ahead would be.